So, Forza Milan, today looks like I'm alone on the live. I don't know if anyone is going to join, but that's more than enough. We need to talk about Milan. I've been away for a while. I think it's been a week. Last time I was on a live, and I just want to check out the RossonARI TV community, how it's doing. How's everything? I just want to say hi to Joel. Yeah, non ti lasceremo mai. Forza Milan sempre. I just want to say hi to everyone. Falcon, Philip. Philip is here as well. I mean, everyone in the chat. Orlando sending a message 2 hours ago. I see people want to talk about Milan. So we got to talk about Milan today. I don't know if other people on the chat, on the group, are going to join. Let me check for a second. Let me ask Roy if he's joining. Anyway, how's you guys been? How's the RossonARI TV followers have been in this weekend? Oh yeah, Joel, that's a good Giordano. Forza Milan. I guess you're from Italy. If you want to join the live and talk a bit of Milan in Italian, don't worry. I speak Italian, so we can talk about Milan. Actually, let me put that link again, just in case people wants to join and have a chat. If not, no problem. I'm gonna reply to some, I'll say comment and see what's going on. But well said, Joel. That's true. We are still top 4. It's from Ontario, Canada. He's practicing Italian. He's practicing Italian. Well, just join, man. Just join the live, and we can talk about Milan. And if you want to speak a bit of Italian, no problem. I think everyone in this channel knows few words in Italian. Being a Serie A and a Milan fan is a big thing. So, Joel, let me go back to this comment. So we're still top 4. That is important. I'll be honest with you. I would have preferred a 1-1 between Roma and Lazio, but that didn't happen, which is still fine. Lazio is not far; it's 4 points from us, and we have time. We have time to get back on the second place. First place is impossible to reach. I can see Juventus being 7 points from us, so that means Juventus slowly is gonna get back top 4. And I don't know. I feel like at the end of the thing, Juventus will finish top 4, and I think Lazio will crumble. I feel like Lazio losing against few teams and losing points is going to happen. Who is here? Is that Roy?
Yes.
Let me see. Roy, my man, how's it going?
What's
going on with the live, man? I'm good. I'm pretty good.
What's going on with the what?
Sorry, what's going on with the chat on the WhatsApp? You guys are fighting.
Oh my God. The takes I'm hearing on this chat are so bad. They are so bad. They are so bad. I don't even know how to react to them. The things I'm hearing. The things I'm hearing are out of this world. Out of this world. It's hard not to react, you know. It is difficult not to react.
Well, I usually don't react. I just give my opinion, disagree, and move on. But let me go to the chat for a second. Malik Chao by the German team. Yeah, I think Germany is lacking with center backs. I don't think they have good ones this generation, and Malik Chow can easily play in that German team. He's a good player, a lot to learn. Still early for him to be like a finished product. Still a lot to learn. Yeah, I don't think he's ready to be a starter of the German team, but he definitely can play a big part and play a lot of games. So Falcon Flynn played with some Albanians street football, and they called him Maldini because he had a Milan shirt. So yeah, Maldini is known all around the world. Maldini is the biggest Italian football name in the world. Probably is the most known football player, Italian football player in the world. I guess. What do you think, Roy? Maldini, Del
Uh,
Piero, and I
Bad,
guess uh,
Baggio,
Baggio. Yeah, Baggio. But I think
Totti,
Maldini covers three generations. So it's like he quit for Maldini quit football in 2009. So it's been around for
yeah, and
30
he's still
years. So
around. So
yeah, and he's still around the football world. So Maldini, Baggio, Del Piero, I think are the three most famous Italian football. I remember when Baggio was playing football close to retirement. Baggio was the most famous Italian player in the world, especially in Japan. He had like a big fan base in Japan. So
yeah.
yeah, um, so Joel is saying that Santiago Jimenez just scored his 15th goal of the season versus Ajax. I hope Maldini is watching. We need a good young striker next season. Well, I'm pretty sure Maldini is watching, and a lot of other people are watching. So I don't think the Maldini's problem is not watching, is the competition most of the time. So let's see. Roy,
Yeah.
are
What's up?
you excited about the Champions League draw? Because we haven't talked about that on a
Yeah, I
live.
think I think I I think it's a decent draw. I think that our best opportunity to get to as far as possible was against Italian teams because it's teams that we know, it's teams that we don't. There's nothing to be discovered. These are in and out games, so I think in the Champions League, AC Milan that motivates the team in a different way than the Serie A right now. So I think it's a good opportunity for us to go all the way to the final. The draw, the draws, the way they have been set up. Of course, Napoli is super strong. Like Napoli is another. I don't know what. I don't know what how. Napoli is a team on It's on steroids. That team is on steroids. So let's not underestimate Napoli. But in the Champions League, Milan is a different beast. You know, so we definitely have a chance. I'm not worried. I'm going to say this: if we lose and we end there, I think it was a good run this year. But I think we have a good opportunity, not only to go to the semifinal, but then to go to the final as well.
I like this comment Joel is saying, which is a funny comment and quite optimistic. Last time we could see the 3 goals to Udinese, we won the Champions League that season.
Uh,
So, well, if that happen again, let's make sure we can
I'll
see
take
three
it.
goals against Udinese every year.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's crazy if you think about it. That explains the fact that you can win the Champions League without being the best team in
Yeah.
your domestic league, but just being in form and focused in those key games, and having that mentality that just clubs that wins the Champions League a lot of times have.
And
Um,
that's been the
that is a
case with
big part.
Milan many times.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's been the case since I know. Basically, 2003 Milan was fourth average season, probably
Well,
less than 70 points, probably,
I don't
and
remember where they
won
finished
the
in the
Champions
2000.
League. 2003, they
Yeah,
finished fourth.
I remember the
Juventus was
2002 the 2002
yeah, go.
2003 season. We finished fourth, And then we won the champion. I don't remember where we finished 2003, 2004.
Oh, no, 2003, 2004, we won the league.
Yeah, we won the league. Right, right, right.
I'm talking about the season we won the Champions League. We finished top four.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're right. You're right. Yeah. Hmm.
You know what I mean? And that was basically Milan that won the Champions League against Juventus. That at that time you can compare like Napoli right now, one of the best team in the world. At
You've had a great
Juventus,
roster.
they dominated. They dominated Serie A that season, winning it. They had Buffon, Nedved. They had a massive rebuild that the season before. They bought Thuram, Buffon, Nedved. So it was a super team. Del
They had
Piero, the Trezeguet. There was a European champion with France. So that was a
it.
super team, and we beat them in the final. And that was the team that won the league, I guess, that season.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
Champions League is weird. Champions League is weird. People needs to believe when I say that Milan has a big chance to win it. We just need to be, of course, everything needs to go right during those games. Um, I'm happy we are not playing English team, Roy, or big team because I don't trust referees.
Mm.
I really don't trust referees in UEFA. So they really want to push certain leagues more than others.
Yeah,
They really
yeah,
want to sell a certain product to the final or at least semifinals.
yeah. And these refs
And
are easy to buy.
they don't even need to be bought. They're bought, man. They just know what they have to do, and that's it. To have a career,
Just a
they
wink,
know
a
what they have
wink.
to do.
Did you see the
They
scandal
know
with
who has
Barcelona?
to go.
Barcelona has literally
Yeah,
been buying every game in Europe for the past 18 years. This explains that Shevchenko goal. Do you remember the Shevchenko goal?
yeah. I remember the Shevchenko goal. I remember a lot of things, man, against Barcelona. It is what it is, man. What we can do is it's fine. I would say that's why I don't want to play English team. That's why I don't want to
Yeah, yeah.
play Bayern and Real Madrid
Man
because they
City.
have a bigger pool than us. They have a bigger pool than us in terms of viewership. So easily you want to see a Man City, Real Madrid on a semifinal, or an English teams in the semifinal, not Italian teams in the semifinal because the
Yeah,
pool is lower. On this side, we are playing against Napoli, Inter, and Benfica. So I'm not worried the referee is doing
yeah.
anything dodgy because whoever goes forward is the same result on that side for them.
Refs don't care. These teams, refs don't care
Yeah,
about.
so no one cares about these teams. Actually, probably this is the best way to bring a weaker team on one side of the final, so the other side of the final can win that final.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
that's a good strategy. Let's see if it's gonna play out.
It's
But
all
I don't
designed.
really don't. I don't want. Yeah,
It's probably all designed for City to win it. Who
yeah. I
knows?
mean, City to win it. It's gonna be interesting. Let's see. Let's see.
That game against who did they play last? Against a German team. Ooh, that shit was dodgy, man. That shit was shady as fuck, dude. I got the same vibes. Remember the Torino at Inter Torino, that penalty
Yeah,
that was not given, and like the whole stadium got that feeling. Oh, what the hell is going on here, dude? That first half felt like that. I don't know. I don't know. Just a feeling. You know, when we said that the referee was sold when the Barcelona accident happened against Shevchenko, you know, we were right. That's our feeling was telling
yeah,
us,
yeah.
yes, something shady has happened. Now we know we were right. So who knows?
I mean, are we gonna talk about the Barcelona Chelsea semi-final with Drogba doing that sign to the referee? You don't remember that? That there was
I
like
didn't
three
see.
big
I didn't
calls
see.
for Chelsea, and the referee didn't give it to Chelsea. That
I
was
don't.
that
I
was
did.
big. That was robbery on live TV. Millions of people saw that. There was a penalty kick for Chelsea. Piquet touches with his hands. A foul on Drogba. It was just big. There was big, and the referee closed his eyes and have Barcelona keep going. So it is sometimes it's weird, man. Sometimes these things are just weird.
Yeah.
We won it always as an underdog, and I like that. We won it in years when the biggest team were trying to win it desperately, and we won it. So recent years, that's how we won it, and we are still the underdog. And I trust Pioli. I trust the team on pulling up, having a great performance on these nights. I trust them. People, I think
Yeah, me too.
people underestimate the game against Tottenham. I think people will see in the future that was a big game, a massive win, because they will realize that this group of players will do the same performances against Napoli, and hopefully in a semi-final, and maybe in the final. And
I believe we can do it.
when they will see that, they will realize, okay, fuck it, these guys are actually good. It was not Tottenham being shit, but we are actually nullifying other teams as well. So we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, key players are not getting injured. That's the only thing I ask. That's the only thing I ask.
Yeah,
But
it's
let's see.
possible. It's in one
And on the
month's
other
time.
side, yeah, exactly. On the other side, I hope even the other teams don't get key players injured, because I really want to see these games on their full potential. On their full potential. So I want to see a Napoli Milan, Osimhen on one side, Leao on the other. The full potential. Because if you want to win, you want to win against the best. So I don't care.
No excuses, pretty
So
much.
I'm missing a bit of comment here. I feel sorry. So someone wants to join the WhatsApp group. So Dom is asking, is it possible to join the WhatsApp group? So Dom, I wouldn't mind you to join the WhatsApp group. The only thing that we ask is to have a decent take of football, because recently they're really bad. So I don't know if I want to add another one. But anyway, it's a bit wild. The WhatsApp group is quite wild, so be careful what you wish for. The only thing you can do, just send me your phone number on our socials. I guess my Instagram, or if you find Roy's Instagram, or RossonARI TV as well. Send a message with your phone number, just saying, hi, I'm Dominic, or I guess you're Dominic, or any name you have. And we can add you to the WhatsApp group. It's not a problem. And maybe you can join the lives and have a chat and talk about football. Fourth place. Listen, I want to say something that probably will sound really controversial. People will say, hey, yeah, like, you're saying that because now we're shit and things like that. But for me, the way Milan is right now, historically talking, after those 10 shit years we had, and really the financial disasters we experienced in the last 10 years, I think for Milan, it's more important to finish top four and to achieve a semi-final, a quarter-final, or a final of Champions League. I'm not even talking about winning, because financially that gives you more money than winning the league, and that gives you more prestige in terms of brand, and the most important, builds the mentality of these players, this group of players, of getting used to play these important games. So on one side, Napoli needs to win the Serie A, because it's been 30 years and they're a big club anyway. They're playing amazing, and that helps Serie A to divide power and money in a more equal way. On the other side, for Milan, it's more important to go on a semi-final of a Champions League, because financially gives you more money, more prestige, and our players start to get used to. So at the beginning of the season, if somebody tells me, listen, Laird, would you prefer to go on a semi-final in Champions League and have a shit season and finish fourth, or win the league and don't go as a group, or finish on a round 16, I will always pick the semi-final of Champions League and not winning the league title, because in this moment it's more important for us to achieve those results in terms of money and mentality for the players. What do you think, Roy?
Finishing top four and competing in the Champions League every year is important also from a financial standpoint.
Yes.
So yeah, it's a must.
Yeah, because some people probably will say, "Oh, I prefer to win a title, Serie A, and don't go ahead to the group stage." I would not do. I would not want that. I'll be honest. I will always pick. I would like to pick more a semi-final or a final, even losing it. I don't mind not winning it. Then win the league title, because it is more important for us. It gives us more money. It forges the team better.
Yeah, of
It
course,
is
of
important.
course. And you know, it was going through those group stages also helps you with the winter market better. This year we didn't do anything in the winter market, but in theory it does. And yeah, the most important thing every year for this club to grow is, of course, to start the season with the idea of trying to win the league and trying to win the Champions League, everything you compete for, but to finish having surpassed the group stages of the Champions League and ending up afar, you know, in a quarterfinal, semifinal, final, whatever, and finishing top four. If at the end of the season you have achieved these things, that means that you've set yourself up for next season to compete even better. But if you don't achieve these things, you lose a step. If you don't achieve the group stages, you lose a step. If you don't achieve the top four, you lose 3 steps. Yeah, these are the two most important objectives every year. And of course, you know, you play to win, but you're not going to win every year. It doesn't work like that. Not in Serie A. Not right now in Serie A. You're not going to win every year.
No,
So
not Serie A is well balanced at the moment. Uh,
yeah,
in terms of money and squads. Of course, Inter and Milan and Juventus are having an horrible season, and Napoli is achieving great things. But next season again, Serie A is going to be wide open. People will ask who's going to win
yeah,
it, who is the team that is going to win it. So
yeah.
it's there is not a total favorite. Gio is here. It's been a long time, Gio.
Hey man, how's it going?
Unless you're another
This
Gio.
this is Giordano.
Ah, Giordano. Okay, so
Yeah.
it's not the usual Gio. So welcome to the channel, Giordano. Is your first time here?
First time on the lives, yeah. I've been watching you guys for quite a while now, and I really like your content, so I'm glad to be on here. Thanks for inviting me.
No problem,
Good
man.
stuff.
Thanks for joining the live. What's up? You've been a Milanista for how long?
Probably since I was around I would say 5 or 6 years old. I'm 25 now, so I guess over 20 years. Um, and
Pretty
yeah,
good.
so I've been a Milanista all my life basically. My stepdad was a fan of the team, and that's how I got into being a Milan fan, and now I just absolutely love the team.
That's great,
Good.
man. Great to hear that. How are you feeling about this the Champions League this season? You've
The
been
cha-
20 years a Milan fan, so
yeah, the Champions League this season's going pretty well, I'd have to say, other than the two whippings by Chelsea. I think it's been going pretty good. We're in the quarters right now, so far so good. We have to play Napoli. Feeling pretty good about playing Napoli. I think over 2 legs we have a pretty good shot at beating them. Um, yeah, like we've we've done a lot better than previous seasons, so I'd say that the team is growing. We're making progress. So happy about all those things.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Is you think we can win it?
Win the whole thing?
Yeah.
There is a chance. I don't know how big this chance is, but
The
there is
book
a
is
chance that
says
we.
3%. The book is says
Yeah,
3%.
yeah, I
We
saw
are the
that. We have.
lowest team ranked.
Yeah, I've seen
Inter has
that. Yeah,
13%, I think, or something like that.
and even Benfica is above us in the odds of winning it. Yeah, they're underestimating us quite a bit. But I
So
think there is a
out of the
chance.
8, we are the worst.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Well, for sure in terms of the bookies, I don't think we're the worst. Um, but I can't say what the odds are of us winning it. But if we beat Napoli, that would be a pretty big statement because Napoli is one of the best teams in the world at the moment. So to beat Napoli over two legs in the Champions League, that would increase our odds for sure.
Do you think if we beat Napoli, are we gonna be? I feel like if we beat Napoli and we go ahead, we're still gonna be the fourth team available. We're gonna be the one with the lowest ranking in term from the book. Is again, they will think we've been lucky. We had a good day. We're still not gonna be the. Probably they're gonna put Benfica or Inter or better than us, and of course on the other side probably Man City or Bayern, Real or Chelsea. Gonna give more chance than us. I feel like they can
Yeah,
underestimate us. If we go, even if we go to the final, they're gonna be like, okay, uh, the team on the other side will be like, oh, we have an easy one. This is an easy final. It's gonna be
yeah, no,
easy.
I
That's what
feel
they're
the
gonna.
same way. I feel like they're gonna underestimate us the whole way through. Even if we're at the final, they're still gonna say more than likely the other team's gonna win. So I mean that's what the bookies say, but us Milan fans know differently. So yeah, well I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
So there's a good comment here from Gavin saying that a simple tweak 3-4-3 will be perfect for us because it will allow Leao to go wide on the left. Diaz being wide on the right, and that's it. 3-4-3. I'll say this. Leao is quite free to, if he's having a bad game in the middle, to go wide on the left. And Roy, I'm gonna mute you a bit. I don't know if I can do that.
I got it.
Okay. So I was saying, I don't think that is the issue. The Leao can go wide as much as he wants if he's not finding space in the middle, if he's having a poor game in the middle. So I don't think that is the issue. The issue is Leao at the moment. We should stop finding excuses about Leao or being out of position and things like that. Leao is not performing because him. End of the
No, the
story.
problem there is Tonali, Gabbia, Pobega, Calabria, Florenzi. We lost 3-1 because of these guys, Laird. That's
The
why.
Italian players, yeah.
Leao is not performing because of Tonali, Laird. It's Tonali's fault that Leao has destroyed 4 satellites in orbit in the past
Anyway,
week.
I agree with Galvin that a 3-4-3 will be better, but I don't think that would improve so much our performances. I think our bad performance at the moment is a lack of concentration. It's not a matter of formation or I don't know, purely or things like that, or who should play lineups and things like that. It's concentration. There is some key players that just are not concentrated in games against Fiorentina or Udinese. We're just
You know
not
what?
concentrated enough. We make
Ibra,
mistakes.
Ibra said something that you said in the beginning of the season. He said that this team is too young to know how to be champions. He said this in his last interview. That we're going to have to expect ups and downs, because this team is too young to be champion. Is too young to know how to be a champion. And being a champion and maintaining that status is very difficult. It takes, it takes a lot of learning to do. So Leao is suffering this. I think like he had a great season. Now he thinks he can just walk on the pitch and everything happens automatically for him. He needs to
Yeah,
work hard. He needs to put his mind to football. He needs to stop with the all other things he does outside of football. He just needs to focus on football, on his game. Otherwise, he's going to lose. Is all the things that he's built for himself are just going to go away. Because the other guys that are coming right behind him, like Vicha Veraskelia, that is 21 and is I mean, Vicha Veraskelia thinks, sleeps, eats football all day, all night. He's not focusing on a
yeah,
music career, on fashion brands. Vicha Veraskelia has a phone that is all cracked up, and he doesn't want to change it because he says he doesn't feel like changing the apps. He is focused on football. And if Leao doesn't get into this mentality, Leao is going to stay this level forever. So it's his fault. At the end of the day, it's him, man. It's him.
it is, man. It is. I understand. Vicha is an old school type of football player. He wants just to play football and spend his money. That's it. Doesn't give a shit about fashion and rap and fashion week and things like that. It's just, oh man, sometimes life is so simple, but people just get lost and things like that. I want to ask Giordano, yeah, what do you think
What's
about
that, man?
this Leao situation and the fourth 3-4-3 formation idea that people are saying?
In terms of Leao, I think. Well, actually, I don't even know what to think, to be honest, right now, bro. He's been out of form for a couple of months now, and yeah, it just seems like he's fallen off a cliff. I don't know if it's because of the contract situation that's going on, but he's just not been performing. I don't think the formation change is the reason that he's not performing right now, because it seems like even in yesterday's game, everything he did was just not working. He can't make a pass. He's not dribbling his man. Like, just nothing's working for him. And I think it might just be all mental. I agree with you in the formation right now. He can drift out wide, and he was doing that in the second half against Udinese. He was drifting out wide and getting past his man to put in a cross. So he can do that if he wants. I think he has more of a free role. So I don't think switching to a 3-4-3 is necessarily it just might be a mental thing, but he definitely has to get his act together quickly because we need him badly.
Yeah, it is, man. It is, but let's see. Paul is still drumming about Kessie. Man, Kessie is overrated. End of the story, man. He was in the bench today, so he came in
I want to ask
and
you
scored
guys.
a goal. Yeah, go for it.
If it comes to summertime and Leao hasn't renewed, would you guys sell him, or
Yeah.
would you?
100%. 100%.
Yeah. No, I agree. I
100%.
think if we get over 100 million for Leao, I would sell him for the sake of the team. For
Yeah,
Any
sure.
yeah,
money,
of
man.
course. You have to sell him because you need that money for the market. You're not going to have him the year after that, so you have to sell him and use that money to rebuild that offensive line. So it's a must. Either he resigns before the summer or you sell him in the summer. And he has a contract clause which is still valid right now. So in the first 2 weeks of the summer, that contract clause could be activated. I don't know. Or maybe not. I don't know. But if it's not activated, then just sell to the best bidder after those 2 weeks are passed.
Oh, for sure, because we can't risk losing him on a free again, like we've done to other players. And then, yeah, we just need to reinvest in the squad as a whole because we have a lot of quality players, but our depth, in my opinion, is sorely lacking. Our whole attacking department needs a revamp. So, yeah, we need to reinvest. But if Leao renews, great. Happy with that. And
Yeah,
we
me too.
could and we can sort out the attack in another sort of way, even if we don't heavily invest. But we need to do something. Like something needs to give.
Yeah, my ideal scenario is for Leao to renew. That's my ideal scenario. But if he doesn't, then I think Milan has the obligation to sell him.
Yeah. No, I love Layout too, especially the MVP performance that he put in last season. Um, like he's a fantastic player, but I think he still has a lot more growing to do, and he can do it at Milan for sure. In another team, he might not get that same opportunity. So he kind of has to put all of these things into perspective and do what's best for his career.
Bruh, Leao with Guardiola will last a month. Then he would never see the pitch ever again.
If that, yeah, if that.
He's definitely not going to Man City. That's for sure. He might be going to PSG if he goes somewhere because they don't give a shit about how people play. They just want big names. But I mean, the way he's playing and the way he's developing right now, I don't see him going to Man City. I don't see him going under like a coach. What do you
Chelsea
think?
would definitely splash the cash on him though.
Well, the thing about Chelsea is that they already did. They already got Mudryk there. I don't know who else they have on that left wing, but I feel like Chelsea has already made their moves. Liverpool. Actually, I heard that there was a rumor not too long ago of an exchange between Luis Diaz and Leao.
I heard about that too. What
I
do you
mean,
think about that?
I don't think that's too bad, to be honest with you.
Luis Diaz
Mm,
is a pretty good player, I think.
it's
Yeah,
true,
he's
man. I
pretty.
don't think it's true because they are so similar. Why Liverpool would do an exchange? Or Luis
Yeah,
Diaz's injury is so bad, and they are like kind of getting rid of him.
yeah. I can't. If
I
it's
don't know.
rumor, it's just a rumor. Nothing. The only team I see Leao going to is either an Arsenal if they sell Martinelli. I don't know. Where else could he go? What do you think, Larry?
I don't know, man. I see him. I don't think the way I look at him playing, man. I don't know where he can go because he's playing so bad that some scouting who is scouting talents will be like, "Are we sure we're gonna do this?" You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the way I
That's
feel right now.
that's what I think. It's like, are they going to do this? I'm worried, man. I'm worried.
Hopefully, this layout underperformance is some 4D chess move to fend off suitors so that he could negotiate with Milan a little bit more. Because if it's not, then I have no clue what's going on with him.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Let's see. Let's see what's gonna happen.
So I think there
Yeah.
are a bunch of free transfer players uh, this summer. And I know with Milan's low budget, that's probably who we should be looking at. So who would you guys bring in the summer?
Hmm. Well, there was a
Well,
bunch of names that.
this low budget thing. If we go to the semifinals, we already achieved like 80 million with this Champions League campaign, and probably we're gonna cash another 10 million from the next Champions League game against Napoli, um, from the stadium, playing at San Siro first game. So that will be another 10 million. So I don't see us being broke next summer, hopefully.
But do you think Jerry
But
Cardinale will be allowing us to use these funds, or what? Like, is he
well, if
too
he
much of
wants
a
to
penny
sell the
pincher?
show, well, but he's saying I want to sell a show. I want to. Milan is like Disney. We need to. I want to create a live show. It's an incredible product to sell. Well, if you want to have an incredible product to sell, you need to put the players that actually play good football.
I
Or you're
agree.
not selling anything.
And how
So I
about
don't know.
learning? And how about just learning the history of a club before you fucking buy the club? I mean, did you like the audacity of this guy saying that he didn't know that Milan was the second most? Like he said, "Oh, guys, I guess Milan should be on the table of the big players of Europe because I just found out that Milan is the second team with the most European Champions Leagues in the world. So that means that Milan is this huge brand. We should take advantage of this more." Like, how the fuck did he not know this before buying the club? Like, is this guy an idiot or what?
When did he say this?
This came out a few weeks.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, man. This is crazy, man. This is crazy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how competent are these owners? Like, how serious are they about this project? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if they are serious, they need to buy players because players is the main thing. The player is the reason why you play good football, and that is the reason why people buy tickets to go to the stadium, and that is the reason why people will pay more for that ticket. If you show up next season with the same squad and another player like CDK on the transfer market, the Milan supporters are not stupid, man. They're not gonna buy the tickets. They're not gonna buy season tickets. They're not gonna show up 70,000 people against Salernitana. They're not gonna do things like that, and you're gonna lose money. So you better invest money if you want to make money, because the crowd of Milan is picky on both sides. On both sides.
Definitely.
But anyway,
Out of all the names that Gavin put out, the one name that maybe is interesting to me there, maybe Firmino is interesting, since it's a position that we need. Um,
How old is
I
Firmino
don't
now?
know, man. He's
I don't
30,
know.
30, 31.
He's
It
in his
should be on his, yeah, in his 30s. He's not like super old or super or young. He's on his 30s, so it wouldn't be a bad option if you get him for free. Firmino for free is not a bad idea.
Yeah,
N'Golo
I would take him
Kante,
for free.
N'Golo Kante has been injured for the last 2 years, like literally seriously injured, like never playing football. Naby Keita, no. Mason Mount is not on a free. Mason Mount is still on a 2 years contract, if I'm not wrong. So I don't think it's gonna be on a free. Firmino is on a free. Oxlade-Chamberlain, no. Too many injuries. Zaha, maybe, but he needs to reduce his contract. I don't think we will pay him more than 3.5, and that's what he's earning at the moment. Something like that. Awar, Munier, Rafael Guerrero, Kamada maybe can be good. Ndika for sure.
Man, Ndika got manhandled by Osimhen. Did you
Oh yeah,
see?
for sure.
Did you see him? Osimhen run circles
Yeah.
around him. Ndika is a
Uh,
good option, yeah. Ndika, Firmino, RR maybe also. our.
There's a lot of good options. I'll be honest with you, but I don't know.
I would love to have Hoyland from Atalanta. Obviously, not a free agent in the summer. That's gonna take an investment for sure. But I think we need a striker. So that would be a really good choice for me.
Yeah, that would be amazing, but I don't know.
A lot of money, Oyland.
But that's the thing, right? Is Jerry gonna splash the 50 million or whatever he's gonna be for him, right?
I don't
the
know.
thing.
Listen, last season I said that Milan was going to have a lot of money from the Mercato. I was completely wrong. So this season I'm not going to say anything until I know for sure. So honestly, I
Well,
don't know.
this season, you're right. We were wrong. I was wrong as well because I thought we will have a lot of money. But I didn't know. I'll be honest. I didn't know we will move to another ownership, so that didn't help for sure. Because the owner that was selling had zero interest on investing, and the owner that was buying has zero interest on buying or investing because he just got the club, so he wanted to understand. And if I'm not wrong, the full transaction happened a few months later. And we don't know the background of financial fair plays and things like that. Maybe we were on the last year of financial fair play. Now is a new cycle. The first 3 year, because financial play is counted 3 year every 3 year. So we don't know what is the financial fair play situation there, if we're allowed to spend or not. So I will consider the next summer differently. That's what I'm saying.
Yep. I don't know. I honestly do not. Andon, what's up?
Nothing, man. Just too depressed by the results. It was painful to watch.
Depressed.
It was painful to watch.
Was it?
Yeah, it was very painful to watch.
We got lucky that Inter lost, and we got lucky that Roma lost.
Yeah, but you know what's more depressing? Juventus, even with 15 points penalty, they're only 7 points away, which is kind
You're
of
too
sad.
much focused on this thing, man. You're too much focused on this thing.
No, I'm not. I'm not even focused on the results. I'm focused on the style that we play. We don't look like a team anymore. Nothing is working. Basically, nothing. Probably the first couple of results we got was due to the change of the formation, like a shock factor. I don't know what, but now we're where we were before. Same thing happening. Stupid mistakes in defense, non-existent midfield, zero creation in attack. No matter what kind of players he plays in attack, no matter which combination of players, we cannot do anything.
Well, I think that we were sorely missing Teo yesterday. Teo is such a big component of our attack. Fode Ballatore obviously isn't it. We are missing Giroud. So not to excuse the whole team's performance, but I mean Teo and Giroud are a big part of our team.
Yeah, but even with them on the field, we struggle.
That's
and for Ballatore, for example, Ballatore is, I don't know, he's not a great player, but it doesn't help the fact that he plays only once in 15 games. So even if you put him to play, you cannot expect anything.
He will never gain any sort of fitness momentum.
So that's the problem with backups. If they don't get enough time to play, when you play them, it's useless.
No Ballatore slander.
Oh yeah,
I'll close my mouth then.
Paul's favorite player. No, there is a problem with preparation for the matches. There's a problem in trainings, maybe with motivation as well. So our only hope is to do well in the Champions League and by some chance win it.
Well, I think
Yeah,
even if we don't win it, if a semi-final or a final and losing it is still a great achievement in
problem
terms of
is-
money and financial.
I'm speaking about playing Champions League next season. Sorry.
that's what I'm
Because
more
we-
concerned about.
Yes, it's not
Oh
about.
no, guys, we're gonna finish top four. We're gonna finish top four. That is not even. Believe me, we will finish
If
top
they
four.
play like this, especially the next round, we're playing against Napoli, who are playing like crazy. They won 4-0.
Is it Napoli next game?
Yeah, it's Napoli.
It is, yep.
Napoli,
That's a
Bologna,
good
then
test to
Napoli
see.
again in the Champions League.
Napoli, Bologna, and Napoli again. That's perfect. That's perfect.
So
But
our
you,
season
Andon, you need to
depends-
see it. No, you need to
Mhm.
see it on a way that other teams that are competing for top four, they will lose point against
Of
Udinese,
course.
Fiorentina, and other games. So it's not like just us.
Yeah, but the problem is we're losing points at the very terrible places. We lost 4 points against Salernitana this season. I can understand dropping one game, but 2 games dropping points, it's unacceptable.
No, I don't think it's unacceptable. We are in this situation this season. This is the team we have, so it happens. So that's what I'm saying.
It's not just the results, it's the way they play is the problem. They don't look like a team anymore. So no matter who you put in, it's gonna look the same.
Hmm.
Yeah, I kind of have to
I
agree.
guess.
Like the way that we're playing is just not up to our usual levels. Like we do the same tactics game after game. We can't play out of the back. We can't play possession football. Like I don't know. It's just like when I see other teams like Napoli like play the way they play, and then compared to us, it's like what the hell is going on? You know?
And it's kind of sad that you have Ibrahimovic shouldn't play from the start. He should just come off the bench. Because it was kind of sad to see Ibrahimovic dropping down so deep at 41, 42 years old.
I don't mind Ibra starting, but I think just the whole team has to play better. Like our whole play style has to just get better.
I mean, the biggest problem we have is the midfield. It's the midfield that we're losing the battles. So that's why I think Tonali and Benacer should not start together to play. Because sometimes both of them are caught going forward and they're exposing the defense.
Yeah, but I don't think that is the solution, not playing them. The solution is to make sure
No,
they
I'm not
find
saying
those
not playing them. I'm saying not playing them
chemistries.
together. Or
Yeah, but no,
try
that's
with the
that's
three-man
the thing.
midfield. Stop using the useless cams. Cams are completely useless.
No, it's not true.
Even Diaz was much more better in this game when he went on the wing. But the cams are completely. We have zero production from the cams. Zero. It's like we're playing with a
I
man
don't know.
down. Play 3-4-3, but play with wings, not with cams.
No, I disagree because it's not about. It's about we are not concentrated. It's just we are not concentrated. It's not a formation. It's not the players. I don't
We're
think
not
these
creating anything.
this is the same formation that went through against Tottenham. 2 games cannot get a result against Udinese and Salernitana. So it's not a formation. It's about being concentrated and being able to follow the instruction Pioli asks, or even reading the game. You need. Our players don't know how to read the game.
But you have to
Our
understand, even
key
Tottenham
players.
are not that great. Maybe the results with Tottenham are fooled us a little bit.
Yeah, but
Tottenham are
sometimes
terrible.
you have to read the game. You need to read the game, and Leao, Tonali, or these players, they need to learn how to read the game sometimes. The Tomori, the Kalulu, these guys need to understand you're playing against Udinese. You don't need to be aggressive like going up high in the pitch and press. Sometimes just fucking stay in your position. Understand that Udinese have some quality players that can dribble you and they can make you look like an idiot. So be conservative. And I think Clint agrees with me on this point. Clint is on the live as well. Just want to say hi to Clint.
Pioli out, Clint. Pioli out.
How you guys are doing?
Good, man.
Good,
How are you?
man.
I made sure. Who's on here? Oh, Hans is on here.
No, it's
Nah,
not.
Hans will show up probably never because he wants to show up when CDK has a good game.
No, but yeah, man. How y'all doing? Yeah, it's I try to catch this live because I know, like, when I asked you last time I was on the call, I'm back in Houston now. I know Rock is mad at me. Rock, my bad, bro. I'll link with you again. It was just work.
What happened? Did you meet Rock at the end?
I could, so I'll try to meet him but I was, man, like these business trips, man, you just work, hotel. I didn't have time to go out at night, man. But the second time around, I'll plan better, though. I'll plan better because I got caught up, man. I didn't even do it on purpose.
Build back better.
Yeah, indeed. but yeah, man, it's one thing I wanted to add. I know I came in the midst of this conversation. I'm gonna say this like this. I know the only reason I have 2 points, and I'm not gonna be too long. The first point is the only reason we're frustrated with this result, like what we're going through right now, especially with that Udinese game, is pretty much what happened in January and how we got caught off guard. That's right now in the short term. But in the long run of things, anybody that's been supporting Milan, I know some of you, Light and Roy, probably have been supporting Milan longer than me. We know the years that we do well in Champions League, like in the league, that's really never our problem.
Yeah.
Like we just maintain to try to like get to the 4th place to Champions League within the following year, and it stops there. That was never really our forte, or we really cared. I mean, Maldini even said it. Like when it comes down to these, like, domestic, like the Coppa Italia and all that, there's really a gap. Even look in the 2000s, right? We went to 3 Champions League finals. We won 2 of them, right? We only won how many league titles? We won only 2 before even winning the other one. So that was never really our thing, because when Europe comes in, the same can be said for Liverpool, right? The same can be said, maybe not so much for Bayern because they really dominate that league. But I can put us Liverpool on par. Like Liverpool always been great in Europe, winning trophies from Europa League to whatever. But when it come down to the league, it was never their stuff. Like that's just what happens. And I feel like we're in that mode. Now, my only thing that is the only thing I'm fearful of is I'm happy with the break, but I hope when we come back, we need to win our league game prior to going into that Champions League match against Napoli. Because if we don't, it's going to create doubt, especially at the San Siro. And that's the only thing that I'm looking for. But I'm a firm believer that we can beat Napoli in the Champions League. I think we can.
Me too.
That's why we have the perfect test now. Next game is against Napoli. So.
Because, like I said, I wrote in the chat when the league came out. This is the perfect scenario for 2 cases. For management now to justify, to see, okay, are we going forward with Leao after this, like these 2 legs? And there's also for Leao to see, because Leao was probably, I'm pretty sure in his head, wants to go to a team that's competitive, that fights for the champions, that goes deep in, while we're at the final 8. Now is also for the time for you as a player to prove like, okay, I'm in the circumstance that I really wanted it years ago, or I don't know, 2 years ago. That's the only reason I wanted to leave, to be more competitive. But okay, here's the competition. We're deep in the Champions League. It doesn't get better than this, other than if you win it. Also for Milan management, the only reason we wanted to extend Leao is because of what? We had hope on keeping him a long time so we can get to this stage. But we didn't even have to go that far. The following year already for Champions, we're already in the quarterfinals. So for both parties, I think after this should be a proper verdict that like, you paying $7 million or we're okay with him letting him go. Because you can't tell me also like, we'll wait 2-3 years, we go quarterfinal, he's going to get better. No, this is the time you got to prove yourself also, especially when we're going in the last year of renewal, if it makes sense.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. See, this is another thing. I will sell Leao, man. I said it a lot of times. For this team is more important to have 120 million, 100 million cash to spend than a player like Leao.
Yeah, but
And
if he
Leao maybe
continues,
in 3 years is gonna be a Ballon d'Or winner. I still don't care. Right now we need 100 million to invest. We don't need a potential Ballon d'Or. That's the reality.
I can agree with that because we
Because
can also feed off with, what Napoli did, right? The same way Napoli got inspired by us, we should also see being inspired by them, letting go about with their pillars that they had. And next thing you know, they able to get that in. But I think looking right now, I think Milan, to be honest, going forward next year, especially for this summer, after this Udinese game, we need an experienced midfielder and we need a forward, man. We need a striker. I think it should be the first thing we go for in the market. I think that's what the problem is right now. I think that's the problem is because, yes, we can say the
man,
defense, but there's so much the defense can do if, the
it's the
middle is
midfield.
getting ran through and the attack is not really
We are
attacking or
missing
being the first line of defense.
the one thing that we're missing this season that is pretty evident is Casey. We are missing Casey a lot, and it's the biggest problem we
And then
didn't.
he goes and he scores. Oh my God.
KC, goal winner of the Classico. That's huge, man.
No,
For
but KC
KC.
just said, I was listening to KC's interview and what pushed him to Barcelona. And I knew it would have been Yaya Toure. He spoke to Yaya Toure with that when, with Xavi and all that stuff. So that's where he got the whole thing to be able to go. And he went there instead of, renewing with us. He went there instead of renewing with
No,
us.
of
And that's the
course,
problem when these
course.
teams have like former, internationals that they also look up to. They have like really heavier weight,
Yeah, and
Shevchenko
I'm
could
sure,
have
and I'm
gone
sure,
Modric
I'm,
with us. Yeah,
and I'm sure he's going to have a lot of fun playing in the second division next year. It's going to be a lot of fun for it because Barcelona is going to go to the second division. If they don't,
but I don't think. But for like,
if
but
justice
Roy, it
exists.
sounds. I know it sounds good. Like it sounds like a great idea. But for La Liga's sake, and they know they can't really do that because that's gonna kill the league automatically.
Yeah, they are
It's
not
gonna
doing
kill
it.
it. They can't even afford to even engage in that from a TV standpoint and all that. So they do all that for like more media attention. They
Give
can't
me
afford.
my 2006 semifinal back.
Y'all know, right? Trust me. That's if you ask me to this day, that's the game that pisses me off the most on that Shevchenko goal that got disallowed. I'll never forget. I'll never forgive Barcelona for that shit, bro. Never.
Second division is not enough. They should be banned from Europe for the next 18 years because that's how long they've been paying refs.
See, it would have been they would have been able to do that if Atletico was a little the level of Atletico was a little bit elevated, a bit higher, and Atletico was marketable. I feel like Atletico is not marketable enough. If Atletico was marketable enough, they would have allowed for all that procedure to go through. But they want to compete with the Premier League. Right now, it's not even the time for them to. It's the same with that Man City. You can't really get rid of Man City and all of that when in terms of viewership and all that stuff. So I feel like it's all gimmicky. In Italy, we can go through it because people don't give a fuck there. But I don't know. In Europe, I think right now they're more conscious, especially them calling out teams. The Italian league and all that after the years. I don't know. They want this PR, man. I feel like they're just PR. Me personally, I can care less. But yeah, it's what y'all seen the Inter game? I have not watched it. I saw they lost.
It was a pretty good game.
Now Juve has 41 fucking points, bro. Juve is gonna make top 4. I knew it. They're gonna make top 4. I called it. Huh?
Clint,
Yeah.
listen to me.
Yep.
I always say this. It's been the whole year since Juventus got the minus 15 points. Juventus got that minus 15 points because the league knows Juventus can finish top 4 even with that, with that punishment. And thanks to that punishment, Juventus will not be punished by UEFA because Juventus will be saying, I got punished by my domestic league.
Yep.
Minus 15.
That's facts. I agree with
So
that.
they will still go inside of Europa League or a Champions League next season and be clean. And next season come back, don't lose their players, come back and challenge for the title or whatever they're going to do. So that allows the leagues to say, we punish them. We don't need to send them in Serie B. And everyone was going to move on.
Yeah.
So people are worried about giving the 15 points back to Juventus. They're not going to give the 15 points to Juventus. Maybe they will help Juventus in a different way to reach the top 6 or top 4. And everyone will be happy. Even outside Italy, everyone will be happy because the league will tell everyone, we punished them. We gave them minus 15 points. What did you do to Manchester City? Did you give them minus 15 points? No. What did you do to Barcelona? Did you put them in second division? No. So shut up. We did our job. That's what they're doing right now. And that's what we'll be doing. And everyone will shut up. UEFA cannot punish Juventus because UEFA will be like, oh yeah, they got minus 15 points and they still managed to go top 4, top 6. So we move on. No, 2 years outside European competition. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, no, I agree.
That's
and I
everything.
think, but I think I think they're making top 4. I think they're gonna make top 4. Like somebody's gonna drop, not Milan, but if somebody's gonna drop, none of them are consistent. When I'm looking at Inter, I'm looking at Lazio. Lazio goes in and win in the derby, and then they're gonna go lose another game next week. So that's been the whole picture of this whole entire season. So I think Juventus is gonna come in because the stress is gonna start settling in when they're able to close that gap, and it's only like a 2-game gap. One of these teams that are above Juventus is gonna have a run of games where they have to play somebody from that big 4 or that big 7, where they might fold with that pressure from Juve. We know how that ends up. I think Milan just needs to get out that slump. Whatever we got going on right now, where our heads are, I don't know if it's because of the Champions League or what it is, but we really need to. I think I'd rather us winning our last 5 games and lose all these games in and there instead of giving us hope now, and then we get that same run of form we're having right now at the end of the season and we fall out. I already see that right now. So when April comes around before May, we can go straight on a run and be like, you know what, we need to go top 4 and players with more focus. I don't know if Andon is the one who said it, or I don't know, it's Larry, but yeah, we're not focused, man. Like these kids are too distracted. It's I don't know what's going on, but I think we'll make top 4 though. I mean, we're still top 4, even losing 2 games in a row. So that's kind of crazy to me. But
we need to win against Lazio, Roma, and Juventus, Inter. We win these key games, and we make top 4.
Inter's finished. We're done with Inter.
Do we play the second game? Okay, that's fine. Inter is out. So we won against Atalanta. And winning against Atalanta brought Atalanta, you can see on the table now, brought Atalanta really back 45 points.
If you guys believe Milan will finish top 4, like the freaking video. Let's go. Come on, chat.
But I think Inter next year they're gonna suffer because Lukaku is going back to Chelsea per reports. They're losing Skriniar. I mean, there's really no money right now. I don't know how they're gonna be looking next year, man.
I was doing my whole like the video stuff.
It's listen, Clint. There is something here to say that we saw Napoli building a team with fairly not a lot of money. I don't think Inter is able to do that because Napoli had Osimhen already as a piece 2 years ago. And they are a decent part of the squad already built because Anguissa came the year before. He performed, so they bought him. So Inter has to rebuild a lot, but they can manage to rebuild in a way that they are still competitive and finish top 4 again. That's what they need right now.
Larry. Osimhen today scored his 20th goal. First time in Serie A that he scores 20 goals. And he went to 21. So you really believe Ori could have done what Osimhen did? Explain.
Yeah, with a better Milan, yeah. Yeah.
Speechless. Speechless.
It's not my problem, man. It's not my problem.
I'm sorry, guys. I gotta drop off, but it was nice meeting all of you, and thanks again for having me on the live.
No problem,
Thanks,
man. Nice to
man.
meet
Thanks
you.
for joining
Come back.
us.
Come back.
Well,
Come back.
yeah, hopefully we'll chat soon and I can join the live again.
Yeah, come back.
Forza
And guys,
Milan, boys.
Forza Milan. And by the way, guys, if there's anybody out there that does FIFA on Xbox, Antonio and I have a kick-ass team. We're in Division 2 of pro clubs. We're killing it. And so get in touch with me in your Instagram, and I'll put you on the team.
Yeah, I'm not too good at it, but I'll play it. I'm not too good. I won't put myself like that. Anyway, I think me personally, one thing too is one thing I started to realize what this year brought upon when I'm looking at the fate of PSG, especially not creating a club also organically and just getting a bunch of things, which I think some fans we also wish, get this player, get that player, get this player. So that is not the meaning of, like of success in the long run. And I think even teams like Madrid, even though they lost today, but in Champions League so effective. If you pay attention, after they did the big Galactico, they've been really careful on who they buy and who they bring in, the way they recruit, and how. And I guess the reason why is how you able to push down the culture, the doctrine of Madrid as a whole. Which I'll probably say like Hazard is an exception. But
I'm sorry, Clint. I'm sorry. I'm not to start a conversation here, not to start a debate, rather. But in Spain, I'm going to say it, guys. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to spill out my heart. La Liga is such a trash league that Real Madrid is guaranteed to be in the Champions League every single year. So every single year they're going to get that Champions League money. They will never ever not be in the Champions League with that league. That league 1, 2, and 3 is designed for Barcelona, Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid. That will never change. It has not changed in over a decade. It'll be like that forever. If Milan was in a league like that every single year, they don't have to fucking sweat their balls to finish in the top 4. Then we'd be in the same position. So yes, La Liga is trash. Go
ahead. You have an argument there, but the thing is the performance in that Champions League, because that can be said of some other teams as well that was always in the league. Like when I look at Portugal and Spain, right, are their economies like far off in terms of where they at? It can be speculative. That peninsula of Iberia, I can tell you teams like Porto and Benfica, they're always in the Champions League. They have access to the best talent. But I started to look, I'm okay, why is that they don't perform or they don't go as a deeper run since we went into the 2000s, right? Because they also produce one of the top players. What's stopping them from doing maybe what a Madrid does in the long run? I know Madrid has associates and there's a economical factor, but I look at some teams that have been benefiting from fucking Champions League money for the longest, right? And it's like, why can't they put a competitive team together? Or maybe their league is not attractive. So, yeah, we can go a lot of directions with that. But I still think Madrid is solid, man. I think their philosophy and ideology, like the way they go about things, let me say this. Let me say this way. I think they didn't let themselves fall off guard. Even though, okay, you might say their league is trash or whatnot. But I think they've done stuff right, because to be able to win those 14, you don't get full of yourself like some teams will. Like I feel like what Man United did, the thing I can say they have like open. I think the club is really well ran. Bottom line, because I don't think even if you put a lot of teams in that position, like the Man City that spend more than them, that might even have more money and access to them, they won't be able to run it the way Madrid's been doing things. It's prior to the oil money even coming into the league, but that's but I can see where you're coming from too, man. I don't disagree. If that was in Champions League, we don't have that. Italy is competitive, and it tells you also, what Serie A, Serie A, man. At the end of the day, so I'm Serie A all day. But that was just my 2 cents on that.
And I do agree with you that Real Madrid has an excellent philosophy in how they run the club, how they compete. I mean, that is undoubted. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're looking now. A lot of teams panic. They do a lot of panic buys, right? You look at the teams as Chelsea, right? Because Chelsea, they have a great philosophy. They have good talent. But why all of a sudden, meaning you're not trusting your talent, and that can create a dent. They have a new owner, not following up. Now you're buying a bunch of people in. And I'm telling you, next summer, they don't know what the fuck to do with people. Nobody's going to want to buy Lukaku. All these guys are coming back from loans. I think Timo Werner is going back. You're going to have with a bunch of all these players. There was a moment where they said Maduleke or whatever that gave him PSV. That I think he was unhappy because there's no playing time. And it's like, dude, y'all got a bunch of, you don't know what to do.
I would love to have the
You know,
I
they
wanna,
don't know what to do.
I wanna.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Clint. No, I wanna add something about what Roy says about Madrid and all the Spanish clubs, at least the biggest one. They are owned in the way that Man City is owned. They are state-owned. So Madrid is owned by basically Spain, the most
Madrid
rich and
is owned by
more
the royal
important
family.
people is owned by the most important and rich people in Madrid and in Spain. And Barca is the same. Is owned by the most rich and important people in Spain and Catalonia. So they will never fail. They will never be in a weird financial situation. They will never change ownership. They will never have an owner that doesn't care. Plus, they are in a league, like Roy says, that is a duopolio. So there is just two teams. That is a league with two teams. You have an outsider sometimes, but that is a league with two teams. So you basically, even if you have a shit season, an awful season, I remember Barcelona being really shit and still playing Champions League. Because even if you have the worst season of your life, you finished fourth. And no one can actually challenge you to go outside top four. It's really rare. So that covers you a lot on a financial way, and the fact that the biggest player will always play for you because you always play Champions League. If you do something dodgy, they will never punish you because you are the crown and the jewelry of Spanish sport. So that's the reality of the things, and you have to compete against that.
Yeah.
And it's not easy because Milan has to compete against Juventus, Napoli, Inter, Lazio, Roma, Parma at that time. Fiorentina, Udinese doesn't give a shit about you and wants to beat you. And Italy as a country is a lot of envies and a lot of fight inside the country as well. So no one cares about Milan being the crown and jewelry of the Italian sport. They want to put them down if they can. And so that's the reality. Or Inter. Some people want to put down Inter. Inter wants to put down Juventus.
Yo,
that's not how it works in Italy.
Like, imagine somebody came and told you, like, yo, we want Inter to be like the crown and jewelry of the country. You as a Milan fan, so we want them to qualify and get top four.
Or not even Milan fan, but Roma fan will be upset. Roma fan will be upset if you have Lazio a bit more. So there is an internal fight that is not in Spain. In Spain, everyone at the end, they play against Real Madrid and Barcelona, but they know they have their place and they should not compete against them on talent, on players, on prestige. It's not going to happen. You will never see that. You will die in 80 years, 90 years, you will die. And you will not see that. So it's what it is. And that's why they are basically owned by the Spanish state. Having said that, I think Milan is better than Barcelona, and at the level of Real Madrid, we just don't have that luxury that Real Madrid has.
No, but what's his name? I like what Spalletti just said recently in the media, where like Guardiola said right now Napoli is like the best. We need to put them up there, and he said he doesn't like what Guardiola is saying. I agree, and I know, like, I know you brought that up, where you said, which I really agree with that statement 100%, where you said a team that needs a 1 billion, right, to be where they level, a team like Milan, all we just need maybe just, I don't know, 100 million, maybe 90 million alone will be at that level times 3. We don't need as much as they do to be able to compete and just dump, because the culture and then the philosophy of these teams allows you to go to that same level. Madrid doesn't spend as much as these guys. And what Spalletti said, it's true. It's like we spend 9 million. When we're talking about people, they spend like, I don't know, 10 times the amount, 100 times the amount. Don't come and say we're the same. We're not the same. And those are almost like mind games, because you don't want to fail to a Napoli, you don't want to have an excuse to be like, oh, I spent $1 billion. Well, you know, he didn't. No. Like, bro, you spend more. You should have been winning the Champions League. Don't come and tell us we're favorites when you have all the top players. So
Yeah.
I agree with Spalletti said, you know, and I think if Man City doesn't win this year, I don't know, bro. Which I feel like they're not, but it's going to be going back on the subject of Champions League. I think it's going to be a great disaster. Yeah, or they're going to try to get Messi next year. I think Messi's going to go to Man City for a year. So Guardiola can have him win it for him. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
Spalletti
insane.
did great. Spalletti did great in that exchange between Guardiola and yeah. He kind of put it back. He kind of put the pressure back onto Guardiola.
On Guardiola, yep. And I think it's
good.
the first time ever actually City's going to go to really a tough run from the quarterfinals, because they've been having really, like, they never really meet like the big teams, and those legs, like, you know, it's not until they get to like the semi that they might get a big team. But like this time around, you know, you want to have to go through Bayern, and I'm yet to see that game. I think it's going to be really interesting. I think it's going to be really interesting. But
who do you think is going to?
I hope we
Who do you
make it
think
to
is
the
gonna
semi. Like, this is probably one of the easiest paths to a final for us, man. You know, our former side, just with the teams that are in front. I'm not diminishing Benfica, the way they play and all of that is great. But for Milan, like this type of path, come on, man. That'd be a dream come true, man.
It's favorable. You can't deny it. It's
because we're not gonna get that again, man. We're gonna be part 4 next year. So we're even gonna pray to get out the group stage, because they put up with 2 big teams. So might as well we doing now, man. Might as well we doing now. So
Listen, I don't want English team next season on my group.
but that's gonna
That's the
happen,
only thing
like,
I don't
because if
want.
we finish 4th,
No,
we're gonna be part 4.
I
That's
want
what's gonna
Bayern
happen.
Munich. I want Bayern Munich and Real Madrid, or Bayern Munich and Barcelona in my group, because English team get the favorite of the referees. I'm a big believer on this. English team, they make sure they go ahead of the group stage. Even Tottenham was a shit squad. They managed to go ahead. So it's important for them.
Speaking about Conte, how do you feel what he said about Man City? I mean, about Tottenham.
I don't know. What did he say? I don't know.
Man, he went off on the interview. So he said
he's right, man. He says no one calls out the players. Every time he's the manager, every time he's the board, every time he's this, is that. No one calls out the players. These players, they don't have fire in their eyes. They don't have desire. They are happy just to do the job, and that's it. They don't perform under pressure.
But he also called out
under pressure.
But he also called out the club as a whole. He said the club as a whole.
Yeah, but he was he was trying to explain that in this situation, we are in this situation because there is the fault of everybody. So he says me as well, for not being able to bring these players to the level they should be. The board, because it's been 20 years without winning and without asking to win and putting the effort to win. But especially the players, because the board has invested money. The board is paying these players a lot of money. The board changed 3 coaches: Pochettino, Mourinho, Conte. All these, Conte and Mourinho has won everything. So now it's time for the press to call the players. He's saying, stop with the excuses, always covering the players, because there was a journalist that says, what about this situation that you are not renewing a contract? Conte stopped him and says, see, you're starting to make excuses about the players, thinking that this situation allows the players to not perform. They are professional players. They should perform, even in this situation, even under pressure, even in a bad situation. And he's right, because Inter players performed, even if they were not getting paid. Conte was saying, I'm not going to renew his contract. And every newspaper was saying that Inter is going to sell Lukaku and Hakimi. They still performed, and they won the league. So he's right. Whatever happened around you, financial disasters, things like that, you still are a professional football player. You need to win and perform under pressure. That's the reality.
Agree.
And journalists should talk about the players and say they're not performing. That's why I get pissed off a lot with our players. because it's too easy to say Pioli's fault or things like that. Whatever you are, Pioli in and out, it doesn't matter, because that is more a bigger picture opinion. But when you lose a game, sometimes we just need to say, dude, Leao was shit. Tomori played like shit.
Yeah, Law's been shit.
Ibra is too old. We need to just say that these things. End of the
how is
story.
he
Not,
doing
oh,
those
Pioli
things?
should have played that player. Oh, Pioli should have played that formation. That is, come on, man. That's the reality of things. But that's what Conte says, basically.
Yeah. So, and he went off on the
Anyway.
thing, which I know he's not going to renew, and Tottenham is going to take a step back again, and there they are. And I think their top 4 spot is either going to go to Arsenal, is going to be qualifying regularly, or it's going to be a Newcastle, maybe like by next year. But I think Arsenal is going to take that spot, and that's going to be a new big 4 going forward. I think Tottenham after that, because Kane is what keeps this together. Once he leaves, they won't be able to get any of that no more. I think they're done. And like I said, it's even said in the book, like, soccer economics, they said for a club to be sustainable, to have, from a business standpoint, to have a lot of revenue and be sustainable in the long run, they have to be in that position kind of where Tottenham is in. You generate revenue from outside football where it keeps you up, so you're not inclined to chase glory on the field. Fans can agree with that type of sentiment, because you want to win.
Yeah.
Right? And clubs that usually win are the ones that are what they call like the sugar daddies in soccer. Like, they're willing to dump a lot of money into their clubs and go out there and get the glory, which what the fans want. But a typical owner that's an investor, they're going to have to do that way. And that's why I was fearful with the whole Jerry and what Maldini said actually 2 weeks ago, or no, last month, if I'm not mistaken, where he said, like, it's not about, the revenue side, but also about the sporting. And I'm like, that statement alone told me that was the intention of the Americans. They're still looking for the stadium and all that, and just to stay afloat. So which I'm not gonna be with that. I want the stadium, but dude, we want to win. We become as kids, we become fan of a team and we embrace it as a fan base because we win. Or unless you're born in that city. I wasn't born in Milano. I never been there, but I embrace Milan because it's a good team.
No, we
My
need to
favorite player
win, man.
played
We
there.
need to win. We need to win, and the money we get from the Champions League needs to get reinvested. Simple as that. You wanna make profit. You make profit with merchandising and everything that is outside the football aspect. But everything that comes from tickets, from TV rights, from football performances, prizes, and things like that, you need to reinvest them. You're not pocketing that. No chance. Because those are results that are made from the people that work in the industry in that company to make to achieve sporting results. Mm-hmm. Whatever you sell, more shirts, more hats, you get better sponsorship deals and things like that. That's fine. But the rest of the money you need to invest it. So, but they're doing that because their logic is this one. Their logic is San Siro makes 80 million a year. TV rights in Italy are 80 million. That is 160 million. Mm-hmm. Champions League money, if we are a good team, is another 80 million. An average, I would say. That is 240 million. They will run the club in terms of salaries, buying player, and things like that with 240, 300 million. The rest of the money that comes out is profit or, to keep the business. So I'm expecting next season players to get paid more, to have a raise because they achieve big results in Champions League. I'm expecting to buy new players, key players, not like proper players. We need a defender.
Because here's my fear, like, and let me bring this up. It might be outside of football, for example. Or since Redbird is, and I don't know if Roy is on the line.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Roy is.
So Redbird, which is an American investment firm that's declared, I think, at the New York Stock Exchange. I hope that Redbird is not operating in Europe as if we're in America. Because, if you know what's happening in corporate America, these companies are tightening down on stuff. because of upcoming recession. And you see what happened in Silicon Valley, and all these corporations are being careful how they're operating. Because as ignorant, a lot of when I mean ignorant, I'm talking about these people might be sitting on Redbird on the board,
not knowing,
not knowing, and they're using that bullshit over there. Oh, we can't spend because we need a 4C for this and that, or they're allocating money, or they're spreading that money across the investment firms because about what's going on in the state. That Milan's taking indirectly a big hit on that. So we're not probably investing, on our players. Meanwhile, they're redistributing funds or revenues among themselves over there that doesn't go directly to Milan or to be able to protect their other assets. And I just thought about that the last time. I'm like, I hope that's not taking really fucking place. Because right now, companies here, there's some people are firing, they're being short, they're preparing themselves for some upcoming economic downturn, right? Because Milan becomes part of their quote-unquote asset. What type of schemes are they doing in terms of how they're doing stuff, right? Or Milan is just straight dedicated. Anything Milan earns is straight dedicated to just, it's in Europe, we're going to go invest, make that team better. Or they're more worried about the economic stuff. If they're more worried about that, then we're just going to get the leftovers as a soccer team because it's entertainment. We're going to see us, as some second-class shit. And next season, you might see us to have a 50 million budget again. That's how I see it. I might be wrong, but that's what I was thinking about. Because Americans are weird sometimes, man. So
America.
No, and that in that sense, because it's I look at Milan, right? I look at what Kroenke did and with Arsenal, right? So Kroenke, I found out like he was married to like the Walton, the people that own Walmart. So he's married to the heiress of Walmart, the one she inherited all that Walmart company. He's married to her, and what they did for the longest is like Arsenal was still in the top, generating a lot of revenue, top in Europe without really not winning the league or not winning nothing, to be honest. But they were still at the top, which was a problem.
Smart man marrying her. Smart man marrying her.
Yeah, I guess. But it was a bit weird. But I don't know. I'm just speculating here, but that's something I was thinking about. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about the market. As I said before, I'm gonna wait till the summer. I'm not going to do predictions anymore. Last time I was wrong. So
they're gonna call you out, Roy, and be like,
well, I mean, it's fine, it's fine. I was totally wrong last year, so
people cannot call us out because we don't have any connection. We speculate every time we say something. We speculate.
We're not part of Milan.
Especially on time of money. Yeah, we have zero connection on the football world or things like that. Whenever we say something, it's kind of an assumption of how we think.
You saying that now, like somebody's gonna quote you in Sempre Milan to be like, "This is the source. We heard it from these guys."
I hope
Try to get sued
because we know more than some people, and we know nothing basically. But what is this comment here? I see my name here. Can say Milan down to 2 years. La Maura, Sesto San Giovanni. I don't know, man. I think we're gonna build a stadium with Inter, man.
You think so?
But Inter has a depth. That they need to repay.
Not.
But what
they need to repay by 2024. So hopefully they're gonna pay that debt by 2024.
I hope we don't.
Yeah, why would we want to build it with them?
That's how things are gonna happen.
But I fear. Did you guys don't fear that like the people at the councilmen from like Milan are gonna go and try to like lobby next to like the Sesto guy to stop them from allowing us to build over there? I don't feel like they can pull some stuff of bullshit like that.
I'm pretty sure they're already trying to do that.
Yeah, because I feel like they are. Because I remember even when they were doing the elections in Sesto, what did the guy come out and say? He's like, "Oh, I'm not worried about the stadium. That's not my first of concern." I'm like, that's interesting. The word got translated anyways. So I'm like, they probably started a lobby next to that guy already, making sure like none of this happened. But I don't know, man. I hope we get the stadium. I mean, if these guys can get the stadium,
I think
I'm
it's
never
gonna.
I'm never gonna speak about it again in my life. Never.
I think it is gonna happen. It's just gonna take. It's gonna be a grinding pace. It's gonna
Why?
take a while.
Dude, just go and get land. Golly, man, is it that
And
hard?
land is it's digital.
Sheesh.
Kangu
What happened
asked
if
where. Go ahead.
I'll have them go build it and fucking go build the new Milan stadium in the Ivory Coast, so we go play there.
Dude, if it's probably easier to do that than in Italy, man. With
Shit.
how politics are in Italy.
Like,
Where would AC Milan finish in the Premier League, La Liga, Bundesliga, and League On?
Top
1,
four
1.
for sure.
Lad doesn't give a fuck. He said top 4 for sure.
Well,
So I'm talking-
Bundesliga, no doubt. La
Win it.
Liga,
We
no
can win
doubt.
it.
Premier League, no doubt. Liga, no doubt. Yeah, top 4 in all 4.
We can win. We can win Liga, Bundesliga, and La Liga. Premier League with the revenues they have, we can win it as well.
Yeah, if we had the Premier League revenues, bro, we'd already have 20 Champions Leagues in our fucking museum.
I mean, I guess what I'm seeing here, I see a lot of revenues we are generating this season. So we're making a big jump, and if we finish top 4, that's gonna be a massive jump because we're gonna come back next season with a better squad.
Yeah.
So I'm optimistic, man. I don't know you guys.
Right now, top 4 in all the leagues, sure. Even if it means 4th place, top 4, yeah. Some leagues even win it. Last year's teams, even better.
Yeah, I think we can win it for sure. I think the other leagues, to be honest, I look at the other I mean, even when you look at like when I look at the Prem, for example, right? The reason why I look at the Prem a bit funny is that's a big gap though. And Italy is not always the case. Italy, like, even for the longest, even when Serie A used to be at the top, there was always like close proximity. Like, you couldn't go and just beat teams just because you felt like it or run riot, and the team, beating them, high grades. It wasn't like that.
Yeah.
I think Italy was only one of the leagues where you hear like the Seven Sisters. There's a reason why it's called like that, right?
Yeah.
It's not because, the name is cute. But even in terms of level of competitiveness, it's still been there. And even when we all went to our Benta eras, it was still kind of the case. Yes, we know Juve ranked with the league. But even in those instances where Juve was winning the league 9 in a row, there was team close to them. Roma was competing with them. Napoli was competing with them. It's just, some of them were just unfortunate in some of those years. And I feel like we always had competition. And, I mean, Europe proves it. Europe proves it because when we look at the other teams, right, how were they performing in Europe prior to, who next to Bayern? Are they performing at the same level in Europe as Bayern? I mean, Dortmund, did they perform the same level as Bayern, right? In Europe? Yeah. No. So usually these teams is like, it's so fucking one-sided when they go to Europe. It's like, it's just that team.
Right.
Now we can kind of say England, don't get me wrong, since, the money came and got injected, but before, as long as I can remember, was usually Man United and usually, how you call that at the time? Arsenal, they used to perform in Europe for the longest before, Chelsea got to, they take over and then they came back around. But I feel like other leagues have just been one-sided as hell because the competitiveness sometimes. So I just feel like ours was always, and I might sound biased, but I don't care, bro. This is not a Premier League channel, so I'm not gonna speak too good about them. I don't give a fuck.
But right now, objectively speaking, you have to say Serie A is maybe as competitive as the EPL or second to the EPL. but we're not that far. Maybe a little bit more. I don't know. But as far as the other leagues go, the competition in the Serie A is much stronger
Yeah.
than
And
all
one
the
thing I
other
don't
leagues.
like what they're doing right now on national television is they're making seem with this Napoli thing, it's a fluke. It's a fluke team, and I don't like that. They're making
Oh
it
yeah,
seem it's a
On
fluke team
national,
in terms of I'm noticing a lot
where on
because
national television? Where?
no, when I mean national television, now I'm talking about more in the States, right? When I'm hearing these guys, oh, I like this Napoli,
Oh,
it,
okay.
it's almost like we knew. I mean, if you really watch the league, you know for a fact, okay, Napoli is good. You know these guys are gonna be on the come up. Yeah, they took Europe by storm, but they're making it seem Napoli just came out of nowhere, like in the past 30-something years, and I don't agree with that. These guys been in the Champions for the longest. You just gotta expect them. Oh, Napoli this year is good, but the way they're making it seem is it's kind of like, oh man, how can I put that? Kind of like a team that just
yeah.
came out of nowhere,
A one-hit wonder kind of
like a
thing.
one-hit wonder team. When there's no, I
Like
don't like these
Benfica, like
assessments.
Benfica,
Right, I don't like these
like
assessments.
Benfica.
Though. It doesn't sit well with me when these assessments get brought up because it's like, bro, if you watch long enough, you'll know Italy will come up with teams like this because y'all saw when
But
Atalanta
Clint,
was in the league and all of that. Wouldn't that seem
can I add
Napoli?
something?
Mm-hmm.
Can I add something?
Go ahead.
These commentators that they are analyzing Champions League recently, they are a bit dumb because they're recency bias. Basically, on the Messi and Ronaldo era, you can count 6 teams they always went on these top levels in Champions League. The two Real Madrid, Barcelona, Atletico. Um, I guess at that time was Chelsea on the English team and Liverpool recently, Bayern Munich and Juventus. So they think every team outside this group of teams, if it comes and does well in Champions League, is a one-off or something special. But if you look at football before the Messi and Ronaldo era, the Champions League was so various. You can see Porto, Lyon, Milan, Inter, Juventus, Manchester United, Bayern Munich. I remember Barcelona, Real Madrid. There was more teams, Ajax. I remember the German team when Ballack was playing. So there was a lot of Deportivo La Coruña,
Yep, Valencia.
Valencia. So the football was more diverse in terms of clubs reaching the highest levels in Europe and on domestic league. But because in the last 10 years football has been an affair for few clubs at the European level, people think that now a Benfica going to a semi-final, a Napoli or this Milan or this Inter going to a semi-final is a weird thing. But that's what football used to be before the Messi and Ronaldo era, before the Galacticos and the Barcelona of Messi.
And
So
I agree.
I think football is going back to that situation. You will see other teams being on a quarterfinal next season. People will say, "Oh, that's incredible." No, that is how football works, and that's how football used to work before this injection of cash from the Saudis and the Galacticos and all these things. Because PSG, the Galacticos of Real Madrid and Man City kind of inflated football in a weird way.
They
Now
did.
football is going back to the way it used to be, and we always knew. There is a
But I
lot of
feel
more than just 6 clubs. It's gonna be 12, 15 big clubs in Europe. You will be like, it's gonna be normal. The fact they're gonna be
But
there.
I feel, and I also feel like the format they're doing next year is to really suit the English clubs. I don't know why. Like this whole like mini league format is to suit them, because that requires more people like the Pep. They can get away with it, and it shortens their path to the fucking to the cup. Because I think after that you go
Requires
straight.
no. You go. It's the same. After that, is the same. It's like right now. Just the groups are bigger.
I don't
So
like
you
it.
have 16. But it's better for us, man. We make more money. San Siro, you have basically right now you have 3 games at San Siro. The next format you will have 5 games in San Siro, so that is 50 million for Milan. to
We
sell.
just try to get all the crumbs we can. Oh my god, bro. It's so...
Oh, but that's a lot of money for us.
They didn't turn that boy. They didn't turn that boy liar to a financial analyst full time, bro. My boy speaking numbers. He said that's 50 million for us. I agree, man.
Yeah, because we're making 30 million at the moment, 3 games in San Siro. With 5, we will make much more. The thing is that a lot of people will have the chance to watch a Champions League game because now you have 5 games, not 3.
Does this start next year already?
It starts next year. Yep.
Interesting.
It starts next year right away. It's gonna be really interesting to see where we go with this.
So how many teams are going to be in the group? How does it work?
So I think it's gonna be 10 teams per group, if I'm not mistaken. I think you're playing at least 10 games or something like that. It's a lot of teams,
Wow.
man. Group.
Holy shit. 10 teams?
Yeah, let me look, man. I don't speculate here, but I know it has to be.
It's gonna be a group of. It's not starting next season. It's gonna take another season.
It's 2020. It's what 2024, 2025. I think it's next year, like.
Well, I said in another live that, but people correct me and say no, it's gonna be 2024, 2025. You know, so that's what I'm saying. It's not. I'm not sure about that.
Hold on, I'll look right now.
By the way, guys, Kangaroo says that he says AC Milan would finish bottom in the MLS because of the MLS has some rising ballers.
Oh my god, bro! Behind who?
Kangaroo, man.
Okay. I don't think they're finished below DC United. DC United is track right now.
Man United would get relegated in the MLS.
Yeah, no. So it's 2024, 2025. Yep, like you're right. Dude,
yeah, Kangaroo. If I see Juventus dominating Europe like Liverpool did, winning the Champions League, playing 3 Champions League final, winning 1, and Inter winning Premier League titles after Premier League titles, I will kill myself. So you are stronger than me, man. That you're still alive and handling that supremacy of City and Liverpool in the last 5 years.
Damn.
Yeah, that must hurt. It's for us. It'd be like Inter. If Inter becomes this,
imagine, yeah, exactly. Inter winning Champions Leagues and us not even participating.
We kind of did go through that a little bit.
Not in the recent years.
During the Mourinho era.
Yeah, but we won the Champions League in that period. Because they were winning leagues with Mancini, and I remember a year we won the Champions League and we ruined the party.
But then they went from 2008 to 2000. They did 3 years.
And 10.
It was bad. It was bad.
But at least Juventus was not doing anything. At least Juventus was not doing.
Yeah, Juventus was finishing 6th, 8th.
I see people were crying about the refs today at the Juve game. I don't know what happened, but I seen people were just there in their feelings.
Yeah. So basically, the goal that was scored. What's the name of the French guy? Rabiot control the ball with his arm. Basically, his muscle. You know where the bicep, with his bicep essentially. And. It was one of those things that in Serie A, sometimes it's a handball, sometimes it's not. And if I was on the receiving end, for me, I would have wanted it. I would have thought it was a handball.
They said Barella is still crying. That's how I saw comments. I don't know what was going on. They're like, Barella is still crying at this moment as we speak. I'm like, man, you guys are trolls. You guys are horrible.
These people, man.
They had crazy fights. They had fights. Paredes got a red card. D'Ambrosio got a red card.
Well, they sending Paredes the fuck back to PSG. They're not even I never rated this player. Anyways.
Paredes is the 4th most paid player in Serie A.
That's why he went to PSG from where he was.
Yeah.
PSG inflate. Dude, you see how much when you see somebody like a player like Julian Draxler, one of the top players, they brought him over to PSG. There was no need for him. He sat on the bench for so many years that now he decided to go back to. I think he went to Benfica. I don't know where he is now, and he was getting paid a stupid amount of money. Same as Pastore. I mean, dude, that's what happened. You just pay a bunch of people. And now they're losing. Right now, PSG has lost 7 games this year. They lost their game today or yesterday against Rennes. So they lost the 7 game, which they might not win the league this year if they continue in that form, because the other teams now are not afraid no more to confront them. And at this point, if Mbappe really decides to leave, but Thierry Henry brought a good option. He said the good thing you can do with PSG will still have clout is that you can get the youth prospects that come out of Paris to go there. And I think that's maybe the model they might follow. And I think if they go that way, they'll be able to.
All their best players are.
Yeah,
their
but
best
they'll be
youth
able to be.
are
They'll
gone.
be able to be good in Europe instead of going to look for the name guys, because people like the Colomboani, Vincent Coman, somebody like Mike Magnan, they all grew up in the Paris region. If they were to stay where they look up to, right, you keep all of them. They don't have to go anywhere. You know,
Nkunku is probably maybe right now the best attacking midfielder in Europe.
Yeah, so you keep him. Even that, you make these guys competitive, right? And they'll be able to win in that organic way instead of going I need to get Neymar here, or I need to get something. You're not gonna win.
Yeah, that's a show, dude. They're trying to put. It's like it's a circus,
But the thing is, they went from try to be a club just for marketing purpose for the World Cup to now they want to win things. Now they feel like a historical club.
And look.
And they want those attributes, and they see it's harder.
But I see the market in the marketing tools, because I saw it here in LA with the PSG Academy here in LA. The PSG Academy, we had these huge flags with Neymar, Messi, Mbappe on them, Verratti, whatever. Yeah, and people are like attracted to that shit. Those have the names. The kids have a Neymar shirt. The kids have a Messi shirt. The kids have a Mbappe shirt. It's all marketing. It's all marketing, but it's not a sporting project. It's marketing.
It's not a sporting thing at all, and I think that's really fearful, because in the long run, I don't think that's where we want to be at. I don't think that's where we want to be at. But they're learning the hard way. I mean, obviously they're not qualified again for another year round. Neymar gets injured before his sister's birthday again, like every year. So he gets to go celebrate that. Yeah. It's there's nothing to fight for. That's what happened.
Is the carnival coming up in Rio?
No, it's his sister's birthday. Usually around April or something, and he always gets injured. That's
the carnival was there as well.
Yep. So I feel like when you sign for these clubs at a younger age, you sell your soul. You going to these type of clubs, for me, there's no different like somebody going to China for money. I don't see the difference, because it's like it's gonna be a given. You understand? Yep. It's gonna be a given for you, and they use this excuse, we can compete to win the Champions League. For how? The only time y'all made it to the final with Tuchel is because that game was one-off games, and it was in the closed indoors. You didn't have to travel back and forth from the quarterfinals in. Because I think with Atalanta, if those are quarterfinals, they're going up to PSG, it would have been a whole different story. Me personally, I believe that.
Mm.
It would have been a whole different story. And even that one-off, y'all still struggled to win. So, I don't know. PSG is the perfect example of, you don't go, if it'll make sense when you play FIFA career mode, you getting all these attacking players.
Yeah. It's an ultimate team, like a FIFA team.
But in real life, they will never translate, because you have 3 or 4 people that don't defend. So you're replaying like with less players. And they never learned their lesson. Nothing changes. Nothing is new under the sun. From the moment Ancelotti was there, I think they had the best chance with Unai Emery. To be honest with y'all, you let Di Maria go, you let all the workhorse go. There's nobody to really be able to. You let them go. You let somebody like the Ghana Gay. Those people are willing to fucking die. But all the people you have now, like, come on. They don't really care. Like, Messi won his World Cup. He has nothing to prove in the game. He doesn't give a fuck about what legacy he needs to write at PSG. PSG is not going to determine his legacy. His whole legacy was written at Barcelona. The moment he got there, it was just, I feel like it was just to get him in shape for the World Cup. I really think he did not really give a fuck. And he still doesn't. That's why he hasn't signed. And his dad to come out and be like, it's all rumors that Messi walked
He's
away
not.
from training
He's
and
not.
all that
He's not.
stuff. I believed he walked away from training. I believe those things happen. I don't believe when these people come and they say rumors, I don't believe it. Somebody saw it.
He's not.
That's true.
I don't think he's resigning.
No, I think he did. He hasn't re-signed. The thing was supposed to be signed even before he went to the World Cup. He doesn't want to.
Yeah, he's not going.
Yeah, he's not going to re-sign. He's not.
I want to answer Falcon. Roy, can you give us a review of Udinese game? Look, I'll be honest with you. I was working during that game, so I saw snippets of it. The only thing I can say is that mentality. I don't know. Honestly, I just did not see the game in its entirety. That's why I haven't really spoken much about it. I can't really tell you the details of
One thing
what
I can say is with that defeat, nothing is new under the sun. For whoever said it, Falcon. It's Udinese is a tough team, man. Udinese, since the past 6-7 years, Udinese is not like a walk in the park. They never been. And that's just that's just the reality. You know, people like Becao turn into prime Nesta when they see our fucking players. And they're not willing to let us score. And whoever they bring in, from Rodrigo De Paul to all these new guys like the Beto and all these guys, like they're just a physical fucking team, man. They're really tough.
Yeah, they're the heaviest and tallest team in Serie A.
They when it comes down to us, Milan always had problems with Udinese. Even that when Di Natale, you go back, even that year we won the league. And back in 2011, I don't even think we beat them. I don't know if I recall. I don't know if we drew or something like that. Like it's not. I don't know. For me,
dude, whenever they see our shirts, they see blood, dude. Those guys.
Yeah, I know. And it's a northern team, so it's among themselves over there. They're not willing to let us win. Like it's almost like we have a term in French, what we call like bête noire. Like a bête noire in soccer, like that bête noire means it's like the team is how to translate that in English would be like I won't say mark of the beast. It's like a dark beast, but it's almost like your fucking like your kryptonite. It's a perfect experience. So the expression of kryptonite in French, we said that bête noire, especially in soccer. In football, that's the term we use. That bête noire, meaning like it's the same for Italy and the Germans, right? Germany can't really beat Italy when they meet them, and that's what is the kryptonite. Teams like Udinese, I feel like is really that when it comes down to with Milan. Milan just they don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. And yep.
I did see the first goal that we conceded. Then I missed a lot of the first half. I was in a car. I was actually in the car on the WhatsApp with you guys. I was driving to something.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't. I couldn't see. I think I was watching it in and off. But the first goal was like a series of mistakes, right? It was Benacer makes a bad ball.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are not marking the right guy. It's just a series of mistakes. I guess focusedness, mentality, and the overwhelming physicality of Udinese.
Yeah, Udinese is overwhelming with the physicality. They sit deep. They sit really deep, and they got these guys that they're just. I mean, it's just a tough team. I mean, you can't really go and beat them, and I think that's one thing Milan hasn't mastered yet. It's when it comes down to these teams, we don't like if we're playing in Napoli and Inter, we play a completely different game. But I learned with the whole since the Maldini and them took off that the smaller games like the Salernitana and all that, these are the games that actually scare me the most. Than we're playing Juve, we're playing such and such. I'm being serious, man. When we're playing Cremonese, I'm like, I'm afraid because the first half, especially when we don't score the first half, I'm like, I already know how this game.
Nah, bro, but this is because Milan has given us what's it called? What is it called?
PTSD.
PTSD. Yeah, with these teams, dude. It's been like 30 years like this.
Oh man, this is so sad, bro. This is so sad.
I think is what it is, guys. When you don't win the league, that's what happened with these teams. You do these things. It just, I'm pretty happy, man. Actually, this project, the last 3 years, allowed us to win a league title, play 2
Go
years
to the
in Champions
quarterfinals of the
League,
Champions League. Yeah.
Yeah.
go playing a quarterfinal to a Champions League with high chances to go to a semi-final.
Yeah.
Revenues doubling up. It's just amazing.
I
man.
agree.
It's just
No,
something.
I agree.
I couldn't ask for better than this, man. The team, 90% of the players love to play for Milan. They give everything. And Maldini's still there, renewed the contract. Cannot ask for better, man. It's just I don't want to. I'm not that type of person that envy Napoli because it's playing well, or I want Milan to play like this. I just understand that it is a process. It takes time. Napoli's been top 4, challenging for the league for the last 20 years since they came from Serie B. They had the same owner, Aurelio De Laurentiis, and he's been consistently investing and growing the revenues, selling players,
true.
buying players. We haven't done that in the
They're
last 2
trying to
years.
win their
We just
third league
started
title.
3 years ago.
Holy fuck! They're trying to win their
We
third
started-
league title.
Yeah, and we started this process 3 years ago, man.
And we won
No,
that before
It's
them.
insane.
Overall, when you look at the overall picture, I'm very happy. Like
Dude,
I'm
that's
very
crazy, right? When you're thinking people like Roma or Lazio at some point, they were more competitive than us when we were in the float, and we still came back from how many years now when they win it before them.
Yeah, and that what is that? That is that heritage that exists in these teams that have this, DNA of winning trophies, and that heritage also has a part in Europe.
And
That's why.
remember what I said. I think were you on the live, and I said this has 2003 written all over. This has 2003 written all over because I remember clearly in 2003, Juve was probably like the most dominant or superior team, like in Europe at that time. When you look at it, Inter, I think compared to that Milan side, they were better because Milan, we had a lot of players. I won't say they were washed, but it wasn't. Other than shit, when I think about the Rivaldo and all that, like I feel like these guys were at the end of their career almost. They were there. We managed to get past Inter. That Inter team was so tough. They had top stars on there, and that's the reason it was 1-1-0-0. And we made it through because we scored over there and we drew at our thing. And then we go and we meet that Juve in the final, and we beat them. And people said Nedved wasn't there. He got that yellow card. Doesn't matter. That Juve was tough. And I think in 2003, then Juve win the league at that time, if I'm not mistaken. They did. And I feel like this
they beat Real Madrid, man, in the semi-final.
That game was such a good game. I remember that.
We played against Ajax in the semi-final, and we won.
No. We played against Inter in the semi. It was Inter in the semi-final.
Sorry, Inter.
Yep.
We played Inter in the semi-final. We played Ajax on the quarterfinal, which is similar this season, man. We played Ajax was a really great team at that time, and Inter was in a struggling period, but still a tough team to beat.
Inter had a good team, man.
But they had a good team. Really good team.
Yeah,
because at that time, what's his name was still Bobo Vieri was still on Inter. Like they were still good. Crespo was still there because Crespo didn't make the move yet to Chelsea, if I'm not mistaken. Or he probably left. No.
Inter has always been good. Inter has always been good, Clint. It's just
I know, but that time, that 2003 with Cannavaro at the back, they were solid. They still Toldo was still in goal. No, they were solid. That 2003. That's why I said it's similar because this time, and because I was looking at comments and when the draw happened, this is easy for Napoli. Yeah, you might see it that way, man. But one thing I wanted to bring actually in this conversation today was that I look at the players that Napoli have. Okay, Champions League aside, what players from international or even other level that have played have had a deep run in the conversation and in a competition? Sorry, starting from Meret, other than Di Lorenzo winning that Euro, I look at the whole lineup. I'm thinking, okay, who has had a deeper run? From Osimhen, from Kvara, who has had a deeper run in the tournament to be able to have that mentality to be able to reach it? That's why I'm trying to like gauge this to be like
the only thing. The only thing that I have faith in is not the fact that Kvara or Osimhen hasn't done it, because our players as well. I think they are really young, enthusiastic, and they will play well these games. I don't think they fear these teams. One thing I like that I'm pretty sure is that Pioli these games is pretty good on tactics. He gets the tactics right. Even against Napoli, we lost 2-1 in a league game, but the tactics were spot on Pioli.
Yeah, you're more, and
All
you're
the
more,
mistakes
and with
were.
this, and then with this, and the thing what people are forgetting is we're gonna be more comfortable playing with a Napoli if it was like another team per se. I don't know, a Madrid or a Chelsea, because you play in the league, you know them well, you know these guys. There's no fear of the big stage. It's gonna be. This reminds me of when Liverpool eliminated Man City, right? Man City was way advanced
Or
in the
Chelsea.
league, right?
Chelsea
And
winning
they
the final against Man City.
Yeah, and they played them, and they're not. There's no fear. They're like, dude, we're gonna beat you, and that's just what it is. That's just what it is, you know. Same for I remember in nah, that's not the same. Never mind. I was trying to talk about Madrid and Barcelona in 2002 because they played in the semifinals and Madrid beat them, but that don't really count. Not really count.
Yeah, but it counts. Maybe Barcelona was in a better form at that time. So
no, Barcelona's kind of like they had good players then, but it was not like Madrid was just too much.
Dude, Liverpool beating Barcelona 3-0 at Anfield or 4-0 at Anfield. I don't know what happened that game. Barcelona.
Origi happened. Origi happened. Like Origi happened.
But, so Liverpool was not a favorite, man, and they managed to go ahead. So I'll see things. Champions League is like this, man. They really believe that we are not good, but we will play. We play well against these games, and it's time for us to. If Inter goes to the semi-final, we will beat Inter as well, because they won every single quarterfinals, semi-finals in those Mickey Mouse, Miss Piggy Cups. So it's time for them to lose this time.
Let's go to chat a little bit.
Yeah.
Sorry, let's go to chat a little bit. So this one is for you, Laird. After yesterday's game, does Laird still think Pioli is the best manager in Serie A? Winless in 3, by the way.
Yeah. I still think he's the best manager in Serie A. And he will show you that on a quarterfinal of Champions League.
All right. There you go. There's your answer. If he wins the Champions League, he's the best manager in Europe. Pietro De Santis, Mancini decisions are bad. No Locatelli, Fagioli, and Zaccagni. I believe Fagioli is in the under-21. Locatelli is not playing because in Juve he is being played as a regista, and there was an article that came out about this. And Mancini is it doesn't use Locatelli in that role, so that was the problem. Zaccagni, I don't know why. Zaccagni is having an amazing season, so I also have questions about Zaccagni. If anybody wants to say something about that, go ahead.
Are these games any relevant?
Euro qualifiers.
Euros qualifier.
The first game is going to be on Wednesday. England.
Is the qualification? I don't think it's qualification.
Yeah.
Euro
qualifiers
live because the Euros is next year, so they need to start. They're starting right away because then they have to get wrapped up with the Euro so they can start that World Cup, because this World Cup got played so late.
Year.
You know,
it's not next year though.
What the Euros is next, is 2024. Yeah. It's next year.
End of next year, yeah. Next
season, so they need to wrap up because they also need to start playing the World Cup qualifiers, because the World Cup is less than 3 years now, because this World Cup was played so late.
Yeah.
Because the next World Cup is in 2026, so you want to go into that, like getting that out the way as well. So.
Yeah. So we're playing England midweek, and then we're playing Malta.
Poor Malta, bro. Each time I think about Malta, I always think about like football numbers. I don't know why. Malta and San Marino. They might as well allow these teams to create a group of their own. If I'm UEFA, I would allow these teams to create a group of their own and let them go through, bro. Because I feel like it's not fair over the years, man.
I've been to Malta. That's
It's not fair,
a
bro. Like
a nice
Andorra and all
place.
these guys allow Cristiano Ronaldo to go and stat pad on these teams. San Marino 12-5-0. After a while, you need to have a rule in place like, yo, if you're
Ye-
losing that, we'll put you
Ge-
guys here. In Africa, that's what they do. So in Africa, they create leagues where like now we're not even. That's what made to qualify for Africa. Not even for just only the African Cup of Nations, the World Cup. It made it so difficult. Teams that used to get slammed on and used to run through them, they removed them completely. Where they created like a bracket, like it's almost kind of like for the Champions League, like a third,
Yeah,
fourth rank qualifiers. You need to make it through there. We're not just gonna put you in a random group.
it's actually a good idea because it gives them the opportunity
Yeah, and that's
to.
what a lot of teams like the Cape Verde that wasn't good before. Like these teams now are hard to beat, man.
It's a
Cape
good idea.
Verde, like
I
even
agree with
teams
you.
like the Sudan, Somalia, you can't really beat these teams no more because it
So
allowed these teams to get better.
teams like San Marino,
You bring them
Andorra,
to another tier.
Malta,
Yeah.
Faroe Islands, Luxembourg, Cyprus,
And draw
uh,
blood because one thing I see that also the Euro doesn't do,
Albania.
the Euro doesn't afford for teams like
Well,
for
Albania will
Italy
win
or
that group,
England.
man, going on every World Cup. So it's still
You
not
know,
fair for
they don't
Malta.
but they don't even allow for teams like
Yeah.
England
True.
or I don't know
True.
France to miss out on the Euro. They need to allow that to happen. Put 3 big teams. Okay, if they missed out. Have them get eliminated.
England and Germany love to score 1,000,000 goals against these teams.
I'm telling you, bro.
Oh,
and
man.
they're like, oh, he broke this. When I look at Cristiano Ronaldo fucking score records against these teams, man, it's atrocious, bro.
Italy will score 1 goal against them and almost tie a game.
Oh.
Germany will score 13 goals against them. And then,
Germany will have fun and they'll be like, Germany is back. And then to go and now qualify past the group stage.
Yeah. Okay, this is a good one. Just imagine how much trouble we'd be in if they didn't take away 15 points from Juventus.
Yeah, I think
it is.
That'll be. I think Napoli will still be. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let me not say nothing on that. I can't comment on that, man.
Well, we'd be fifth. We'd be fifth if that was the case.
No, it's not fifth, but I even feel like, do you feel like Napoli? I feel like Napoli would have been getting to their heads. Napoli probably been folding.
A little bit more, yeah. More pressure on Napoli for sure.
Because Juve would have went with Corto Musso all the way. All the way, man.
They're doing that shit against the small teams. I mean, maybe that's what we should do.
They would be doing that all the way, and they would have been qualified. So.
Yo, these guys are playing Catenaccio against Cremonese and Lecce. They give the ball away to them.
They
don't give no shame.
You go and play your champagne football. They don't care. They're gonna play the way they do, the Allegri way.
It's insane. Okay, here's a good question. Would you sell Lau no matter what this season? Last report I saw, he was asking for 7.5 plus some signing bonus. I would sell him if 70, 80 offer is there. He will never be a 7.5 million player. What do you guys think? Sell or renew?
I think sell, man.
You wouldn't want to renew?
I mean, yeah, if the guy wants to stay at Milan and he's like, I love Milan and I want to stay, of course I'm renewing him. I'm not like, but I'm not gonna tell him no, I'm not renewing because he can be like, you know what, fuck you, I'm gonna run out of my contract and leave. So I'll be like finding always the best solution for both. But if the guy wants to leave, yeah, fuck it, sell it. It's
I'll sell him.
I don't think he's gonna win a Ballon d'Or with us. He can win a Ballon d'Or with another team with a more finished product.
Yeah, I think he will. I look at this Milan, right? He's we're not the finished product. Like I looked at any team. I looked at all the past teams in the past 15 years, right? The way they went about things, right? The cherry on the top, it's not them. You got the people that are the starters, the initiators. You got people that come the mid phase. And then you got people that are like the pinnacle, like the third phase of the team. That's where like the glory and the success, the dynasty starts. So if a Milan dynasty was about to start with the project we did 3 years ago, 80% of the team is not part of it. I can probably only tell you 3 players that stay. And most of the time with dynasties, attacking players are not really part of that sometimes, right? Madrid might be a rare. which meaning you're getting rid of the first blood. Meaning the Leao are gonna go. You're gonna expect other guys to go. I don't know. I can see maybe a Magnan. I can see Theo Hernandez and maybe Tonali. Those three stick around, and then when we look back now in 5-6 years, those guys are still there, and the whole team has changed. Because we can go back on history for even when we look at the Madrid that became the Galago that went how many times, like 3 in a row. When you look at that with the early Madrid when they did the whole with Xabi Alonso and all that, yeah, some of them won Champions League, but some of them had to go. It got rejuvenated again. And fast forward, look at that. Same as you look at that Liverpool that went on to win in 2019 with the whole club. When club really took off, right? Coutinho and all these guys, they were gone. They had to get rid of them. They weren't part of it. Suarez gone, right? I know they started with Brandon Rodgers, but they had to get rid of them. So I just feel personally, like for us, even with Milan, right? You think about like 03 prior to us going and becoming competitive. Some people had to go. The Rivaldo weren't there no more. Rui Costa wasn't there no more. I remember Rock Jr. I know they weren't there he wasn't there for long, but some guys
Rock
had to go.
Jr.
We had to usher in new guys, and that's just that's how I see it. And I feel like for this, I don't see Leao with us for like the next 4-3 years.
Ideally for me, I would renew it. That's my opinion. I would renew it.
Maybe
That's
to sell
my
them
idea.
to get higher revenue, I would agree with you, but I don't know. Roy.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
That's all.
Because I feel like at this point also, don't you think because Leao's abilities and the way he operates, right, doesn't allow, because I feel like we can also hit a Napoli syndrome in that extent, and hear me out on this. Me, because of that skill set, it really limits our abilities to just innovate, knowing that we don't have it. Because one thing I learned in the Marine Corps, right, you can do more with less sometimes, right? So having the luxury of having him will limit the whole thing, but we need to put Leao in the game and all this stuff. And I'm not saying, because even when he's not playing, we're like, but we're not performing when Leao's not there. But maybe we're not performing because we know he's there and he's not on the pitch. Because if you scratch him away completely,
I want to add. Sorry, Clint. I want to add something on this point before you go ahead. The way as a football player, Leao is tactically inept. He just knows one way of playing football. And I don't understand why people say, we need to renew Leao, but Pioli does not have tactical abilities. Pioli has his best player, Leao, which is tactically limited. Leao is so limited tactically. You cannot place him on another position than the wing. You cannot ask him to do a different type of game because he is limited. Every player we have in the squad, they can change their game, their tactics, they can adapt and give you a different type of football. Leao is the only player we have that cannot give us that. It's embarrassing at this point because we are forgiving Leao everything. The guy is ghosting 3 months. We are forgiving.
What if he?
Fine.
What if he turns on the turbo for the last month and a half?
I don't care, man.
You wouldn't care?
I wouldn't care, man. Because
my
I'm not
thing,
going to be always in the way, he's going to turn out the next game. And I don't think it's going to happen, man. I don't believe on these things of players turning up 1 month. Leao is not Luis Nazario da Lima Ronaldo. One night he was on a club, the day after he's not going to turn out. The guy is fully fit, he's healthy, he has all the physical abilities, he's not turning up. I don't think it's going to happen. People are really optimistic on that. And I know who's going to get the blame. Pioli is going to get the blame. Pioli and his tactics, not Leao that is getting everything wrong. Pioli's going to get the blame.
For me, is when it comes to superstar players that are have superstar potential, they're very difficult to come across. And I think that when you have them, you should keep them. That's my philosophy. And everything you said about his limitations are true. But all of this stuff can be fixed by building a team around him where he doesn't have to play any other position. He just plays that
It's,
position.
it is nuts because people on this period of my life, people are telling me, "Oh, Leao cannot play the second strike." But I grew up watching Kaká playing as a number 10 behind two strikers,
But
playing
that's not a
as
good
second
example.
striker,
That's not a good example, right?
playing. But that is the player that is getting 8 million a year, man. That is the player that is worth it
Okay,
to keep. That is the superstar that is hard to
but
get across. Leao is not a
but
superstar because he's not able to play two positions.
no, but Kaká has like a million IQ. You know, Kaká was a super IQ
Yeah,
player.
but I'm correcting you when you say when you come across a superstar. He's not a superstar. Correct your vocabulary, Roy, because he cannot
Well,
play two positions in the pitch. He's not a
I
superstar.
think that they're well, actually, and not only I say this, but I think a lot of us agree, and professionals and coaches and Pioli has said there's certain thing that Leao does, and he does them at an elite level. You know,
What? Throwing the
um,
ball and running. Throwing the ball and running because he's faster than anyone else.
yeah, that is
Yeah,
a
he does
skill.
at the
That
elite
is a
level. Yeah.
skill.
No,
That
that's
is
not
a
a skill,
skill.
man. That's because nature gave you an insane speed. You throw the ball and you're gonna reach it. But everyone is understanding that type of game, and everyone is stopping it. 3 times a
Yeah,
defender, a random defender from Udinese stopped him for that. So it's not elite anymore on even doing that. Because if you're elite, you
right,
do it every time, and every time they don't stop you.
right. But then everything else around you, you can always improve on, right? You can always improve on. And he's still fair. I mean, he's still young. He's what, 23, going to 24. So he still has almost 12, 13 years left in his career. At least he has at least 8 years of growth, of steady growth, 8, maybe 9 years of growth until he reaches that physical peak, that then the body starts to go down. So for me, this is just my opinion. When you have these potential superstars, you keep them in the team and you build around them. If they don't give you problems with a contract, then just sell it. That's just my opinion. I mean, it's not a law. It's just my opinion.
Listen,
But yeah,
we
go
will
ahead.
the Leao situation is gonna be solved as soon as possible. And whatever he does, even if he does not renew, we will know. Basically, he wants to walk out for free. Thank you very much for stabbing us again. Another player stabbing us in the back. But
But
anyway,
at this
it's
point,
fine.
the only reason I feel like he's not, I don't think he's gonna sign with us. But the only thing that makes me optimistic is that the teams that are his targets, they're not gonna be looking for him. And hear me out on this. Man City can be his best bet, but I promise you, going in this market, Kvara is gonna be the main. They play that
Oh
same
yeah.
position.
Are you kidding me? No,
Leao
no,
is
no
gonna
question.
go down
Why,
in the second pecking order. So they're gonna
No
try to.
question.
People
Clint?
will be willing to throw
Clint,
money. Yeah,
No question about
why
that.
should I buy Leao when I can buy Ozyman?
yeah, exactly. Or I can buy Kvara.
Why?
Exactly, and that's what I'm
Why
saying.
should I buy Leao when I can buy Bellingham? Why should I buy
Well,
Leao when I can buy fucking anyone else that is performing?
No, but hey, what I'm trying to say is, from the pecking order standpoint, see the the cup coming now of Kvara now, meaning like any other foreign team that's going to be looking
I
into the
don't think
Serie A league, they're going to
I don't think
compare.
Kvara they're gonna I don't think they're gonna buy Kvara because De Laurentiis is not gonna sell Kvara the first year of his contract. Kvara is already
yeah,
locked on
probably not.
5 years contract.
Unless they get
But
crazy
he's not gonna
money,
sell.
like
But huh?
unless they get crazy
I,
amount of money.
I think, I
What do you
think,
think
I
is crazy
think,
money?
I think it's more possible they sell Osimhen than Kvara. But
Ozyman is gonna go because he's not renewing. He's on his third year, so they're gonna sell. They're gonna get him
And I think
anyway.
the team is gonna get Osimhen right away. I think Chelsea is gonna buy him. They're gonna try to clear their market space
Man,
to get rid of the fours they have, and they're gonna get them right away. That's the team that's the most need of a number 9.
Man United is gonna can buy Ozyman.
But I think Chelsea, you know, he's a dog with his idol.
PSG can go and buy Ozyman.
But I don't think he's gonna go there. Like he already played in League 1. I don't think he's gonna go back. He might as well stay at Napoli.
Yeah,
He's gonna go to.
okay. He likes
not
to
gonna
go
go back
to
to
the Premier
France.
League. Yeah, he likes to go to the Premier League. And maybe he's gonna go for Man United or Liverpool.
I think he's gonna go for Chelsea. He's a Chelsea fan, man. That matters. When somebody tells you his
Is he a
idol
Chelsea
is Drogba,
fan? What Chelsea's gonna do with Lukaku?
that's what I'm saying. Chelsea's gonna try to clear either resign contract. They're gonna look. They're gonna pull levers, man. I'm telling you.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Whoever goes for big names this summer, on the list, the last one probably is gonna be Leao because they will see 2 average season or okay season as a youngster, a great season, and then an okay season the year after.
And I think
and they will
Leao's
be is this guy a one wonder season, whatever you guys call that.
One season wonder.
One season wonder, whatever. Yeah, is this guy a one season wonder? Can we invest 9 million a year net plus 70 million, 80 million fee? Can we do that? They're gonna start to question these things.
But I think
Barcelona does not have money.
I think Leao's best bet is gonna be PSG. You know, as awful as it sounds, but that's gonna be his best bet where he's gonna be able to get the outcome he wants or the type of money. Everything he wants, PSG will be more suited, but that's the only condition is if Mbappe leaves, they're going for him.
I think so.
Clint, the way I'm seeing it is not what is the best outcome from Leao. What is the best outcome for Milan? Who is the buyer that actually can give Milan 80 million?
That's if we don't let him walk for free.
Yeah, PSG, I think. PSG has money to spend.
Well, hopefully PSG comes with 80 million. With 90 million, with 70 million, with some money. Hopefully some English Premier League team comes with some money. Because I really think, and by the way, what are we going to do with CDK? What do you guys think we should do with CDK? We should sell him for 25 million?
Gonna come good, man. I think CDK is going to come good.
I don't know, man.
Oof. It's getting... You know, the CDK thing is getting...
I'm believing on that. Like, call me crazy, but I'm believing in that.
Dude, the CDK thing is getting scary, man. Believe me. Because it's not about the talent. It's not about it's getting scary. It's not about the talent. The guy is too weak.
But like, I thought you said you'll give him 5 years. Now all of a sudden it's scary.
Well, of course I'm gonna give 5 years if we don't sell him. I'm not gonna be like, sell him.
Like, it's getting scary. CDK is getting scary, man.
It's getting scary, man.
It is getting kind of weird, right? Like, I honestly, I'm not seeing any improvement whatsoever. I'm seeing always the worse and worse. Like every game is.
I think it's the relocation thing that just fucked them up. I'm a firm believer, man. Relocating to another town can fuck you up, man.
Let's see what he's going to do when he comes back. When he comes back from the holidays.
Yeah. Let's see if he can. Maybe if he can. What's the word? Digest everything that he's learned. Yeah, and to be more technical, you know, like absorb all the lessons, and physiologically he needs to grow because he's weak. The man is weak.
He's weak mentally, right? I agree with
that.
But
also physically, guys. You saw the picture of him next to Skillard?
Skillard.
Oh, there is a picture next to him to Skillard.
Bro, yeah, dude. If those two were in a fight, I'd bet on Skillard, man. I mean, if you look at
it's a tough cookie.
I think he physiologically he needs to grow, man. He needs to grow a lot. So he needs to wait for Mother Nature to help him out a little bit.
I agree.
So you think he's still developing physically?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I think but people the way his caricature, he's not gonna get more muscle. He's a guy. He's gonna be like a fucking like a Thomas Muller, but he's gonna have to do a lot of strength training. So I don't know how they're preparing like CDK in there, but they have to do something because there's also genes. The dude is not gonna turn into some brolic dude all of a sudden, right? But they can do some strength training where the kid needs a lot of help. I don't know what his life is like, but I think he needs a dude. I'll get that kid in an orgy quick. Make him a fucking man dog. Sometimes that's what people need, man. They need shock. You need to shock him.
He needs to go through the Marine boot camp. That's what he needs.
Oh yeah, he gonna go there. He gonna cry for his mommy to come.
Larry, there's a question.
Yeah.
There's a question for you, Larry. What can Lau do, for your opinion, to change about him at this moment?
Nothing satisfies
English D minus. Larry, what can Lau do, for your opinion, to change about him at this moment? SSB. Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
Dude, he's more scared than me about the layout situation, so that's why his English is not functioning. But in these cases, I've seen it in at the personal level when I was playing football and you being through a shit moment. And of course, you'll be saying, "Oh, Larry, that doesn't have talent of layout," but it works at any level. Just fucking pass the ball. Just fucking pass the ball.
Yeah, his
and when you are. Yeah, when you start a game and you think, "Oh man, I'm in such a shit moment, so I'm gonna pass the ball," that will force you look around you and look at solutions and options, because your opinion, your idea is, "I'm gonna pass the ball," and your game will improve so much because you will be forced to look around. Where is Theo? Where is Brahim? Where is Giroud? Let me pass the ball to these people. Let me run to the space.
The basics.
Just do that.
The basics.
Basics. Pass the ball. See
There's a
Theo
basketball
making
coach
the
that
run,
said that.
passing the ball, and go run to the space, and you will
I
see
was
that your
listening-
game will improve in 20 minutes. Not in
I was
weeks.
listening to a
20 minutes.
podcast where like a dude was talking about the basketball coach. One of the main things he emphasized on with players, the most, because they were talking about like the whole 10,000, 10,000 hours allowed to be an expert when you put 10,000 hours towards something. So one of the main things you're gonna hit, like recurring themes, and what he was saying, the basketball coach said he always told his players, stick to the fucking basics. If you stick to the basics long enough, you'll get. And then I feel like sometimes they don't do that because you overthink stuff too much. Like you don't do stuff that at the basic level, and you'll see how efficient you become. And I feel like for layout, sometimes it's all you need to do, man. Create open space, pass the ball. That's it. And
it's so simple, man.
I feel like since he's dating
Leao is in a position. Leao is in a position that he's surrounded by Tonali, Brahim Diaz, Giroud, and Theo Hernandez. So if he interacts, passing the ball to these 4 or 5 players I mentioned to you, he will be completely fine. The space will come to him. The defender is not gonna go close to him. He's not gonna press him because the defender will realize that this guy is passing the ball. So I need some distance. I need to cover spaces. It's just the basics, as you said. For everything in life, when everything goes wrong in life, just get the basic right. Simple as that.
But maybe the IG model is fucking his head up, man. So I mean, these players, when they date IG models and they go crazy. Because I feel
that is a discussion. I think that is a conversation to be had. Like he is a little bit too focused on extracurricular activities. He should be a little bit more focused on football.
That's exactly the thing, and that's the problem. My brother. I don't know if it's the same in Europe, but one of my cousins used to play at the youth ranks in the Ivory Coast all the way. He played with some of these players that even went and made it. And I think the highest he went, he played at the U17, for the Ivory Coast and all that. And one of the things I remember him used to tell me is like, when you're playing in these academies, bro, there's a lot of things you're not allowed to do. Having fancy haircuts or having tattoos, piercing your ear, you're not until you come out, until like you really make it pro. You're not allowed to do all this stuff. But I'm looking now, it's not the case for a lot of these things.
But Leao is a pro, man. Leao is a pro. It's been 3 years at
the philosophy
has changed. No, I know that. What I'm trying to say is, maybe did they pick up these habits, that I don't know, man. There's some shit you just pick up.
The philosophy has changed.
This Instagram model says if you're fucking around with Instagram model, you should play better football, man. You should be happy. That's the reality of things, man. Because after the game, something good is waiting for you. Life is good.
You sure?
So you go inside the pitch and you play well. Yes.
Chlamydia is waiting
That's
for
the
you.
reality.
Yeah, the
You
years went
sleep.
for you.
You sleep well. Your life is good. Nothing is missing. You're not chasing anything. Things are coming at you. Bobo Vieri was banging every fucking model in Milan and scoring a brace every
So
fucking Sunday.
so was people
Sleeping
inside.
3 hours a night. And Pipo Inzaghi and Ronaldo and everyone else, and Di Natale and Tony and whatever, you name it, man. Every fucking striker in Italy was banging
But these guys,
and
when it
scoring
came to,
goals.
but these guys were very dedicated, were very focused
On their craft.
on their craft.
These kids want to be part-time fucking models, you know, go walk on runways, you know, in Paris. Like, pick and choose, man. And I feel like they're more interested in that. I'm being serious, man. I
mean,
all like the whole group.
Yeah.
That's why he's friends with Keane. And all these kids at
Yeah,
Kamavinga, they're all friends.
Keane is another problem. Yeah,
You know,
he's too focused on other stuff.
You know, like, you know, the Kamavinga and all these guys, like,
what does he focus on? What is Keane
they're
focused
models,
on?
man. They go on runways in the
On
summer.
music and yeah, and I don't know that. Yeah, just I mean, if you look at the two biggest examples, Ronaldo and Messi. And these guys are football from the morning till night, just pure football, nothing else. Football, 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 football. And it's either you are what's the saying? I can't remember what it is. Something, master of one. No, what is it?
Oh no, it's like, so it's like, you know, jack of all trades but master of none.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
You
exactly
have
what's
to.
happening. Or either they want to be part-time podcasters, they want to go and gossip. Do you're a player,
Yeah.
you're still playing, you want to come and reveal, you know, stuff on podcasts and all of what's going on. Like, bro, focus on your craft. Especially when you're making a lot of money in those places, right? I'm not against you looking for extra source of income, but there's no need right now for that. But I can't tell, you know, I'm probably being selfish because I'm a fan, but can't really tell people how to live their life. But like, fuck me, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, but it is it is something to be considered for sure.
Because that's what they're more focused on. They post more about what they're doing on the runway than how the fuck they're playing on the field.
Yeah, you can see that they have other focuses. You know, they're focused on other things, and they're distractions. These are distractions because, like, it's a dog eat dog world out there. Like I was saying earlier, like you have this guy that came out of nowhere from Georgia, 21. He's killing it. He doesn't give a shit about anything except for
And I'm
fucking.
sure he's fucking all the girls of Naples. All of them. He's not letting one of them.
Oh, he's got a hot
I'm
chick.
100% sure, man.
He's got a really hot. He's got a beautiful girl.
He's telling his girlfriend, I'm going for a walk and going to fuck another chick and banging 2 goals on Sunday. So it's all excuses, man. It's all excuses, the things they're saying, people.
I remember, like, when I look at some people's lives, like, I read Drogba's biography and how his parents wanted him to play. So his parent wanted him to be a pharmacist, go to school and become a pharmacist, especially his mom. So I think at 13 or 14, he failed a grade, so he was behind. So they stopped him from playing. Like, they're like, bro, you're not playing shit. You need to focus on school and all that. And he started so fucking late, bro. Like, he started as a defender. His whole path.
Who?
He started Drogba, and then he starts in, like, you know, the second league, you know, back in 19. I think he signed his first pro contract, I think, at 22. So he's almost like, it's against the odds, like, kind of like, okay, at 22, you're in the second division, bro. You're not really gonna make it like that. And they had to work on their craft like day and night before they became exponentially. And that's why even players like the Zidane, I look at the Messi and all that, they had to work at their craft. I hear a lot of people say some ignorant shit, like, oh, Messi is just talent. He didn't work as hard as Ronaldo. I'm like, bro, you stupid? Because he's not running around. You really think that Messi just talent alone is going to allow him to do what he does? No.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to work on it. It doesn't work like that. You don't score 800 goals because of what? Because you're cute? Come on.
The ability Messi has to control his body, or the vision in the game, that you need to work on that thing, man. It's not like you just have it. You have it at a certain extent, but at the end, you need to work on that. And and get better and better every year, because every year is gonna get more difficult, and players will understand your game and cover you, and you need to find other solutions. We're talking about Messi here. There's a guy that can do everything with the ball, and he still needs to improve every year to find a solution.
He's still training, and he's still playing
It's
at
just
35.
crazy.
He's still playing at 35.
Yeah, playing at 35 in a different way, in different tactics. When people tell me, "Oh, but this is a tactic that does not suit that player," Messi's playing with Argentina with a tactics that no other player will play. He's alone. So I think these are excuses. And by the way, I saw Leao how bad he played with Portugal in the World Cup out, and I'm like, that was worrying to me, to be honest, because with that team, with that quality, because some people tells me, "Oh yeah, but there is no quality around him." Man, with the Portuguese team, the quality he has around, and still not performing sometimes, just needs to get its shit together. Simple as that, and pass the ball.
You don't want
know
Floki to
where
be
to
hearing your
start.
statements right now, like.
Sorry.
Outside, you don't want Floki to be hearing the statements you're making right now by his boy Leao.
Oh, Floki, mamma mia, ragazzi. Laird, where
Or
are you?
is Floki defending Leao? Is it Floki
Where
defending
is that
Leao?
guy from?
It's from Albania. It's like, is he defending Leao? Because I don't know how the fuck people defend Leao as CDK these days.
No,
Yeah,
but
he's just a weirdo.
correct me if I'm wrong. He said without Leao, we can't create nothing. That's his guy.
Dude, but that's unfair, because every team has their best players, and without that player, they get less effective. People say it like other teams have a lot of solutions. If you take the biggest player of any team, they will be less effective. Any of them.
For me, I feel bad for
Rebic.
What can somebody
If you
tell me
take
what his
Osimhen
mental
out,
is right now? God, man.
I don't know what's going on with Rebic.
What's
There's
going
a
on with
question.
Rebic? Did somebody cheat him? Mess with his girlfriend? Well, like what happened to Ilicic? And he's going down red. He's going down, down the drain.
No, man, he's not
What?
playing. Rebic is not playing football because
What
Leao
did
is playing
happen
90
again?
minutes every game.
What happened with
That's the only thing.
With Ilicic?
I mean, is he still playing?
Yeah, there was rumors. Yeah, he's in Turkey. There was rumors that somebody messed with his wife, man, and he had to go back. No, he left.
I remember that. Yeah,
that's why I feel like they didn't even qualify. If he was there against PSG, I think they would have done a lot of damage. But
there's a question here on chat regarding an Arsenal player. So I don't know. Maybe you guys know him better than I do. I don't know him. Orlando Souza says, "I'm hearing Arsenal wants to swoop Leao for Florian Balogun.
They want to sell him.
Swap. I mean, if they add money plus him, then most definitely. But
is this guy good?
I don't know about that. Right now,
you guys like him?
And with him, at least I think he's the best scorer right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he plays in Liga, but
yeah, he plays in Liga. He's playing in the team where that coach that doesn't have a UEFA license that plays Football Manager.
What?
Like the way he plays Football Manager, that's how like he's really coaching the team. And so Reims has to pay a lot. They have to pay like a fine, $22,000 every year. I mean every game. Sorry, because their coach doesn't have a license. But he's unbeatable in like what 22 games, 20 games. I don't know. They cannot beat them.
How? Why doesn't he just get a license?
I don't know.
Because he's not ready yet.
He came mid-season.
No,
they don't care.
Yeah.
But yeah, Balogun, I mean, he's not bad, but dude, it can be hit or miss with these type of fucking things, man.
Okay.
And I don't think Arsenal is gonna let him go. It's not like Arsenal has a lot of forwards. They don't.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with him. I don't know who he is. I've heard this name before. Okay. So there's another question here from Sandro Tunali himself. Sandrino, the public enemy #1 of the WhatsApp group
We're
chat.
not playing Napoli next week, are we?
Well, after the international break, yeah.
We'll play international break, man. And then when we come back, are we playing Napoli when we come back?
Yeah, first game was going to be against Napoli.
Champions League?
No, Serie A.
No, it's Serie A. Serie A.
God
We're
damn.
playing Napoli 3 times in April.
Oh
Something like that.
shit. This is gonna be scary, man.
Dude, we're gonna know everything about Napoli. They will know everything about us.
I think
It's gonna be like a
we should go.
nightmare.
Larry, I think we should go ahead and lose at
Nah.
at the Diego Maradona, like our first game, and Champions League. Let them get their confidence. Like we eliminate them.
Let's see, man. Let's see. If you beat them in Italy, you can fuck with their brain. You can fuck with their certainties.
I
You
do
beat them
think
in
it's a
Italy.
good thing that we're playing against them 3 times in April because it's going to be a
Yeah.
really tough match, and the players are going to have to be really focused, and this is a good opportunity for learning and developing and all that stuff, and trying to see if we can win. I think it's a good thing, that we're playing them 3 times.
But I think personally, like, I don't know, man. I think Napoli too. They benefited for their players not being out for so long, man. They benefited too much from that.
What do you mean? No. What do you mean?
No, like none of the players got
Napoli
injured for like
Clint,
like excessive period. How Milan like been running.
I'll tell you, Clint. I'll tell you what Napoli benefited.
You're talking about injury?
Napoli benefited. Sorry. Napoli benefited because in the last 10 years, Napoli had top coaches: Ancelotti, Sarri, Gattuso, and Spalletti. They had a top ownership that always sell players for a lot of money and bought players. They build a team. They've been building a team that has been playing in Serie A, trying to challenge for the title, top 4, Champions League. That's their biggest benefit. It's massive if you think about it. There is a consistency in terms of work, building the team, making this team grow together, replacing the players that you're selling or getting rid of with other players. The sporting director has been working there for long, so he knows what is the vibe, what is the budget, what he has to do. There is a consistency on work, so you will get those benefits after 10 years. When Maldini's been 10 years at Milan, the ownership is the same. You're always going Champions League. You're always selling players, buying new players, winning titles, going top 4. You will benefit, and you will play great football after you have that for a long period. You have Pioli now. You will get another coach that is at the level of Pioli or better than Pioli. You get another one that is even better. So after 10 years, you will be like, wow, look at this Milan, how good he plays. Because for 10 years, things have been done properly.
But now
Napoli is always trying to play good football.
Now, and I know they do. But if Napoli wins, this is going to really make me question now teams like Lazio and Roma in the long run. It's going to make me question them because it's going to be sitting there. Like,
you don't need to question. Clint, you don't need to question. You look who is the owner of the club. And
then Lotito, I'm going to want his team to get relegated. And I'm going to want Lotito's team like a Lazio to get relegated. And maybe they get the shit together.
So the owner of Napoli, he cares about the team. He cares about the sporting results. He wants to win. He's not like a Jerry Cardinale type of thing that says that. He's obsessed with winning. He fires coaches. He buys players. He sells players. So he's obsessed with that. He puts pressure on the team. He puts pressure on the coach. So the thing is, Lotito doesn't give a shit, man. Lotito wants cash. Lotito wants the club to generate profit, to generate revenues, and move on with his life. He doesn't give a shit. So that's why Lazio is that what it is.
When your stadium is not even 1/3 full. Man, what a fucking owner, bro. He's so fucking cheap.
And Roma is the same. Roma has American owners. They
the freaking group.
How to, they have no clue how to operate. Because Americans are 5 years old kids in the football world in terms of business. They are learning. In 20 years, these American owners will be experts about football. They will know what to do, how to behave, how to buy, sell a club, and what to do with them. Now they're just entering in this business. and it's gonna take years for them to learn and to understand.
Also,
The
but
owners
like,
of PSG
I also
and
feel,
City are learning as
but,
well.
but I feel like not the good Americans have entered like the Italy one. When I mean the good Americans, meaning the ones that couldn't buy a team in the US, you know, they have a little bit of money. Because I feel like the most successful teams here in the US, from a franchise perspective, if they don't went to Europe and get a European team, I think they would have learned the European market and done it properly. Because Jerry Cardinale, they don't
No.
really own any team over here. So they don't really know, like, they still at the lower scale in terms of ownership or what is it to really run. They might be part of it, right? But they're not really part of these board meeting and all of that. And I'm being serious. When I'm looking at all of them, like their resume, I'm like, yeah, you can go and buy a Milan. You don't own a team here in the franchise here. So you don't really, like you said, it's still, I'm agreeing with your argument. They're still 5 years old and new, but I also look what they done in America. Because I'll look at the, let's say, the Glazers, right? As much as I can, people might say it's the worst, you know, guys ever, right? But
Sorry,
they have the
Clint.
Tampa Bay.
Clint.
Yeah.
I want to interrupt you there. Do you think Berlusconi will succeed in American football?
Yes, because the reason why I say that is sometimes it's about the methodology and the critical thinking. The substance might be different, but I feel like Berlusconi came here. He looked at the ropes. The same when you have a mentality of a win, you don't teach somebody
No,
how
I
to
don't think
win.
Berlusconi will succeed in American football. I
You
don't
don't
think
think
he will
so?
succeed because Berlusconi was going to or Galliani. I don't think Galliani will succeed in American football because sometimes you get good at something, but that does not mean you can be good at everything, and it
But
takes time for you. So
but
these
I think
American owners, they are good. They are good on the American business of sport business in the United States, but in Europe it's different, and they're learning. Because Jerry Cardinale didn't know Milan had 7 Champions League. Todd Bowley doesn't know the rules of the football. So they are learning. They're literally learning. This guy was running around Europe being a sporting director for Chelsea.
What was Ted Bowley's thing?
4-4-3. Let's play 4-4-3.
Oh my Lord.
Or maybe Todd Bowley was ready to buy Neymar, Ronaldo, and Leao this summer, but somebody stopped and said, no, that's not how it works. Or Ted Bowley is buying nine players in one window, and he's telling this coach to coach a squad of 38 players.
Actually, in America,
he doesn't know.
I'm
not saying he's stupid. I'm not saying he's stupid. He just doesn't know. He's learning.
No, but what I'm trying to say is, because he's part of the Dodgers. Like in America, it's more strict because there's salary cap in America. You just can't go get players however the fuck you want them.
Guys,
you really got to clear space. You got to think through it in American sports. You cannot get a whole all-star team. You can't. You got to clear spaces. Like this is a real thing. It's actually harder. You just can't go. It's not based on revenue. You get no. There's salary caps. There's space. Or you going into luxury tax. It's so calculated. And all American sports from baseball, NHL, and all that, you cannot go and acquire a guy just because he's free.
Clint, I'm not talking about on the business side of the thing, man. I'm talking about that Todd Bowley does not know that the coach cannot coach more than 25 players in a session. He's buying players for fun, and he does not know that to keep a healthy dressing room, you need to have 25 players, not 35.
I'm wondering.
These are things that he does not know.
I'm wondering when Nkunku plays on the left. I'm wondering him going over there, and them. I'm pretty sure they're gonna go and buy Joe Felix. They're gonna activate. It's gonna be so much disorder though, because you got Nkunku. You're gonna have him. You're gonna have Mudryk. Oh man, it's gonna be so awful.
That's back squad, bro.
I don't want to think about it, man.
I would love
because my head hurts.
That's a lot of players.
But don't you think that's a good problem to have? That's a good problem.
No, not a good problem.
Yeah, exactly.
That's worse. That's so excessive. Because you have like 4 players that play the same thing. It's excessive, man. I don't think it's a good problem.
But Clint, no, it's not. It's not a problem because Nkunku can play as a striker as well, false 9. He can play as a left or right wing. Mudryk can play as a left or the right wing. Joao Felix can play number 10, right, left. false nine as well. He needs to get rid of the other ones. They are not seeing the pitch.
Yeah, I mean, because you still got Sterling. He's on a big contract over there. You
He's
still got.
Well, but you need to have 2 players for each position. You need to
And I
have 2
know,
players for each position.
what you're forgetting, Ziyech is still over there. You still Pulisic is still
But he's
over
gonna
there.
go.
Kai Havertz is still over there. Timo Werner is still on their books. Come on, that's too many people up front. Without even, I don't want to mention even the guys that are there and the incoming players that are coming.
But all of them that you mentioned, they're not good enough, man. They're gonna get rid of them. They're not good enough.
I hope so. Because now you're gonna want teams to go after those players.
Clint, but wouldn't you rather have the problem of Nkunku and João Felix than the problem of CDK and Origi?
Yes.
I already have the problem
That's
of
the reality.
fucking Salamakers and Messias. Who to start? Compared to that type of shit. No, I'm not even trying to be funny. Because I sit back, right? And I'm thinking in terms of harmony. Because I give you an example. Yeah, it might seem like a good problem if the players were ready. But somebody like a Modric, hypothetically, let's say, right? Graham Potter finds his perfect formation and all that. And some players are not going to play. And Modric, you want to play like Modric to get a lot of game playing time so he can develop. Now he's seeing himself in the bench because Porter probably decided like, yo, Nkunku is actually good on the left. So now you're going to have Modric. Yeah, he's there. You know the talent, but he's not going to develop as he's supposed to be because now there's competition. Now, in a perfect world, you'll be like, yeah, he needs to train harder and get rid of Nkunku, but that can also take a toll when these players are young. Now you got all these players, they look good on paper. Now they're not developing. And now they're coming in, they're like, damn, this is actually trash. And you paid a lot of money for all of them. And I think that's a big problem. Because if it was 2-3, I can understand. But if we go through the list, it's excessive. Lukaku's going back again like next year.
I'm quite surprised with Mudryk, actually. I thought he would have done much better.
Right. So all these guys are there now, and you get what's his name? Nadul K, whatever that fucking kid name is, Congolese little British kid. You get him too. He's on that side. And then Pulisic, you gotta sell them. Nothing is guaranteed that teams are
the old guard is definitely leaving. Pulisic, Ziyech, and these guys are definitely
Mason Mount, like there's Mason Mount also that's supposed to be out the door because I don't think the kid is even playing like that. Mason Mount's not even starting. Right? So it's it was like I'm looking at it and I'm like, dude, and Mendy is getting pushed out the door. I knew they was about to get rid of him anyways. I sensed it. So he's getting pushed out the door as a goalkeeper. So I don't think he's gonna get it. Those are not incorrect, and I know it's gonna sound a bit controversial, but things like goalie in Europe, these are not the places where they trust black folks to be putting. They don't put African keepers and goals like that at the highest level, man. They don't. When I see that happen for him, I'm like, yeah, it's almost like a fluke. It's too surreal. Not saying he wasn't good enough, but I'm like, some coach is gonna come and be like, nah, I don't really. There's a bias in that. Those certain positions, they're not gonna put you there, man. That's a fact. He's gonna probably go back to France and settle with a team might be the dip and dab in Champions League, and he's gonna call it a day. It's gonna call it a day. So that's it. That's it for him. Like I never knew he would never get his place back. That was just the bottom line, right? And that's just what it is. That's what's going to happen. Like the African.
I think they're gonna get rid of the other one, Kepa. They're gonna get rid of him.
But Mendy is going. They're pushing him out the door. The reports came out in 11 Mondial. Like I was online, actually, like an actual French outlet. Not saying it's always true what they put out, but it's like an official thing, and they're saying he's getting pushed out the door. Like, and Mendy is gonna want game playing time because the African Cup. I know his place is gonna be there, but the African Cup nation is coming 2024. They're gonna want game playing time, man. They don't want to be sitting around not playing. So he's gonna figure out something. Oh.
Kepa's contract is running out.
Didn't Mendy get he had that issue with the rape charges, but then he got absolved, right?
No, that's not Mendy. That's another. There's a lot of Mendy is a common Senegalese name. That's the Mendy from City.
Oh, I thought it was the goalkeeper from.
No. There's like 3 Mendys, bro. There's like Mendy from City. That's Ferland Mendy that plays at Real Madrid, and then you got that Mendy. But Mendy is a common Senegalese name that's all across, which is usually French. They end up playing for France, like a lot of these Mendys. But yeah, that's the Mendy from Man City. Yeah.
Okay.
He left Lyon and went there. But no, I don't know, man. So I think Chelsea, yeah, it sounds like a good point. I feel like it's not a good problem because it's like you got a lot of guys. Like chemistry is a big thing.
I don't know, man. If I'm a coach and I have all those quality players, I'm like, shit, it's Christmas. You know,
Yeah,
like
we're saying it's Christmas, but then you have a
Yeah, and
coach. But you have a coach at that
Premier
level
League
that
has a
never
lot of
even coached
games.
these
They
type
have
of
the
players.
FA Cup, Carabao.
Yeah, but who's gonna want to play
They have
that?
a lot of games.
Right. But
Sorry,
who's gonna want to play these tournaments? With a Modric, Didi? Because a
dude.
lot of these players, when they're signing, I'm pretty sure they're thinking, yo, Champions League, I'm gonna do this and all that. So do you think a Modric is gonna sign to be like, yep, I'm be able to be available for FA Cups and Carabao Cups?
Mudryk is nobody yet, man. I mean, he still
I
has
know
to.
he's not. I know he's not, Roy. I'm not disagreeing. But from a player
But
perspective,
Clint,
he's
he's
probably
already
holding himself at a
signed,
higher
so he better
standard.
play. He better play because he's already signed.
Yeah.
And by
Because
the way, I'm
I
not saying
think
he's gonna. Clint, sorry, I'm not saying he's going to play Carabao Cup. Carabao Cup comes at a certain day, and
Mickey
who is
Mouse.
more informed or is rested will play. It's
According
about
according to the,
how rested you are.
according to the English, the FA Cup is more important than the Champions League.
Before it used to
I
be,
mean,
but
no,
not
it's
anymore.
never
Like
been.
I don't think now, but before, like FA Cup, even when I used to watch like early 2000s and I know prior to that, FA Cup used to be a big deal. It should be a
Yeah.
fucking big
It's
deal,
never
man.
been, man. It's never been. It's never been. It's
Arsenal
never
for
been big
Arsenal, it
enough.
looks like it was the only thing that mattered.
You
But
don't
anyway,
think so,
guys,
like?
let's
It's
go
never
back
been,
to
man.
chat, guys. Let's give attention to some of the chat guys. They have questions and comments.
Had they given
Mus-
Paqueta the chance they gave CDK and Diaz, though there was a new royalty that came in, so they had to usher everybody out, man. So Paqueta couldn't get the chance, and he went to waste his life now at West Ham, and that's it for him.
I just want to
Gavin,
correct this thing
what?
about this. Are we gonna give the chance we gave to Paquetá, things like that? The Milan Paquetá was playing is a different beast for this Milan. This Milan is going close to a level that is not waiting anymore for you. So Milan 3 years ago, we were waiting for players. We were waiting for Leao. We were waiting for Selemakers. We were waiting for Diaz. We were waiting for everyone. The Milan and the phase we're entering is not waiting for anyone. You come in, you perform.
And if you don't perform, you're out.
You're out. That's the reality. You guys want to support a big club, a big team, a team that wins everything, that challenges to win everything. We're gonna go on that stage now. That a player comes, unless he's 18 years old, you're not part of the squad. But if you're coming to be part of the starting 11, starting 15, you need to perform straight away. We're not waiting for you. That's the reality. So CDK needs to perform straight away in the next season. Because somebody, I'm pretty sure, is going to walk in and take his place.
Well, we are going towards the direction where now the objectives are very important, and we got to achieve them. You know, we can't fuck around anymore. So yeah, it's good segue. Brings us to Colombo. Gavin Patterson was talking about Colombo. I think Mustafa was saying Colombo. We should bring back Colombo. What do you guys think about Colombo?
Say Colombo is shit, man.
He's not shit.
No. The reason why I say that is Colombo even ready to come back? I mean, we're saying all this, but I feel like a lot of these loans also. I mean, but Colombo kind of made sense, right? Spal now Lecce, but it's when I look at Maldini, for example. Okay, why does he go to Spain? He's not even getting game time. So I'm not even understanding these loans for what they are. Like, send him far away. I think the club should be really more focused on, if we're going to keep this young talents, we need to be intentional where they're getting loaned at, not who's available or whatsoever. Like, I don't think they're going that deep, taking that, they are taking these things into consideration, like at a deeper level, because it's like, why is he going to a team where he's barely playing? It needs to be guaranteed in these contracts, man, because these are assets.
Yeah, the Maldini contract is strange because it's a dry loan, so the team doesn't really have an interest really to play in. They'd rather play academy players, their own players. Why would they waste their time on a player that they know they don't even have a chance or an option to buy.
Because
So
Mal didn't even come back and start at Milan. Does he even have a space in this
I think
Milan even going forward?
I think he's better than CDK. I think right now you'd do better than CDK.
I can't even say nothing on that one. So.
As far as Colombo, I like his progress so far. I think, yeah, I mean, you do have a valid argument there of the loans and whatnot. I think he's had a pretty good season this year with Lecce. Lecce is doing good. He's part of that squad.
It's not enough for me when I see people like Colombo, because the reason I say it's not enough, I see people like Holland or these kids, they come over and they hit the ground running. I'm not trying to compare them, but it's like, dude, if you've been in the league, you're familiar. At 2022, you should be hitting the ground running. You should be out there. You should be thinking as a 26, 27-year-old player.
But that Holland at 19 hitting the ground running is more like a outlier.
Yeah, and I know it's an outlier, but for me, I'm like, at this age now, how much chance can you give
You
Colombo?
you can't rely on outliers. You have to build. The majority of the players have a similar trajectory, a similar growth spurt. The outliers
I use a perfect example. I use a perfect example, Roy. I have a perfect example with the age group across Europe. A lot of people age group across Europe, that forwards that are meant to start performing. By the time at that age at Colombo, even when they go to these second lower teams, right? We can even look at that Balogun kid and all that. The performance starts showing. It starts coming, like you're seeing, right? Like a Leao in Ligue 1. Because I don't think Leao it's an outlier when we look back, at that time, when he's 19, 20 in Ligue 1 and he's getting at least 8 goals in the season. Colombo and them, they should be able at least to get 10 goals in the season, not 3. Especially at that age when they're 20s, they're reaching 20. When you had those,
I'm not sure what numbers he has, but I mean, Italy is different from other countries, I think, and the growth of Italian players has always been slower than other countries. I think these are also things to be considering.
No, or maybe they're not as quality no more, right? Or I won't say not as quality. The quality is there. I think it's more of a mental issue. Let me take that back. The mentality portion where you have to now grow. Because when I'll give you an example. When I look at these players that at Sassuolo, for example, they play without fear. A lot of them, they're in that same age group with them. Why can't these players like Daniel Maldini all that? Okay, they don't have playing time. Okay, we're saying to teams you have playing time. Hit the ground, be comfortable. You're still playing like if you were at Milan sometimes. It's like, play like free your head, play well, go out there, perform. I think when you perform, even in training, and you go out there to the team is going to use you and you're going to hit the strides, and your other team is going to try to get you back. Because we can think about other Italian talent. What's the other kid that plays at Empoli? Forgot that young fucking 19-year-old, right? Yeah, they might not be forwards, but it's just for them. I feel like a lot of these R players, especially they got loaned over, they play with fear, man. I feel like personally they play with a lot of fear. Because I look at some of these Sassuolo players, when I look at the Maxime Lopez and all that, yeah, they're foreigners, but they came to that Italian system, right? And I'm just thinking about players as a whole, not position in particular, but how does this guy, is Scalvini too is going to be considered an outlier? He makes mistakes, but how these guys are able to come out and, hit the ground running? And some of our guys, like if we really put confidence in them, I just feel at the academy level, that's why I'm happy what Abate is doing, because I think there's at least 2 stars that's going to come from that, what they're doing right now at the Milan, at that Primavera level. I reckon there's 2 big stars that are going to come out of there that we're going to start talking about in the next 5 years, for sure, what they're doing.
Look, Colombo is doing his ranks in the under 21. He's been called up in the under 21s. He's doing his. He's doing what most strikers do when they're growing up in Italy.
Canceled, Roy. The under 21 thing, I had that talk with one of my people.
What do you mean?
The under 21 thing, I feel like it keeps you really behind. Because
No. What the hell? No, absolutely not.
The
you
reason
have
why I
to
say,
do
hear me out.
If you don't do it, They never get the experience if they don't do the under-21s. You only have a certain amount of players that can play in the senior teams, and the under-21s are nowhere ready to play in the seniors. Nowhere ready. The under-21s are a whole different category of players. It's levels, man. Like it's sports.
I know it's
Sports.
levels. Listen, Roy,
Sports is
I don't watch.
category. You cannot take. Your step cannot be 4 meters long when you can only step 1 meter at a time.
But hear me out, Roy. That's the reason why. Because I'm gonna use other countries. Listen, when you have certain talents and you identify as your pool of talent. So I'll give you an example. If you know you can project a Tonali's trajectory, or let's say Scalvini, for example, I'm looking at the way Scalvini plays. I'm not wasting Scalvini's time in the under-21 at all. I'm not.
But Scalvini's an out, bro. Hold on, dude. You have to consider that there's maybe 500 football players or something like that.
And I agree. Okay.
Scalvini's an outlier. Scalvini's already called up for the national team. He's in the senior team right now with Mancini. He is an outlier. But that is not the story of the 99% of football players.
So I have a question for you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish this. I'll ask you a question.
No. Go ahead.
So the question is for you. How many? So you look at Italy as a whole. The number of time Italy has put a competitive team and that it went deep into runs, right? How many of players do you know
senior team?
In the senior team? They know they ran and how successful has been the under-21 to allow these players to get filtered through to that system to go into the national team and establish themselves.
It's very successful. That's the story of Del Piero, story of Pirlo, story of Gattuso, Buffon. Literally, so almost all.
Del Piero stayed there for as much as long. He was just part of the under-21 crew. Because I know they'll play 1 or 2 games, and the reason why I made my statement,
just check his stat sheet. I mean, he played.
Clint, can I add something on this conversation?
Go ahead.
You're looking this whole thing on the perspective of Milan, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Inter, whatever. So you're looking how many players these under-21 provides to the top teams, which is the wrong way to look at it. The under-21 does not need to provide players just to the top teams. These kids, they need to have a career and maybe end up in playing for Fiorentina or playing for Udinese or playing for Lecce. So the under-21 is to scheme the best players of that age at that moment and allow them to have as Roy say, experience on an international level and help to the system to grow and these young players to grow. At the end of the thing, maybe 1 or 2 of them are going to end up on a top team. The other ones are going to be part of the Serie A, Serie B. And that's completely fine. The job of the under-21 is not to provide all the players of the top team. It's just to keep a structure, a pyramid structure in Italy, so to allow talent to grow and to move on.
But this is not everywhere.
I know that I'm not refuting. I know. But the reason why I said what I said, especially where talent play, because I've seen a lot of these under-21 games. I understand the pyramid very well. Prior to me coming back to the state, one thing I used to do, I used to watch a lot of for the under 15, 16, 17. I used to be focused more on these World Cups and see what's coming up to those ranks and who dwelt well. But the reason why I say it just sometimes I feel, and I'll look who they'll call. So when there's a question I was asking, man, it wasn't to you guys. I wasn't on the channel yet. I think for a good 2 years, Tonali was still on. I'm like, why is he still with the under-21s? Why is he
not
called up there?
Tonali's 22. Hold on. Italy, when Tonali was in the under-21s, he had skipped the U19s. He did play a little bit in the U19s, but then he was sent into the tournament.
Right.
Tonali is 22 right now. He's still eligible for the under-21.
I know, but right.
And right now, hold on. Tonali right now is in the senior team. He got called up by Mancini.
Right.
But while Tonali was 20 playing at Brescia, the starters of Italy were Jorginho, Verratti, and Barella. These guys were 23, 20, 30, 28. Tonali, as a 20-year-old, should be in the under 21, given the responsibility to fight for the under 21 shirt, and that will give him a good learning path to then duplicate what he did in the under 21s for the senior team. It's just going through the classes. It's like,
but here's my view on this. For me, if I feel like you're ultimate, if you're part of the top of federation, you're secret, and it might sound controversial, and I'm not saying this for people to agree with me, but that's my take on it personally, is if your final outcome is we know you're gonna be starting, to get exposure, even able to train with these guys, I'd rather have that than going then to dwell over there where I feel like it's not gonna lead you to nowhere. That's just me personally. That's how I feel about it.
But that is okay, that's fine. But
because
that is
the U21, my problem with the U21 is here's my problem with the U21, and I like the other classes better. Where U21 does not, the only tournament is usually like the Olympics, where usually is involved with the U23, but they have the Euro on. They don't have a World Cup where you get to like compete, at that level. That's why I was never a fan of U20.
It's a U20.
I'm like, why then the U21? Because for me,
but you need this.
I know you need this. Listen, for pyramid's sake, you can, but I'm just explaining. I'm elaborate on my take. It's not left or wrong. I'm elaborate on my take. Is like after the U20, usually after that, you go into those bigger teams. I feel for me, it's so immediate that it can be skipped. That's just how I feel about it. That's how I feel about all the top players or like the team that they're able to be constructive enough.
Hold on. I have a question for you. Yeah. So what do you do with all those other 20-year-olds and 19-year-olds and that are not, I mean, you can only bring 26 players to an international team. So what do you do with all those other players that,
they stay at the club level? I mean, not everybody can play for the country, right? That's me personally.
Of course. You have to develop. I mean, the national level is pretty much a club. So it's like the academy, like the Primavera. It's the same thing.
But you listen to me, Clint. If you don't have that system, how the fuck Camarda can develop his game if there is not another 25 players on the team at the age of 16, at the age of 18, at the age of 20?
Yes, I see.
No, let me finish here. If you don't have all these things, the star you have, you cannot develop because this star cannot play on the first team. He will never play. He's not good enough.
See, I don't want y'all to misconstrue this.
For the talent to grow.
Listen,
here as a tool.
I don't want y'all to misconstrue that. I don't have problem with going in the youth ranks. No, the main problem I have is that U21 in specific that I feel like is really intimidating because there's even some spots where it's like U23. Those two sections. Listen, and that's just me. Okay, go ahead, bro. This is my opinion. I'm not trying to convince you or nothing.
No, but I'm telling you, the under 21 Messi won a World Cup with the under 20.
No, he won a World Cup when he was freaking 17, 16. I watched that final.
Yeah, but he played with that team with the under 21.
Under 20. World Cup is under 20.
Yeah, it's under 20. It wasn't 21, and that's what I meant. Okay,
but
it's under 20.
17. Okay, but that is a game. You're just fixating on a number, man. 2021. If it was under 21, Messi would still play that team, and that is a path of development of Messi. But you need the other 22 players for Messi to participate to that tournament. You need the whole structure to exist for Messi to develop at the age of 17, win that trophy.
But that's why I say you're misconstruing what I'm saying. I'm not against the structure. That particular age, the U21, like in French, what we call like the espoir level, right? And
you don't want that to exist. You don't need that. You don't want that team to exist.
Go ahead.
But listen. Listen. If you look at the 2000 Euro 20 under 21 team, Italy, that won the Euro 21, it was the same team that won the World Cup in Germany. If you look at the 2014 Germany team that won the World Cup, it was the same Euro under 21 team that won the Euro 21 championships a few years before that. It's basically you're farming the next generation, and it has worked. It is a system that works. Italy has been one of the most successful at it, actually. If you don't have that, then these guys don't get to have that experience. They don't get to have that experience.
It's more like a platform for them to play and showcase their talent and grow their talent. It literally is needed.
For example, the team that like I can't remember which year it was, Italy under-21 that made the final against Spain. They lost 4-2. But that team was pretty much this. I mean, 50% of that team was in the Euros that won the Euro in 2020. So you see these players grow together, and the generations come up together, and they've been playing together forever. When Vieri, Totti, and these guys talk about their experience, they're always talking about how they started in the national team youth sector together, and they've been playing together forever. That's why Totti, Vieri, Del Piero, all these guys are friends. It was the national team, and starting from a young age. So, yeah, I that's I think it's very important. I think it is important.
It's how are you gonna grow your star if there is no team for him to play? Let's say you have a star player like Zaniolo at the age of 18. Where is gonna play if there is not a under 21 team?
And then
because he's really good, he needs to play on the under 21, even if he's 3 years younger. He needs a team to go and get that international experience.
And then you do have the outliers like Mbappe, who's too good to be in the under 21. He's better than the guys that are in the seniors. But these are like the 1 in a million cases.
But what about Nkunku? Where Nkunku is gonna develop?
No, see, that's what. Look, and I'll let y'all speak. Y'all keep saying y'all missed scoring. I think y'all missed the passage. What I said. I said.
Yeah, explain
after the World Cup, after you finish a World Cup under 20, for me, under 20, for me, you go club level, you already ready making your face for the senior. The U21 for me, it's always, and if you realize, if you pay close attention to how U21 even operates, a lot of these guys at the U21 level is even hard. Like the schedule is so scattered the way they play because they don't even have a whole month dedicated to be able to train together. That's one thing I realized. Like, I'm like, it's almost like damn near uses unless it's regarding like Olympics, we usually go up to U23, then I can understand. And that's just me personally, how I always felt about it. Because for me, when the player was ready, when he made that cross after he went and he plays like his final turn with a U20, and some people come back, they can play a U20 tournament like World Cup or whatever, you know, back to back, like I seen Aguero did in 05 and 07. They go back to back. Usually from that, I've realized in football, not only just about the top players, but players at least that had a steady, had a steady career, they made automatically that jump. Doesn't mean they automatically starters, but they made automatically that jump. You transfer already to the team. Because for me, the U21, nobody really goes, like, let's say when the summer break, when summer comes around, there's not, we don't see, like the Euros is played in different, the U21 Euro, correct me if I'm wrong, it's scattered. It's played in different pieces, not played in a one-off tournament like some of these other U.
No, it is. Yeah, it is.
U18. That's all I always felt like.
No. It is. Hold on. Let me do it.
We're misunderstanding each other.
No. Hold on, guys. The Euro 21 is a tournament. It's like a World Cup or like a Euro.
Yeah, in Europe, basically, we are misunderstanding each other. Outside Europe is all about under 20, so that's how they divide youth. In Europe, the highest level of the youth is under 21. Is the most important one, the one that actually matters, because the best talents playing on the under 21, the under 20, under 18, under 17.
Because maybe it's all stuff. Because when I think about where I'm from, actually in the whole entire, African region as a whole, and maybe what Miss I said, because where I'm from, they don't emphasize on that. After that U20, you're making the jump. Like, they're not worried about you, and it's not because they're lacking of players, but if you didn't make it. Like, they're not worrying about you dwelling in the U21, unless maybe for the Olympics U23 they want to qualify just for that, but they're not. And I'm pretty sure it's the same if we want to look at these South American teams, they're not dwelling on the U21 squad, because we can go back and look at the tournaments around these regions, and maybe we're mistaken on that. because there's not a lot of enough other than Europe. When I think about it now, I can't remember about Copa America U21.
No, they do. They do. Every continental federation has the youth tournaments that are exactly the same format as World Cup, Euro. There's a qualification phase which lasts 2 years, and then they get into the tournament, which is round robin, then
No, but
playoffs.
I can tell you right now, Roy, there's not a U21 tournament for the African Cup of Nations.
Roy, outside Europe, they use the youth 20.
Is U20? Roy,
Sure. The number changes.
The youth 21.
Roy,
but hold on. Sorry, but in Europe, it's not just under 21. It's this competition, this exactly the same qualification. Everything starts at U15, U16, U17, U18, U19, U21, and then seniors. But the format is the same. It's exactly the same.
They don't have African Cup of Nations U21. Somebody can go on Google and try to correct me.
I don't know. I don't know about
they
Africa,
don't.
but
They don't.
I know that in South America they do. I think, I'm not 100% sure. I think they do.
I know about Europe. Europe is all about under 21. Under 21 is basically the step before going on the first team.
Yeah, but it's not.
Europe,
but there's everything.
They have under 20s. They have tournaments under 20s, under 19s, 17s, whatever. But under 21 is basically the step before the first team.
Right. It's the step before
the most important one.
Yeah, but what I was trying to add is, when I look at other teams outside Europe, when I look at a Brazil or like when I look at Argentina, they're not relying on the under 21 to filter that system. They're relying at the younger level, so they know if they're winning that World Cup 2007, they know automatically after that World Cup he's part of the Argentina senior team. They're not gonna have him dwell in the U21, get ready and come play.
I don't know if this is true, Nathan.
It's not about no. I mean, these are just the facts. I mean, you look at it. I can name you a player. I followed Argentina.
No. I'm saying
let me add this.
I think they do have that.
Let me add this. I started following Argentina under their youth system from the World Cup of 2001, when they played Ghana in the final, when they had D'Alessandro, when they had Saviola, when they had Saviola, right? From that on, I even look at them at the World Cup 2003. So even when I look at World Cup 2003, there's a lot of heavy hitters in the under 20 World Cup 2003. You had Dani Alves that was part of that World Cup. Iniesta was part of that World Cup. Actually, Spain lost in the final to Iniesta's team. You have Ferreira, you had Pablo Zabaleta that ended up playing in 2003, and he played up in 2005, where he was the captain and won with Messi when Messi was still young. And when I'm looking at all these guys after these World Cups, like under 20, when I look, they went automatically they went automatically to the first team. That's when they had their first call up.
Yeah, but that's my whole point.
And
that's my whole point.
This is my whole context.
But guys, I don't know if this is 100% true.
Listen to me. Spain is playing that tournament outside Europe, and they are showing up with the under 21. It's just revisited, depending on the rules of each tournament. But basically, Iniesta, when he's going to play at that tournament in Europe, he's playing with the under 21. And Iniesta probably has been playing with the under 21 until the age of 23, if you look at it. 23, 24. Because Iniesta started to become on the starting 11 of Barcelona at the age of 24, 25. So until that age, I don't think he was getting called to the first team in Spain. Even if he was getting called in the first team, even if he was getting called in the first team of Spain, he was being in the bench and probably going on tournament with under 21 playing as a starter. I remember Pirlo. Pirlo played with under 21 until the age of 22, 23.
Yeah, he was the best player of the tournament in 2000, and that's So I'm telling you, the team, the under 21 that won in 2000 is pretty much almost the same team that won the 2006 World Cup. It's almost literally not. I mean, there's a lot of players that moved in those ranks together. Pirlo, Gattuso, and a bunch of them. I can't remember all of them. But
you can look at, for example, we didn't have the chance to look at Zaniolo because Zaniolo got injured 3 years. But if Zaniolo didn't get injured for 3 years, he would be called up from the first team. But when the tournament of under-21 goes on, he will be go and play that tournament and help the under-21.
Wait, I don't know about that, Larry. I don't know about that.
Yeah, because Zaniolo got injured at the age of 19.
I mean, from what I see, when they're in the under-21, they stay there until, if let's say one just excels. Yeah, sometimes there is the case like Calabria was changing. Calabria is a good example. I mean, yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah.
If you excel, Roy, the first team calls you and you play and you be in the bench, you play a bit. But when the tournament starts with under-21, you go and play the whole tournament, even if you're not training with them.
They usually negotiate on the players. Like I think Chiesa went in the under-21. So in Brazil they don't have this system, and like in South America they don't have the system.
They don't have the under-21. They have the under-20.
No. But they don't have the ranks of the national teams.
Yeah, they have the ranks. Yeah, they have.
So it's usually U20, and I know they'll have the Olympic. Like in French, we call it the Olympic team. Like Olympic level, meaning
the U23
and down. So if you're not past the age of 23, you in that pool of players that usually for the Olympics, those are the guys that will go. Right, you're under 23, and they, waiver maybe 2 players. The Olympic teams, and those are the teams, they'll favor more. And even in Africa, same thing, right? You have your Olympic level, what they call, your Olympic team, but like the whole youth and all that, like 21, because there's not a World Cup of it, right? And then in other continents, there's not continental tournaments and other spots. Like in Africa, they don't have that, right? In Africa, they'll have what they call the new African Cup of Nations they develop is what they call the local. It's the local African Cup of Nations, meaning the only players that can participate in that are the players that play locally in the local league on the African continent.
But they don't have U15 national team.
No, they have the U's and all, but they don't have the U21. They don't.
Yeah, but Clint, it's called U20.
Yeah, it's just that's why
continents have a different
names. Hear me out. All my whole thing, my whole statement on this, or my whole view was, for me, I always felt that U21 specific was just useless. If you're 21, like if you're not playing on the under 20, then you should have made the grad. And that's just my take. I don't want to go on this whole runaround. That's just how I felt about it. I'm not undermining the lower level, because I have a question, and y'all might not say it's not the same. So let's say if there's an under 21 Milan, are you gonna approve of this? There's an under 21 Milan. Would you be okay with that?
Well, yeah, because I'm not paying the money to keep it running, so I'll be okay. I don't mind.
I mean, if a purpose is to develop the players for them to get into the senior team, to prepare them for the senior team, yeah, I'm all for it.
Even
sorry, look at me like, okay, if I have a Tonali that's 22, why is this 21 player not that ready yet to transition?
But Tonali's 22 now. He's a senior. Now he's a senior.
No, I know, but. No, I'm just talking about in general. If there's a Milan U21, you would have probably looked. I'm just trying to explain how I'm looking at it. That's just me personally. I'm not trying to change views here. That's just how I'm looking at it. It's like, why are you at the 21 level? You still in that little category because it doesn't last long. Why can't the transition can come, forward? If you leave, because for me, I feel personally, and I can be wrong, but I feel like the jump. It's once you go from the U20 to, it's a harder transition. You putting at the 21 level, I don't understand what that is. I don't know what I don't understand what that is. I don't know why. Me personally, that's just how I see it.
I feel like
it's useless. It's a useless category to me. That's just how I feel about that.
But the experience that these guys get of the qualification process being together, and then the tournament, it's basically they're getting trained to play the Euro and the World Cup. It's a good training.
But I feel about that. They don't stay long enough when it comes down to that transition. They don't. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, it's a 2-year process. You're in there. You're in there for 2 years.
Yeah.
You're in there for 2 years. After the 2 years, if you make it to the senior team, then you become part of the senior team. If you don't, you don't. But I think it has worked for the. I'm quite astonished that the other continents are not doing that. I think it's definitely worked for the European teams.
But they're basically doing it, Roy. They're doing it. They're just not using 21 as a limit. They're using 20. It's the same exact thing. You guys are are just stuck on semantic here. The development, basically Europe, the European football thinks the development ends at the age of 21. Brazil thinks that the development ends at the age of 20. It's just semantic at the end of the thing. Europe thinks that you should keep going with the youth tournament at the age of 21 plus we call it 40 quota. So you need to have at least 3 players. You can put 3 players that are actually 22, 23, 24. Doesn't matter on that youth 21 and play the tournament. It's basically like this because some of these some of these age brackets are decided by school system. So in most of Europe, you finish college or high school at the age of 19, so under 19. These are kids that are playing, going to school full time, training on the afternoon. Most of them are not professionals, and they play on the under 19. The under 21 usually are players that are between 19 and 22. They already have a professional contract. They are playing with some professional teams, or they are on loan on some professional teams. They finish school. They train full time. There's a job for them, so that's why it's under 21.
Correction.
It's basically like this.
Correction. Let me just one thing about under 21. So under 21, if you get called up for the under 21 and you're 21 years old, and you get called up for a qualification, the qualification is 2 years. That means that in the under 21, you can stay in the under 21 until you're 23.
Okay, see.
Mm-hmm.
So just to let you know.
Yeah, but who and you see that, right? But who, like as a national team, I don't know. I wouldn't, me personally, and that's me because this is a personal opinion. I wouldn't want that. Like I would want my players to get dirty the earliest as they can if I know that's the final outcome. That's just how I see it. If I know my prospect right here, because it's not like at 23 you're picking other basics of football. I think by the time you hit 20, you have that basic formation. You're ready to go because, and we're speaking national team here, because at the club level, you're already playing professional. Some of these guys, when they hit 21, they're already playing in first senior teams. Why does that become different when it comes to
but
I'll tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
Because I want Camarda at the age of 19 to play with guys they are at the professional level. See it as a tool for a nation to grow their talent. So I want my talent to be at the best position to express themselves. So I want 17 years old Colombo that is in the bench with the under 21 to play with 21 years old Enrico Chiesa. On the
but at what age do you qualify?
So he can develop. He can get at a better level. That's the whole thing. See, so it's not. Federico Chiesa. So it's not about selfish way of the clubs or the players what they should do. It's about the structure that needs to be solid. Needs to have a proper team, grown properly with high quality that goes on this tournament and allows other players to perform. So that's the reason. So the 25 players in this under 21, their purpose is not to become a star or a player for a top team. Sometimes their purpose is to be there to make the whole overall team look good on this tournament, so the talent can perform. That's it. That's the whole point.
And one thing that I think, I don't know, Clint, how you're considering this, but there's a lot of players that need to play, and you can't, like Tonali is one example, but if you look at the list of under 21s, there's like all these players, I don't even know who they are, but all these players need a platform, need to grow somewhere, and one senior national team can't do that for everybody, right?
I know that, but for me, it's like if you're already playing, and you said you qualified 23, if I
no, you have to be 21 when the qualifications start,
and then by 23. But why, even me in my right mind, why would I want and it can go both ways, right? But why would I want people that are my 23-year-olds are still dwelling in there? Well, they should have been on the team. Or my other question to you guys are, let me frame my question like this. during the immediate age, you as a coach, Roy, you might be better suited. What are the skill sets that a player really picks up between the age of 20 to 21 that differs from like at the professional, other than experience aside? What other
But
stuff?
I,
How you, if you had to plead your case to be like it's useful, other than it's the pyramid system,
but
from a player
listen,
perspective, how does that
but
benefit
Clint,
you? Now I'm asking. Let
the reason is
Roy
not
respond.
for him.
Let Roy
Yeah,
respond.
the reason is not for him to grow his talent. The reason is for the 18 years old that is good to play close to him.
Not an 18-year-old. No, I'm not spending the 18. I said
No.
20.
Yeah, I know, man. But that team is made. Sorry, man. You don't listen.
I posed the question, so I want to make sure you.
Yeah,
get
I'm
the question
giving
right.
you the reply. The purpose is
But
not for the 23.
Listen.
Yeah.
I asked the question. Listen.
I'm gonna
question for Roy that coaches his team. I asked him. I'm like,
Yeah,
what is the
I have a good answer
skill
to that.
that a player picks up from 20 to 21?
I have a really good answer for that.
Yeah, that's all
But
I want to know.
in the senior team, the guy that is playing is 23, 24, playing the Champions League. The 20, 21-year-old just started playing the Serie A first year, and he needs also, like the senior guy, the experience to know what it's like to play for a national team, what it's like to play in an international competition and do those tournaments. And it's a platform for him to learn to do that. And if he does well, then he gets promoted. But
so you'll say it's mainly you'll say experience is that because I said experience aside, what
of
are
course.
other qualities that he probably didn't pick up when at that youth level where that plays a big role when he hits that category? That's
when you go out there and when you go out there and you're 21 and you're competing in a tournament against 21-year-old Xavi, 21-year-old Nesta, Iniesta, 21-year-old Pogba, etc. That is experience. You learn a lot. And then after that, you move on to the seniors. You move on to the 24-year-old Xavi, the 26-year-old Iniesta, the 27-year-old Pogba. It's just the level. It's level. It's like in karate, right? The different belts. If you're 21-year-old, you're going to stay when the National League comes calling. If you're 21 years old and you only have 50 games in the Serie A, you're staying home because the guy that is being called is the guy that has more than 100 games in Serie A and is playing in the Champions League.
So from a game perspective, that would be a good point without Oguch. So let's say you're in a pool of a specific breed of players, a specific breed of talent, right? And let's say you're the only one that's going through that process, and then your other guys, they skip the steps.
Wait, when you say that, are you talking about elite talents?
And I'm trying to look at it in that comparison because
elite talents.
That's why I use the term as, let's say it's a pool of players. Let's say we use Kvara, layout. We put all of them together. There's almost 20.
Yeah, Kvara doesn't need to do
right, and you're on that same skill set, and then you go through the whole 20. All the different ranks, and then some of them they skip those steps.
But
all the left wingers they went direct to the first senior team. In the long run, right?
Okay.
Does that have an impact? Do you benefit more from you going through all those steps?
But these are bad examples, and let me tell you why. Because these are 1 in a million talents that you're talking about.
No, but I said a pool. It's not fair because a lot of people are talented, man. It's not like there's one team that's good on earth to be like it's 1 in a million. There's a lot of teams that are good. We can.
But if you say Kvara, that's 1 in a million. Give me another name, then.
Let's look at 20. Okay, let's look at 20.
Leao, for example, had to go through the ranks. He had to do the under-21s, and now he's in the seniors. Kvaratskhelia went straight to the seniors because he's Donnarumma went straight to the seniors. He never played an under-21 game.
Right, and that's why I'm trying to. But you even saying that, you saying that I'm giving. You said it's not good examples. I'm trying to pick really a pool of talent that are at similar levels. Because there's at one point that maybe they were similar to their peers in terms of talent, what they didn't pick up. And then in some cases, they probably had to, got removed from their ranks. What I'm trying to ask you is, I'm trying to see how impactful, other than an experience, portion where you get to play more games. I'm trying to understand how impactful that has on the player, you know, going to the ranks.
Yeah.
That's what I really want to know.
Because
Which to me, I feel like it doesn't do nothing.
Because if you're Tonali and you're playing a Euro 21, you're the captain of the team. You're playing 90 minutes of all those battles, all those battles teach you. If you're Tonali, hold on, if you're Tonali in the senior team, you're sitting on the bench. You're not learning anything. You're learning how to sit on the bench.
Me personally, I feel like it's useless because it doesn't correlate directly to club football. As stupid as this might sound, because the club football, can understand you're in Primavera, you played also at the youth level in national.
Okay, but that's the mistake you're making.
No, but like, and that's why I'm saying, I'm like, at the U21 level, you know, other teams are not really adopting that, so I never understood what was the purpose. But I'm just gonna dead it this year, man. That's just.
Hold on. But when you say other teams, I mean, is it supposed to correlate to club football?
I mean, they're within the same realm. I would assume they're all the same. You know, when these players, when these guys, you know, these teams, they have the same vision in terms of winning. The structures are a bit the same in terms of, if I'm letting my player go out there, you know, there should be reason for that, right? How would I feel as a Milan, like, if I have a player as a Daniel Maldini, I want him to start at the first senior team. Am I okay with him starting at the U21 level? Then, you know, coming back to previously, I don't know.
Absolutely. I mean, our team, Milan, like 2 years ago, almost all of them were under 21s. Brahim Diaz, Tonali, Calabria, Leao, Salamakers, and I don't know, more others too. It's just the natural progression. But I think the under 21s is not for clubs. The under 21s is for the national team.
I know, but what I'm trying to say is, from a club perspective, you also, if you want to look at that, or does this go with you when knowing like, yo, this is my player, he's my next start, he's gonna be starting. Why am I having him play at that lower level from a competitive standpoint? That's all I'm saying. But I'm just gonna leave it here, man. That was just my take on this.
What about? Yeah, Kalulu is another one, also under 21. Tomori was also under 21. Chow right now is an under 21. I mean, the thing is, like, if these guys are not under 21s, they don't get the experience to play international football. That's the only thing, you know?
Because I'm looking at Kalulu, right? What's stopping Kalulu and to being called up? You know, Saliba and Wesley Fofana got injured.
Yeah, Kalulu soon.
From Monaco, they're going to go and replace him. And I'm like, okay, he's there to try to gain the experience, but other younger players are getting called to play, you know, for the year qualifier. What's stopping him from calling him?
Like, for example, Kalulu, I think I don't know if he's still eligible for the under 21s. Maybe he is. Maybe he still is. But once he's not eligible anymore, then it's up to him to perform at the levels and get himself noticed to the senior team. But so far, as in that age group, it is a big success for him to get noticed, especially for France in this moment.
I know it doesn't work out because you know why? Because, hear me out. I know it doesn't work out from some African players because a lot of African players play at the youth level for France, and they just dipped. They're benefiting, so they just switched their nationality, and they went to play for the national team. And that's one of the pattern that prompted me to ask this whole question from the beginning. Anyway, that's all I'm like. When you mentioned like, oh, he plays at the Euro U20, I'm like, how good does that even serve?
I think it does. But how many players can play in the national team? Like when you play a World Cup?
No, I know, not a lot of players, but the players that at least we thought they would have been eligible, because now our players can start on either national teams. But it's just you just see a recording of some of these talents that's just, you know, somebody like Kalulu. Kalulu can start on France any day, but he's not being called up, and he played throughout all these ranks. He's not being called up. So now
but
look back at his career.
He's not getting called up because there is better players, not because he's playing for under 21.
No, but also, players, but these two kids that they just called for Monaco and that other one, I don't think they're better than him at all. I don't think that.
But I thought he was.
Who makes the decision that thinks that? It's not.
Yeah,
I'm not saying.
I don't think that. You know.
Did he get called up this time around for the under 21s? What about for the under 21s?
I don't think so. I think he's past that now. I don't know, but I know he didn't get called up for that, right? when you look at a Tomori not getting called up for England, right? I mean, I'm looking at this different. They're calling Mark Gay out of Crystal Palace. Is
Yeah,
Mark Gay better than
Tomori is not eligible for under 21s anymore.
No, but so I'm saying so Mark Gay, they call him from the England national team. And what I'm trying to say is, as a player, you reflect on your passages through these. Oh, I was supposed to go 21 to get there to that other level, right?
It doesn't always work out. It doesn't always work out. It doesn't always work out.
I don't.
But Tonali for him it has worked out. For Barella it worked out. For Pirlo it worked out. For Gattuso it worked out. For Buffon it worked out. For Maldini never did. He went straight to the seniors as a 16-year-old, I think. Even Baresi. So some of these players skip the ranks, but a lot of players it did work out.
For me personally, I'm be honest with you, Roy. If you are a player that starts in any table of the league and you're being considered to get approached for a national team, I don't feel, if you're a first team professional player, I feel there's no reason for you to dwell in the under 21s. That's how I feel personally. Even if you're 18-year-old that you play, like you're starting for Atalanta, or even you're starting for Bologna,
if you're
the first team. That's just why am I sending you to the U21 when you're already playing? You already paid at 19. You already have like a whole year of league experience in the Serie A. Why am I bringing you back to the U21?
Well, because in your position there is 3 players that are better than you. There is 6 players that are better than you. Because playing for Bologna does not mean you're better than Tonali, Barella,
So watch this though. So like, I have a question for you there. So if there's 3 players that are better than you, then so them bringing
not
you
3,
back.
8 players. 8
okay,
players
so 8 players. So be it. So what's the purpose of me bringing you back to the U21? Is to get you better so you can replace them?
No, it's not. Clint. Forget about. It's not about getting you better. It's about you playing football at the international level at every age. It's not. No one is making it to stop you the ball better, to kick the ball better, to pass the ball better. It's about you playing international football, being in a group of players for the sake of winning a tournament, for the sake of for a goal, getting your passport and going inside of an airplane and going to a different country to play football. Even that experience is something that you should do from the young age. So if you are 18 playing for Bologna every week in Serie A, but you cannot get in the first team of Italy, you still need to go in Spain and play against under 21 Spain and try to win that game. You need to learn how to do that. And you have to do it until you go to the first team. If you don't go to the first team, you're still going to be a really valuable player to play for Bologna or for whatever team in Italy. That's the reason is there.
And another thing is that if you're 18 and you end up in the under 21, I mean that's a huge privilege. I mean the under 21s are considered quite prestigious national teams. If you're 18, I know it's true.
I know for a fact in France they don't rate these cats, bro. They don't. You know, because you as an ultimate.
I don't know, but in Italy it's a prestigious.
Because the thing is, I think any federation. I think the ultimate, as a federation as a whole. Yes, you want the pyramid system, but as the ultimate. I just feel like that middle portion right there. To me, it's useless. But that's just my take, man.
Okay, in under 21, Italy has always been a prestigious team. It's always been like a team that players strive to go to before hitting the seniors. Of course, every player would love to be good enough to go straight to the seniors, but Italy is, I think, with Spain, the most successful under 21 national team, and it's a big deal for players to go in under 21. So I don't know. I guess I don't know why in France it's like that. I don't know. Maybe it's different in France, but yeah, I'm all for the under 21s. I think it's a good system. I guess we'll have
I
to
agree. I don't think it matters what people think about it. This is a tool for a nation, for a football nation to keep their talent moving on. It's a factory. You need to bring your product and move on.
And that's the purpose of it. That's the essential purpose.
It's like You cannot allow a guy, for example, Pirlo at the age of 23 was jumping from Brescia to Inter on loan. He was not a foreign player. He was not on the first team of Italy. If you don't have the under 21, if he's not playing those teams, maybe you're missing one of the biggest midfielder of the Italian history.
Yeah, that under 21 tournament, he was a big thing for him.
He was not
MVP of the
playing for.
tournament.
He was a starter for Brescia. He was not playing for Inter, and his career was in a limbo. He didn't know what to do with it. No one wanted to bet on him, and kind of Inter got rid of him and gave it to Milan, and Milan bet on him, putting him as a number 10. With under 21, he was playing as a number 10. Ancelotti and Mazzone changed his position, but he had to play. He had to play until the age of 22, 23 with under 21 international football. And that is important. And it's not important just for Pirlo. It's important for the other youngsters that played with Pirlo on those tournaments.
Yeah.
Having Pirlo and those long passes is a different quality of output than actually having a 18 years old kid that doesn't know how to do that as a team.
I mean, if they don't
That's
do that, if they don't have that, they don't play. If they don't have that, they don't play. I don't know. I feel differently about this topic.
I'm completely fine with this because you need a team that is competitive, and if that to make that competitive, you need a guy that plays in Serie A and is really good. That's fine, because everyone is gonna get an advantage of it. For example, Gabi is playing under 21. Gabi playing under 21 will give you a better output than a kid that is 18 years old that is playing with the Primavera. He's gonna be much better, and he's gonna make everyone around him perform better.
And yeah,
so I don't know. It's just and development is so different in each country, and Spanish players are smaller. They need more time to grow to make it to the first team. Some of them are really good.
Yeah, the Spanish team is usually brings very strong teams to the under 21. Germany always strong teams. Bro, I remember when Balotelli and Giovinco and that generation there was in the under 21. Italy got kicked out of the quarterfinals. That roster of the under 21 that kicked Italy out of the quarter. By the way, Italy dominated that game. But that team was literally the same team that beat Brazil with Muller, Ozil, and all those guys. Literally almost the same team that beat Brazil in the 2014 World Cup.
Yeah, it's needed, man. It's needed. And not for the development of the single player, for the development of the player around you as well.
Of the group. Of
the group, yeah. Because probably Chiesa is ready to play for the first team at the age of 21, 22. But him playing on the under 21 helps the whole group perform better and grow better, and go on that tournament better. The players around him. So it's important.
And also, Italy is not. If we want to just talk about Italy, just Italy and Germany, Italy has never been a country that produces like young players that are ready to play right away. I don't know why, but like Spain, France does it, Spain does it, Brazil does it, England does it. Italy has always been a country that.
I mean, Zaniolo was one of them, though. I'll be honest with you.
They're far few in between. I mean, it's like Italy's youth system has never been that great, to be honest. Like the U16, U15, U18, U19, they're not. It's not a system that has a lot of pedigree. The under 21s have a lot of pedigree, but everything below that, when it comes to Italy, is quite poor, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I think Italy, like everyone, can is brought those crazy quick talent. It's just Balotelli was really young when he went to the first team, when he exploded. He was 19. But people have the
He went through the under 21 system.
Yeah, he went to the under 21, but it's because, listen to me. Countries like Italy, there is a lot of people playing football. The first team is usually pretty good, so it's really hard to break.
I think also
Brazil,
Italians in general are just when the kids were small. They don't.
I think also one of the things I can add is I think adversity is what separate a lot of these countries from Italy or European teams. Maybe not France. And when I mean adversities, it's like if you look in Europe, teams like France, they'll get the better youth, meaning immigrant parents. You have to think fast. You're not comfortable enough. I think about South America, adversity. A lot of them, they come from poverty, so they have to think quick on their feet.
Yeah, for sure.
So they grow up quicker. So somebody as a 16-year-old, 15-year-old, he's able to play with the first team because he has to grow. He has to make it for his family. Like he's the bread. He's the ticket out of fucking poverty. And a lot of people, they come from that mode. France, with all these immigrants, when you look at Mbappe, they were groomed to make it out for their parents to put them in a stable situation. So it's not like, oh, we're just playing for fun and I'm going to school. No, it's like Portugal, the same thing. Those are not, suddenly there's not rich places. I don't know how much is about Italy, but that's one thing I can point out. Same with Africa, when the Mane, they have to cross, all the African players.
That is a big part.
They playing because they're not in a comfort situation. And, there's a reason why the United States is not good because, soccer is expensive here. It's a rich people's sport. I was at somebody's house the last time, and I saw the kid had Messi, and they're like, he has a soccer tournament he has to go to. When I hear that, I'm like, yeah, dog, you're playing pay to play. And we know how that turns out. So that's just how I feel.
Yeah.
And I think
that I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's why I always felt that, these guys, they grow quicker. And I'm looking at all that. That's why I said by the time you're a certain age, it's like, yo, do you really have to dwell on that? Or you just make the transition right already? Because you should be mature. Adversity will push you to be you thinking as a grown fucking person. Yes, you need a development, but like you should understand that. Because for me, if you don't have a shot from that transition directly, and which you guys added Pirlo and all that, those are perfect statements. I agree with that. But just if we had to generalize it or put it in a pool, without just mentioning just the outliers, if you can't make that transition right away, then I'm like, okay, there's no reason why you should be playing national team now. Like Larry said, yeah, just for you to get you to play to get that international level, yeah, fair. But then as a player that has ambitions and all that, dudes, is that what you really need? In certain cases, right? Just let's say if you went in Europe, and that's how I think about it. Yeah, that's how I saw it. And that's why I'm thinking, I'm like, do you really need that transition? Or you just go right away? Right? Because it's like, and I use it, I translate it to the club level because I'm looking at the club level. If we're playing, if you have the first, do we need a U21 Milan? Like, what difference would it really make? That's how I look at it. Unless because if you send an extra come out, like, yo,
let me tell you this.
Woods, but I don't know. It's
yeah. On this, I did like we can agree to this
because you as a club. Okay, so if you're a club owner, right, and I'll say club level. I'm using this for example. So I look at a Bellingham. Let's say you have Bellingham as a player. Do you rather send them to the second division in England, where he has a starting role? Or keep him at you keep him in your first, like in your team, your Primavera team, so he gets to get the experience with his age group and fucking at the youth, like the European, the UCL, the youth UCL tournament.
No, because Bellingham is built like a 27-year-old and plays
no, but just in general, Bellingham aside. Or I give you an example. I'm a Diallo that came out of Atalanta that went to Man U, the Ivorian kid. Like Diallo, you remember him, right? You said that one that came, Man U bought him. He scored against us at thing. What did Man U? Man United could still keep him at that second youth leg because I still think he was of age.
Dude, I don't know enough about it.
But they sent him to Sunderland, and he's performing over there crazy. But I know that's kind of club level, so I kind of like see that in that mode. But that's just how I feel about it, man. It's like. Some of these players are mature and other shit. They can go and post their life on social media or that.
But Glenn, he's It isn't fair that we always see the successful case, but we don't see the under 200 cases that went wrong. But we see that from Argentina comes that wonder kid, 18 years old, but we don't see the other 200 that didn't make it, that they are actually at the level of the other youth system of Italy. So the issue is here that the end goal is different. In Argentina, the end goal is to find the wonder kid, so to make 20 million out of him and sell him. In Italy, the end goal is not to make 20 million on the wonder kid, is to grow an entire generation of footballer, so to feed an entire system of football from the Serie C, Serie B, Serie A. It's not an end goal to get a wonder kid and sell it 20 million to England, but to feed all the clubs and all the leagues. If you see all these wonder kids, they come from countries that their end goal is to sell a young player and make a massive amount of money out of him, or a lot of them, as much as you can provide. So their way of growing talent is different because the end goal is different. So they rush things, they make things quicker so they can cash earlier. Italy, Germany, and all the other countries, the biggest countries at least, they have a big league. They don't want to cash out early. They want a proper development, a long-term strategy. So that's why the system is different and brings young players at the later stage. And that's why Italy brings younger players at the higher level on the later stage. Simple as that. It's a different.
But in the
Clubs
longer
in
run,
Italy are
though,
poor as fuck, and they need to make money selling young players. They will accelerate that growth, and they will make it look like that player is ready to go. And sometimes they are not even ready to go. But
they're not okay. And okay, we can go with just it. But when we look at the bigger picture, and the law, like, you know, the end outcome, you know, what you think comes on top, right? Because when you're saying these other guys, they're rushing, I still believe also Argentina is trying to build a generation. Because when I look at the different youth levels in the tournaments, we know we type in right now that you say U15, they're always successful. So I don't think it's just that. Maybe at the club level, that's what they're thinking. But I think their federation as a whole, they're building to be competitive at the international level. I don't think they're just try to rush their growth. I think they're really intentional, and that's why I feel they're really successful what they do. You know, same thing, you know, can be said of, you know, countries like Brazil. At their youth level, they're really great because those are like soccer thing. Now, I can agree with you, you know, development might be rushed, but
no. I'm not saying that it's wrong what they do. I'm not saying what is wrong. And by the way, I'm talking about clubs. I'm not talking about the national teams and things like that. Clubs in Brazil, they grow their talent quicker and they create systems around that so they can grow quicker. For example, in Brazil, there is a league that is under 22. Palmeiras has a league. Every Brazilian club have created a league under 22, so young players at the age of 16 can play with grown-ups of the age of 24, 23. So they have a different structure that allows a 16 years old to become an insane talent, so Real Madrid can pay 60 million, 50 million for him. So I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that their needs are different, so they have to do it in a different way, things. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Africa has different needs. The clubs in Africa, they have different needs. They want to make cash selling these young talents. No?
Africa does not sell young talents, my friend.
Yeah, but they would like to do that.
Yeah.
Or agents, or who is managing these talents. So they tried the best way possible for this talent to get ready and play for professional teams so they can make cash out of it.
That's fair.
It's I think it's the right balance. Not every national team or not every nation or every league should grow their talent in the same way. I think it's the right balance. It's perfect. That's why it makes football diverse and, you know.
I look at it. I think personally, like within the past I'll say the past 10 years, I feel like the place that grows the best talent and the way they build them up, because I started following this instantly, is France and Portugal. Right. To me, I think they're the model to follow. Not maybe the selling part, but from the youth level, I think the way they develop their players, it's
I
You know,
agree with you, Clint. And if you
Yeah,
look
France
at
has to be
France
number
and Portugal, if you look at France and Portugal, majority of the clubs in France and majority of the club in Portugal, their end goal is to sell their players so they can financially keep going.
Yeah, and the reason why I mentioned these two places is because we were talking about, okay, the players that don't make it or the players that don't. And I look at Portugal and they get their players ready on all levels. I mean, if you pay attention now, most of every Portuguese player that came to this ring this season speaks perfect English. Like João Filho, you look at Diego Dan, they never played in England, and they get them ready to how to operate in the football world where you can go on to be, to do great things. Because if you're able to speak another language, you can settle quicker and you can actually thrive outside of it. And that's one thing I applaud them for what they do there, man. It's like the way they bring these players up. It's, at least their own players, not the Enzo Fernandez of the world, because he still needs
I think
change.
I think there's also an element that some countries produce, just like I don't know, just the just natural born talents are just more frequent than other countries. And when that's the case, you have to be good at developing the players that you are and making them, be able to compete at a level where you can win against, those super talents.
Yeah, and the thing is, football is an athletic sport, genetics, and I'm
Yeah,
looking,
genetics is a big part of it.
genetics. So I'm looking at countries like Portugal benefit from a huge, also, it's a small country. The influx of fucking, these people from Mozambique and Angola going to their country plays a big, all
Yeah, of
these
course.
black Portuguese players are not from Portugal.
Yeah, I know.
That's something, it's not mentioned of. When I'm looking at Germany is really, if you look at the newer national team, it's benefiting from the influx of these immigrants. Like Germany is started becoming more black than God knows the last time I saw them like this. Where it's more of that's happening right now in their team, and it's that's how I see it. And some of these cats, and the reason why I'm mentioning all this, I feel like some of these immigrants here, they come more ready, man. They come like, the parents are trying to run adversity. They come prepared. They in their head, they understand that, like, though, I need to make my parents proud, and they have it, and that that's how it's always been. But I don't know. That was just my take on the under 21. That's I just, it was just an idea. I throw it out there. That's how I see it.
Well,
My
you
shit
don't
can be
like them.
skewed, but it's
You don't like the under 21.
huh?
You
Yeah.
don't like the under 21.
No, I don't, man. I always felt, man. I never did, dog. I never did. I followed. I think my favorite. I like the U20s a lot, man. I like U20. And bro, I watch U20 male, female, and I watch female also. Like the female side. So when it's the
You
sport of
talking
football, I'm
when
all
you say
about it.
you're saying World Cup? You're talking about World Cup?
World Cup, and then some of the tournaments that I can catch in between. So if I have a chance, let's say if I'm going to Paramount and they're showing, last time I was watching the FA Cup, the female FA Cup, was it a couple months ago? It was playing. They play on Paramount. So I mean, I throw that on and I'll watch some of it. In the U20s, yes, I haven't watched the past World Cups, but usually I was good at catching those and watching them. U15, I don't like watching that too much. You see, it's too, they're too young, man. It's good, but it's like I like U20 for me is like perfect.
I enjoy watching the U21 tournaments and the U19s, specifically those two, because those are pretty much the next generation of the national teams.
Like 05, for example, also Pele Graziano was in the 05 World Cup, and he performed with Italy, though. Even they got eliminated in the quarterfinals, but it was good. It was good, and that 05 produced a lot of talent at that time. It's, a lot of people came, from the woodworks when I think about that World Cup in 2005, like, for sure.
Yeah, he was also in the U21s, also Graziano, and he did a good. That generation was decent. They should have done. They should have done better. They should have done better, bro.
And maybe I'm biased because that's how the stuff's been promoting to us. Me growing up, in the Ivory Coast, we, Africa, because the reason why I think, and I grew up there at the time, and maybe that's where my bias comes from, because Africans have a better chance to win their tournament at the youth level than when it comes to international. So we're more vested there too. Africans would tend to perform. They can run to a semifinal and or they can even get to a final of a World Cup, under 20, tournament, and it gives you the illusion of you're competing with the best and all that, and it's celebratory, right? When I think about Michael Essien in 2001 with Ghana, them making it to the final, people were going crazy, or teams like Nigeria, performing, Nigeria going 05 and all over. So it's one of those things where like sometimes you watch competitions where your team is going to perform, or somebody you support on the continent, so
Yeah. The
that's
problem
where I
with
guess,
the problem with
I will say something controversial. Now in Europe is under 21, yeah. I will put under 23. I think it's not enough under 21. You need the under 23 in Europe now. I know this is controversial, but if you think about it,
but it already is. Like, under 21.
I will put more emphasis. I will put it like a key team. I will not have youth 21 as a key team. I will have youth 23 as a key team of the youth system.
Like a U21 and a U23?
Yeah.
But the U23 is already your Olympic team.
So,
that's what you call your Olympic team. That's your
I will do Euros and World Cup youth.
So you really want to piss off the
No, it's not about pissed off, because
the reason is because
I'm joking.
these ranks has been made 30, 40 years ago when a football career ended at the age of 31, 32. Now a footballer career ends at the age of 40. So you should push that youth system a bit further, because these kids, after the age of 21, they should keep playing international football, even if they are not good enough to play for the first team. There is a lot of good players at the age of 25. They are not getting in the first team of Italy or France, Germany, and they should keep playing international football. That's my opinion.
But so my question now is going to be to you is, if you're allowing the U23 to come in and take phase, how much, and that's a good question to ask from a statistics standpoint, how many U23 compromise actual senior national team?
They don't compromise. If you're good, you go to the senior national team.
No, but I'm not compromise. Sorry, like it's composed. My bad. I was saying it I was translating in French, and compromise came out of my mouth, because in French that's what it means. Well, how what's the makeup of like a certain thing? I'm just wondering, like a U23, right? Like what's the if I had to look at a team's percent in terms of age, what's the majority of players that are under 23? Are they less than 20%, less than 30%, less than 40%? I'm just asking out loud here. Yeah, if we wanted to create that, because the reason why I'm asking is, if that's there and we emphasize on that,
Sorry,
you start having a huge pool.
What's the question?
No, the question is, Larry said he wants a U23 team. That's and how you call that, U23 team after U21. So I'm wondering now, at the national, the senior level, right? What is the percentage of a team, right, that has the U23? Right? Is it less than 20, 30%? Because the reason I'm asking that is, like, do you want, let's say a team, maybe hypothetically, usually they're a young team, every World Cup cycle, they might be a young team, or 40, 50% of your team is U23, especially if you're a smaller nation. See, that can be said about bigger nations to be able to afford that luxury. But if you're a smaller nation like Croatia, do you afford all your U20 and all that, like, stuck at a U23? And then you'll go with a bunch of people that are in their 30s? And all of that, in the long run. And that's how I'm thinking the reason, especially for Europe, because some countries are really small. That's why I'm asking.
You play the players you have, man.
Okay.
I mean, if Italy has a youth 23, for example, you will see players like I'll make an example here. Maldini, Colombo, Gabbia playing that team. Do international.
Hold on. Maldini and Colombo U21.
Yeah, but they will go out of the youth 21.
Ah, okay.
And they will stop playing those games, those tournaments at the age of 22, 23. And other kids are going to come, But I would say they should not stop playing those tournaments. They should
Yeah, but
keep
Italy
going.
is a big country. But when you look at smaller nations like Belgium, like Croatia, they'll afford to even put themselves in that position to be holding their players during that process. Because if it's Europe especially when you start hitting the Balkans now, can they afford to have it? To have like all their players stuck in that portion. If you're a supporter, you're the federation in that team. Let's even use Albania. Can Albania even afford like a Broya to be stuck in the U23? And when you need, there's a bunch of players in this pool, or there's like a golden generation that's going through the pipeline. Can you afford to have them stuck in the U23 level?
Make it happen. Make it happen. Just grow talent, grow players. Make sure they play football. Bring more players. At the end, for example, Selemakers, he didn't go to the first team, Selemakers. Of course, he was injured. Maybe he would have gone. But let's say he's not called from the first team of Belgium. And he's too good to play for under 21. So why not have a tournament every 2 summers for under 23?
But the sad part is he's been called like at 2021. What else he's been called already? Belgium doesn't have a lot of players, man.
I think Belgium have a lot of players, just we don't know them. The whole league is full with
when I mean a lot of
25 years old, 26 years old that can play.
Yeah, when I mean
playing under 23.
But don't forget, man, a lot of these players that go, dude, it's when I mean they don't have a lot. It's a really small country, man. They don't have all these guys to be able like Italy will be able to have. They can't afford to do that.
I think in my opinion, they haven't. In my opinion,
they can't. That's the reason why people like CDK and the Salamakers, they get called, because they don't have a lot of people.
But they are the best one. I'm pretty sure there is a 23 years old Belgian that is not like CDK that can play.
CDK is the best attacking midfielder Belgium is creating, they're in trouble.
No, but what I'm saying that we are seeing just the top of the iceberg. But there is a lot of 24, 25 years old, 23 years old in Belgium playing football, and they are not called by the first team. And they can easily play this tournament at the age of 23, and that will help. They will give them something to fight for, to improve, something to showcase their abilities, and try to get better and better. Because I feel at one point of their career, some youngsters, they just give up because there's nothing. Everything around them tells them it's finished. You didn't make it. Now you have to play for Salernitana. That's it. You're 24. You didn't make it to the top 7 teams in Italy. You're not called by the first team by Mancini. So it's finished for you. That's it. Now you have to park the bus and play football like this. And that's unfair, in my opinion. They should keep having an under 23 for them to allow them to showcase their talent in international tournament as a youngster.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure you have a lot of talent. For example, Lukman is not getting called by the first team in England. He's too old to play for the under 21.
He's Nigerian. He's not English.
Oh, but he grew up in England, man.
No, he's born in England, so he probably played at the youth level, but he's gonna go back.
Yeah, he won the World Cup at the youth level with Tomori.
Yeah, so he's gonna try to, even Tomori, right? They're gonna start thinking now, especially when that World Cup comes around, because Tomori wasn't called, and that thing has been brought up. They're gonna start thinking now. Tomori has 2 more options where he either goes play with Canada, that's organizing the World Cup.
No, make him Italian.
Or he goes to play with Nigeria, which that can be the latter. What they usually go back and do, go and play, with Nigeria. But the thing is, dude, when they go to Africa, they learn the hard way, man. They don't like it. It's too tough for dual nationals to go back to play to a team.
Why can't they give him an Italian passport? Just give him an Italian passport.
Yeah, look, man.
He's not, Tomori, like even Diaz going to play with Morocco, he's not connected to that. He's not gonna understand what is it to fight for the colors. You're going based on,
Super Eagles.
You perform, because the way Osimhen is gonna perform from Nigeria is not the same way Lookman is gonna go and perform. These people, they grew up there, they're entrenched, and they understand what it is.
I was watching Nigeria's last 3 or 5 games on SofaScore. Osimhen never gets called up.
No, I mean, he was injured for the most part. He's the main striker, man. He gets injured.
I didn't see him in any of the rosters.
No, the rosters, that whole like workouts. Osimhen was injured for a long time last year, man.
Yeah,
He's
he got injured for a lot, especially on these national breaks. He's always injured.
He's always injured. His face game fractured. After the injury, he come back. This is the first time that Osimhen's been healthy for the whole time.
Is Lookman playing? What about Lookman? Because Lookman, I didn't see Lookman's name either.
No, he's not. But he's not. He hasn't switched allegiance. I don't think he even has.
Okay, he hasn't switched yet.
Yeah, but the thing is going to be harder for him though. He's going to be harder for him because when you playing these Africa is too fucking physical. Yeah. I'm not saying he's not physical, but it's not going to be in Europe, man. It's so unconventional.
Oh,
you gotta be a fucking demon.
The physicality in Africa, they beat your ass, man.
Dude, so you see the way Mane plays? That's suited for the African continent, which I think Osimhen were able to do. Like you're playing.
You don't think Lookman can play for in Africa?
Yeah, he might go and he's not gonna succeed. Lookman can remind me another case like a Iwobi. Iwobi was good at Arsenal. He goes to Nigeria and he's probably one of the West Nigerian people. They don't even like him there. It happens, man. It happens when I give you an example. I give you Cameroon. You look at Choupo-Moting that scores a lot. The Bundesliga, by the way. And you look at Vincent Boubacar, that used to play at Fiorentina. There's a Cameroonian player that scored during the thing. And you ask yourself who performs better when they're in the national team. One was born in Germany and grew up there, and one was born in the continent and is a fucking beast. When Vincent Boubacar wears that jersey for Cameroon, he turns into fucking prime Ronaldo. Then you ask yourself, you're like, where does he play again? Oh, he plays in the Saudi league. But there's a difference, man. Because think about Italy, for example. Somebody that doesn't play in Serie A and somebody that made it to the ranks of Serie A, and let's say they're both forwards, for example, right? And they perform on the same level, one is going to perform better than the other. That's a fact. One is going to perform better than the other. One is going to be like the crazy, crazy fucking goal scorer. And that's just what it is, especially with these, they're more connected to the nation. So that's a problem. That's why Des is not good for the U.S., man. He didn't grow up in America. I think he only went to the U.S.
What about the Mbolo case?
Yeah, if Mbolo played in Cameroon, but it depends where Mbolo grew up, though. Mbolo was born in Cameroon. He didn't grow up there. He grew up in Switzerland. That's why he's playing for them. There's because here's what I mean by this, Roy. When I mean you grew up there, it means before you move to Europe, it means you played at one point. You played in your national league. If you were younger now, so you understand your system better. So you looked at it from the lower scale, at the bottom of the fucking barrel. You used to be like, man, you know what? You came through the youth ranks. You're like, you know what? I want to play, with this national team. Which the same can be said about the Kessie and all these guys. They played at the gutter level with the Ivory Coast before they moved to Europe. They didn't grow up in Europe and then it's like, oh, I want to go and play. Because usually for African players, when they grow up, they were born in Europe, they tend to not want to go back and actually they want a chance at their first team. And if it doesn't work out, they'll try to switch allegiance. And a lot of players will do that. But Bakayoko wants to do that, but bro, they're not calling him back. They're like, dude, you're done. The chapter is closed because in African Federation, they put themselves in that predicament because they used to go out and go beg for these players to come play for them. Right now, they're begging Wesley Fofana, which I'm like, dude, why are you calling him to come? If he doesn't feel like Ivorian enough, let him play for France. And then he got injured, and now people are speculating like, bro. They're doing witchcraft on this kid because he said he doesn't want to play for the Ivory Coast.
Is this the Chelsea guy?
Yeah. I'm like, let him play for fucking, let him play for France. That's where he grew up. Why y'all mad against that? Why would I go play somewhere where I'm not connected to, national team stuff, bro? You got to be connected. You have to be connected, man. So it doesn't work all the time. Sebastien Haller, he grew up in France. Yeah, he decided to go to Ivory Coast, but dude, he's struggling. This is not the crazy dudes on the continent. No, they're not. He's not. Like, same with a Nicolas Pepe and all that. When they come, they don't perform. Like, they're not. they're not like the best Ivorian players where there's like, oh, bro, we're going crazy over. Even Zaha. Yeah, Zaha is good, but he's not like, they don't. There's a term we use in French where
He's too,
he doesn't wet the jersey. If I gotta translate, wetting the jersey means you're going crazy.
he doesn't sweat for the
He doesn't
jersey.
sweat through, right? The only outlier I can say is Drogba, right? Drogba is probably one of the outliers because he almost probably played for France, but that dude came. He's probably the biggest outlier out of all the people because that dude was a fucking crazy dude. When I look at Eto'o, true, he came to Spain young, probably 17, 18, but dude, he went through
Very
those
good.
Cameroonian ranks. He feels Cameroonian. He
Yeah.
doesn't feel Spanish or any of these things. So I think
He's he is very patriotic.
patriotic, right? I think if Mbappe would have went to Cameroon as they wanted him to, I think Mbappe would have been a flop. I don't think Mbappe would have been what he was. I don't think so. Because every African player that I've seen that have been successful, they've come from within. They were homegrown talent. They weren't European produced. From a Yaya Toure, from George Weah, right? George Weah played in the Ivorian League. I think it's from the Ivorian League. When he left, Liberia, played in the Ivorian League. That's how he went to France. He played all the hardship, and George Weah is our only Ballon d'Or to this day. You look at the Mane, and it's true they get into Europe and they play at the academy level, but it doesn't mean they grew up there. They don't, Mane doesn't speak fluent German. Was like, oh, then he's more German than Senegalese. No, they speak. They that from there. And when you look at Osimhen doesn't have a British accent or a French accent or whatever. No matter what age he came, that dude is Nigerian all the way, and he's a crazy striker. And that dude, he convinced me this shit, but that dude is a fucking monster, bro.
This year he convinced.
The way
But
he's
he convinced me the first time I saw him. I was like, "Who the fuck is
no,
this
for
guy?"
me, I never was in denial against his talent. It's just I said if he can stay, I called and I was wrong on this. I said I feel like he's gonna get injured this year. I think he's gonna get injured, and I don't trust him because he can't stay healthy. But I was fucking wrong, boy.
Who you guys are talking about?
The first time I saw Osimhen, I was like, "Oh my god!
Oh,
Like this is a striker's like a coach's wet dream for a striker. Osimhen is a perfect prototype. Works his ass for the team, does all the runs, scores goals, but works his ass for the team.
Yeah, and that's why I feel, and that's why I feel like, the thing around then, like, and I think with the next African Cup of Nations, I think he's definitely gonna be a threat. But like what we said, like Europe doesn't always correlate for some of these African players, man.
Nah, but you gotta have a team around you. Like
You have to, but
Nigeria,
Nigeria does have a team. Nigeria does have a team. It's just one thing Nigerians too, they're not in the business of doing is try to get, because a lot of Nigerians been living in England for the longest. They're not really in the business of converting all these so-called players that were born abroad and just dumping them into their team, their national team, which they could have done. But if they don't feel you, because Africa is just like, you're not going to play conventionally. You're not playing on nice pitches or any of that bullshit, man. So, shit gets really tough. Shit gets different. And you're going to have to put up with that, unless I feel like with Algeria, the only reason why all these players are going over there now is because they've seen Algeria's performance over the last few years. You understand? That's the only reason I feel like the Adli, the Awar, they switch convenient, they switch allegiance. Because in the past, that wasn't always the case.
Algeria produces a lot of time.
No, because they're all born in France. Back then, everybody wanted to play in France, and Algeria wasn't. Algeria after their 1990 generation, Algeria was not that good.
Yo, Rock, why don't you come on the live, bro?
Yo, guys, I heard Chaka is not renewing.
Chaka Traore?
Yeah.
I ain't gonna be surprised, man. Shit. He's probably gonna want to go to Spain. Ivorians idolize a lot of Spain, man. Blame Yaya Toure, bro. Blame Yaya Toure and Drogba for fucking poisoning these dudes' head. That's what
it was a report, but it's not confirmed.
Yeah, but he's gonna look at it. People are gonna be in his ear. They're gonna be like, "Yo, you're gonna have to make more money. Go over there." That's the same fucking play.
It's just like I feel like a lot of people will At his age, he's gonna probably sign for a team that will allow him to play as a starter.
Yep.
So he can go like in Netherlands, Belgium, those leagues, where you can at the age of 90 you play because they won. And Milan,
And this case to me is a bit weird because how do you get a player that at Parma, he was starting games at Parma, not starting, but he was playing in the first team at Parma, really young, and then with Milan, he's just lingering in the Primavera. I'm confused. I'm so
but he
confused
was
with Chaka Straud's case.
Clint. He was starting for Parma because Parma wanted to sell him.
I guess.
Was it Serie A or Serie B?
Serie A. Remember, he played against us back in 2019. Chaka Straud, he came in. Played against
How
us.
old was he? 14?
16.
How old is he now? 18?
19, I think.
18, 19.
Okay.
Yeah, he played against us.
And they should send him out on loan. Do the usual thing they do. Why sell? He's a talent.
Well,
Keep
but
him, give him a contract.
He's not gonna. How can I say it? This is about money now. You need to offer him a good money. So he's like, okay, I'll take the good money and I'll go on and play. If you don't offer him the good money, he will just go and play. And it's
a whole village is counting on him, man. I mean, seriously.
He probably earns a lot of money already. He's been earning a lot of money already. Probably earns like 100K, 80K a year net.
That's not enough, bro.
Huh?
When I say a whole village is waiting for, I'm telling you, bro.
I'm saying that he will get something like 300K a year next contract.
Because you gotta understand too, these players, they understand what a lot of African players they'll do. A lot of them start playing a lot of football young. They're not really educated. Some of them too, it's not guaranteed for a lot of them, especially if their parents are illiterate. There's a possibility they fall into, and he's Muslim, by the way, based on his name, and I know he's from the north part of Ivory Coast. They'll have them go and invest to try to buy big buildings and, a lot of estate. That's in the business they're going to do. That's what they all do, right? Unless he decides he wants to coach, which require him to go to school. But I don't know where the kid's state of mind is. So in terms of going and buying estate and all that stuff, it's just how they start framing their life. I've seen, they had a lot of, I don't know if you remember the player called Kadek Keita. He used to play with Lyon. He used to dribble crazy. But this dude always went out of breath, and he played with Galatasaray. His Ivorian player. He used to dribble like fucking crazy dribbler. He lived next to me, like in my neighborhood, right? It's the same scenario. I see what Yaya Toure did over there. Gervinho is still playing right now because of his state, not because he fucking loves football. How I'm gonna get money out of this? Because after the football career, they're not really going to be doing a lot of things except, you own all this estate based on football, or you go down south. Let me even give you a better story. Eboy. You remember Eboy that used to play at Arsenal?
Yeah.
You know what the fuck happened to him? That dude went so broke that he was sleeping in a laundromat out there in Belgium. Somebody that played in the final of Champions League in 2006.
Why go broke?
Didn't matter the money. That's what happened when you got these players that didn't either. Yeah, maybe they had a good contract, not a good contract. What I'm trying to say is like, if there's no more, if you don't have like a future after football, you go down that route. His wife took all his money. They're going to get married. They get loose. They're going to have really good advisors. They go south. So I'm saying all this because these stories are stories that's told to these younger kids. So they either try to stack their money up quicker and make sure that they're financially stable in the future. Because a lot of Ivorian players just go broke. Zokora, they used to play at Tottenham. These guys, they didn't. Because I feel like any player, especially at the youth level, when you're young, they should force them into school or do something. But it's just not football, which is not always the case that people that come from, third world countries and all of that. They get stuck, man. And if you don't make a lot of money in these countries, you don't secure it, you're looking for the better avenue. Right? If you're kind of like you're panicking, right? And it's not usually you, the player, you don't care, but it's usually the parents. Because also you're not coming up to Europe with your own age as well. You might have a longevity of only 5-6 years, so you're gonna try to max out as much as you can and walk away. You don't have time for people to be like, "Oh, you're still young. We're gonna pay you 300K, and then next contract we're gonna do 5 million." Maybe in your heart won't last that long, bro. Probably have a heart of an 80-year-old, and your time limit on fucking football is only 2 years.
Yeah.
And usually they'll go to Saudi Arabia young, or some of the time they're like, yo, you know what, fuck that. I'm going to, I'm leaving. I just can't do that. And that's what they run. That's why I feel like the Kessie situation was. Because you're thinking, yeah, there's not a big difference. Yeah, I just spoke to him, but I feel like they want to maximize the salary as much as he can. Even a million difference or whatever, it was a difference for him. And he had to go. And that matters when with these guys, like they start thinking that, like, do I need more money? Like, you can't just pay me that.
I agree with you, man.
I feel like Osimhen for him right now, I don't know how much Napoli is paying him, but I don't think it's above 5 million or 6 million. I doubt it. When the time comes, they want to win the trophy and all that. He's not gonna go and say, "Oh, I want to stay at Napoli for the rest of my life." He even said, I mean, for him to publicly come and say, "My dream is to play in the Premier League," right now, you're saying that right now with your team, already telling you that the kid is going to try to max out. So that's going to happen. So he's going to want to leave. And that's just what it is also. You're right. It's also a dream, but the money instinct is like, yo, I'm going to make more money. And they speak among themselves. Koulibaly called all these guys to be like, yo, this is how much they pay me. And they gotta look at the bigger picture, especially with these cats, like, come from these African tournaments. Like, it's I look at him, okay, yeah, he went to get paid, this amount. Try to make sure you're good. And that's just I mean, nothing wrong with it, but I think if you're Maldini and all that, and I think they do, I'm gonna start looking at the player's background. Okay, where does he come from? What type of family he comes from?
But
Who's his entourage?
these are the things that stops a bit, getting African talents, because as you say, rightly so, they want to maximize their profit, their money. They have the national teams that is calling them every 4 years for the African Cup. So
Yeah.
in the middle of the season, and
Exactly.
that is an issue for a lot of
Big
clubs
issue.
that are fighting for big trophies. And
Especially
there's a lot of things that stops clubs to go for African talent instead
yeah,
of
and especially
them.
now, right? You're running into the situation now. You have immigrant children that were born, let's say in Europe, that they're switching nationality, and you think it's not a big deal. Look what just happened right now. We're going into 2024. Let's say hypothetically we keep Brahim Diaz, right, and all these guys. Let's say Tomori now all of a sudden be like, oh, I want to represent Nigeria. He's gonna get called up. So African Cup of Nations comes now. He's gonna leave. Benasser's gonna leave. Adli's gonna leave. Let's say you still have Bakayoko on your bench. He wants to go play for Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast finally calls him up. Guess what? He's gone. Now you're sitting there wondering, like, damn, what the fuck? I went from having European players to people that just, now you even have Brahim Diaz. Now Brahim Diaz is also gone.
I don't think Brahim Diaz has picked Morocco officially.
Yep, he's picked Morocco.
Are you sure? I saw the news was saying that it's
bro. It's confirmed, bro. He picked Morocco. He picked them.
Like official, yeah?
It's official. He picked them. He's gonna get called up for the next thing. He decided to go play with them.
Oh, next week he's gonna get called up for Morocco.
I don't know.
This week.
Let me see Morocco's new list. But yeah, he decided to go play with them.
Because I will assume he'll be on talk with them and probably get called this time. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Morocco call up. Let's see for the news. So there you got. Okay, let me see on Twitter. Twitter. No, so they don't have Brahim Diaz this time around. Not yet. But I know that's, the things were there. I think this one time around they have not called him.
Yeah, Rocky's saying that he's on a reverse list for Spain.
Reserve, not reverse.
Is it reserve? I read reverse. I don't know why. It sounded weird, to be fair, but I kept going. What does it mean, the reserve list? Like if somebody gets injured?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're saying reflected the Moroccan, Morocco contacted Brahim Diaz, so he's on the reflection. The Moroccan coach, because I know Moroccan coach Regragui. Okay, that's what I misconstrued, because he came out and he's convincing Brahim Diaz to join, and they, Brahim is reflecting on that. For some godly reason, I thought like it was confirmed. So
I don't think if Brahim Diaz will make a choice, he will make it right now when there is no major tournament coming up.
But which I think he's gonna look at that Moroccan team that's really young, and he's gonna go. He might go there, but it might not play out the way he wants it to. And he's also looking at Spain. I think he wants to see. I think it depends also where he stays, because I feel like if he goes back to Madrid,
I don't think he will make a decision now, because he has 2 years to get in that Spain squad. And now he's playing Champions League football with Milan. He probably next season, if he stays at Milan, he will play Champions League football.
He can.
I don't think he's in a rush to make a decision now.
But the thing too, right? It comes down to African parents, how they also feel about their national team, and they play a big impact on the kids' decision in a lot of cases when they convert. So, Brahim, I think if I recall, Brahim's dad was actually born in Spain. So even though he's Moroccan, he kind of like grew up a Spaniard guy. So it's different, because
his surname is Diaz, so probably his dad is Spanish.
No. His dad was born in Spain, and his mom is Spanish, but his grandfather.
Why he has a Spanish surname?
That's what they'll put that.
If his dad is Spanish, he will have the. Sorry, if his dad is Moroccan, he will have the Moroccan surname. Roy, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
No, I was saying if Brahim Diaz's dad is Moroccan, he will have a Moroccan surname.
No, but also the how you call that?
I'm
like the story. No, the story of Iberia. Like the Arabs, they colonize Morocco. The Arabs, the North Africa, they colonized. Sorry, it's just the peninsula of Iberia, Portugal, and Spain.
Yeah,
but I'll be able to tell you for Brahim, because I know his dad was born in Spain, but his dad is actually Moroccan. I saw his dad. His dad, it looks Arab as hell, man. His dad doesn't look anything like a Spaniard. So
Brahim Diaz, his dad can be Moroccan, but
okay, yep. So he was born in Spain to a Spanish mother, and a Moroccan father, was eligible to play for Morocco. Yeah. So if that's Moroccan, was born in Spain, I think their grandfather is the one who emigrated to there, and they'll put those, like the Diaz. Maybe it could have been his mother's name, or know that for paper facility. A lot of immigrant parents do that, and I can relate to that. They'll give you an English name and put like an English last name or whatever for assimilation purposes. In some cases, I'm not saying the same for him, but they'd have done that.
It was a thought more from on my side, because the Diaz surname is quite Spanish. You know what I mean? It's
no, for sure. No, I agree with you. There's nothing Arab about it. For sure.
Even he can do it, as you say. He can just put that name on his shirt to make it easier for him to get to the Spanish team to get a better. I don't know, maybe it's to get the Spanish passport at that time when he did that. I don't know. There's a lot of reasons behind it.
Like my dad said, they named me Clint in the States and I have problems going, up in the future. Like if I went to school and all that, assimilation. Yeah. Okay, so Brahim Diaz's dad, his father's name is Sufiel Abdelkader. Yeah, that's Arab as hell. That's that Brahim's dad's name.
Probably. So if he had that surname on his back, I was like, yeah, the kid is Moroccan,
Yeah, Sufiel Abdelkader.
Sometimes it's even easier, man. Diaz for letters than the long one in terms of getting picked and moving forward in football. It's a lot of thoughts behind.
Yeah, and when you look at Diaz closely, you're like, yeah, he looks Arab. When I look at his face, I'm like, dude, you look like a little Arab boy.
I mean, yeah, for sure.
So he's he's one of them. And a lot of Spain, if Anwar was here, he'd have been fucking destroying our ears to death with. Yeah, but
he had an insane dribbling against Udinese.
Anwar would have told you that he knew Diaz's dad since they went to Casablanca together.
Really?
So I'm just playing. Like him and his Moroccan, you can't tell him nothing on Morocco, man. He'd have been like, but I knew about Diaz before the academy. Because he's Moroccan. He's from where I'm from. Oh man.
Dude, I don't think Diaz will pick Morocco soon.
You don't think so?
If he does it, he's gonna do it a few 6 months before the African Cup or something like that.
Yeah, and if he does it, I think if he does it, then he's gonna have to perform. Yeah. I think it'll make more sense if he stay in Spain because there's so much uncertainties going to Morocco and winning something at international level. That's not gonna happen if you decide to go over there. You're gonna get the playing time, but Morocco performed well in the World Cup. That's not gonna translate to the African Cup of Nations. It's definitely not. Because it's
Brahim Diaz is thinking in a different way. Now he's playing a lot of football, so probably he's thinking maybe I can get in that Spanish team.
Yeah,
and the coach is changing, so you never know.
And also, my thing with players playing for other teams is where you grew up, man. I think that matters the most.
I think, yeah.
Like if you for example, right? You're a football player and you're debating, Albania is good. You have a chance that y'all get to play with bro and all this upper coming generation. But you grew up in Italy, man. You feel more Italian than Albania.
I had the rule. Me and my brother, we had the rule. If Italy calls, I will go and play for Italy because there is a chance to win the World Cup. With other nations like Switzerland, Belgium, or half nations like this, you don't have a chance to win nothing. So fuck it. Why you even pick those nations? Go and play for Albania.
That's what a lot of Polish dudes that grew up in Germany, they do, right? When you look at, I think Miroslav Klose, like Podolski, some of these guys, they went over there.
The rule is simple. If a nation that has won a World Cup calls you, it makes sense. If there is Denmark or Sweden or Belgium or Netherlands, whatever, calling you, tell them to fuck off and play for your nation.
Except if you're a Brazilian named Alex and you're playing for Japan. Like, bro, come on. That's ridiculous, man.
That's money, man. It must be money. It's money,
These players, they confuse, and it's always the Brazilians. They confuse me playing these random teams, like playing in Qatar or that Brazilian playing in Russia during the Russia World Cup, Fernandez. I'm like, dude, what the hell?
But it's for money, man.
You know what? No, but sometimes not money. It's desolation. You know what Togo did? Like Togo in the African Cup of Nations of 2006, they naturalized like 3 Brazilians, bro. They naturalized 3 Brazilians to go play with Togo. And I know Tunisia did that too. They had a certain...
Saudi Arabia did that as well. They and Qatar as well. They naturalized a lot of players too. Because
you're not even getting the Messias version of a Brazilian. You're getting really bottom of the barrel, man. Because if you get Messias, you can do something. But you're not even getting him.
is I don't know, man. These people that get naturalized, there is all money reason.
But even the
But
money part, like, I feel like it's just weird. Cause it's like,
it,
dude, that's not your country. Like, at the,
yeah, but they are poor, man. They are poor. They need money.
I don't know, man. It's too fucking weird to me.
They are poor, or they are like, fuck it. I'm never gonna get called for the national team. So at least I play with one. I play international football. Well, my case was because when I see these Albanian guys playing for Switzerland, for Belgium, for Sweden, whatever, these, I'm like, fuck off, man. If all of these guys pick Albania, Albania will be in the World Cup instead of Switzerland.
Mm-hmm.
There's no point what you're doing. You're not joining a a national team that is going to win the World Cup. So you might as well just join your national team, and that's it.
Right, and yeah, you can see that, but sometimes the federation really because sometimes, especially with foreign parents, they need convincing. So you got federations that sometimes they're so corrupt.
Yeah, true. Albanian Federation is really corrupt. It
And
used
they
to
have
be
if they have some type of nepotism, people that have to play for the national team for their colors, it's a bit ridiculous. And word spreads word to mouth. Why the fuck would I go play? Look what
because they are
Cameroon
corrupted. Yeah.
look what Cameroon did with Mbappe. Mbappe's dad personally went because Mbappe said his dad said, "Yo, my son's gonna play." Mbappe has the choice to play for Algeria, France, or Cameroon. His dad is Cameroonian. He grew up with both of his parents. His dad brings him to the Cameroonian Federation like, "Yo, here's my son. I want him to play with you guys." They're asking for money. Mbappe gave the whole story. They asked for money. He's like, "All right, no, we're not gonna pay you," because he knows his son has talent. Now, we're not saying Mbappe will not pan out the same way, but it just shows you the stupidity that we do. You need structure, right?
With the young players, that's what they do. They ask for money.
Yeah, that's why I blame, teams like like when I look at the Ivorian Federation, if somebody like Drogba was allowed to be at the head and they didn't do all that corruption to keep him out the Ivorian football, our national team would be able to bring all the top talent that's in Europe.
Clint, if Drogba reaches his peak at the age of 20, he will go to the Ivorian Federation and ask to play for Ivoria, and they will ask money for him, and he will go and play for France.
And then they'll get mad.
You guys got lucky that he picked late. At the age of 25.
But the thing is, like, we picked up Drogba before he went on his ascension. So we had a coach called, rest in peace, Robert Nouzare. He used to be around, French guy that he poached. Nobody knew who the fuck he was, but we knew he played in Ligue 1 and they just got promoted, Guingamp. So he knew about him in the second division in France that was performing. And Ivory Coast went into a whole renovation because all our academy players now, they want the up and coming rising. So it was a new golden generation, actually the first golden generation of Ivory Coast that was coming into play. And Drogba, came through. We got him because if we was at Chelsea and he was performing, he would have been a French player since the beginning.
The Albanian Federation is doing the same now. Every 18 years old that has talent, they just call them to the first team straight away. Aslani, for example, Aslani can go and play for the under-21 of Italy. He has Italian passport.
Isn't Kumbula also Albanian?
Yeah. But Albania called them quick. Even Broja has a British passport. We called them at the age of 18 straight away.
Albania should be able to make another Euro though.
Well, I guess so. Let's see. With this generation, they can go to the World Cup as well. This generation needs to grow up because Bayrami as well, the number 10 of Empoli, is Albanian as well.
Bayrami.
Yeah, Bayrami.
Who else?
There is a lot of them. There is one that plays in Spain. There is a guy that used to be a youth of Barcelona. I mean, there is, and more are coming as well. It's just like it's gonna be a good group of players that maybe will qualify to one World Cup when these players reach the age of 28, 29, they will probably manage to go to a World Cup.
Yeah, it's kind of like I think about what the Irish, people that try to go play for Ireland and then decide to go play for England, like Grealish, Declan Rice. Roy Keane hates their guts, man. He hates their guts, bro. That's why he has no mercy for them. Because, Roy Keane was playing at the highest level. He could have went and switched allegiance and played for England. But he never did that. But that's not fair also. At his time, like, he had a talented team.
There was a kid, Januzaj. You remember?
Yeah, I know Januzaj. Like, he used to play Belgium.
He used to play for Man United, and
Man
when
United,
he was 18 years old,
Mhm.
and when he was 18 years old, he was saying like, "Oh, my idol is Ryan Giggs," and I was like, "You motherfucker! Ryan Giggs played for Wales. He didn't play for England, and you're picking Belgium instead of Albania. How the fuck he is your idol, man?"
Sometimes I feel like these players say whatever the fuck they want to say.
Yeah.
When they go into these interviews or they go into there like, oh, I always supported this team. Like, no, you didn't.
Fuck it. Anyway, his career completely collapsed. So
I think it's injuries. Injuries killed them, man.
oh no, man.
What happened to that kid that used to play at Man United? What's his name? Makeda?
Ah, my kid.
That dude. Oh my god, bro.
Did he got interviewed on 5?
Huh?
Did he got an interview on 5?
No.
No, I think he's gonna come and get an interview on 5.
What you mean on 5? Is that a channel?
Yeah, the Rio Ferdinand channel.
Oh, Vibe with 5? Oh, I gotta go and take that out.
Probably got an interview on Vibe with 5.
His fucking thing collapsed.
I mean, he was talented. It's just
He was, and I remember when he was scoring. That's why I'm looking at that Garnacho kid from Man United. They're propping right now. I'm like, dude, y'all need to chill, man. Don't let that get to their head, and then you get another Mason Greenwood or
Yeah.
whatever that case is.
Dude,
but
by the
I
way,
feel like they want to bring that kid back so bad. That's why they went and they said like, oh, his cases got dropped, and they don't want to put a stamp because they know that kid is talent, and I know they want to bring him back.
Dude, and another thing is, his girlfriend is pregnant, for fuck's sake. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? And she's gonna keep the child.
Soap opera, man.
It's just a joke of a thing right now. And Manu, as you say, Manu is trying everything to clean his
image up, and they can bring him back in because they
can bring him back smoothly, find a way. Because he's really talented. That's true. He was like,
yeah, it's
or I think Manu is trying to find a way to get some money from him, like selling. Get a 10 million at least or something.
But what club is gonna want to get him, without having that heat with PR, right?
Dude, Italian club will get him because they don't give a shit. I'll be honest with you. Why not a club like Empoli?
Or I think some teams in Turkey will get him.
Man, even in Italy or in Spain, there is a lot of clubs they have zero PR, man. They have just the fans that go to the stadium, and that's it. They don't need to.
But
they don't need to reply to anyone.
You know one thing: Turkish clubs don't give a fuck. They'll get them.
But majority of clubs don't give a fuck because they don't have a social media, thing. They are not followed by people, so their sponsors don't care. They don't have major sponsors or worldwide sponsors. They just will get him with no problem.
Yep.
He will play in a lot of teams. Because at the end of the thing, technically speaking, he's not a criminal. Technically speaking. Of course, maybe he's done something wrong. And he will find a way to play football. And
I wonder what happened to Robinho. Did he get arrested? Is he in prison?
No, I don't think he's in prison, but he got some issues. I think Italy will put him in prison if he comes back.
We should resign him. So they lock him.
He is like I don't think he can step in Italy because he will get arrested straight away.
They need to do so. Our team, I have like my favorite like American football team, which is called like the Redskins, the Commanders. What they did in the 80s and 90s, you know what they did? They
Well,
decided to do there was like the big final, and they set up a booth to give like free tickets to anybody that came and signed up with their address, right? And they targeted specific folks, and that was people that wanted to run. People was supposed to be locked up that wanted to run. They came, and all the criminals, they came not knowing that it was a bait. They signed up, gave their address for all to get the free tickets, and collab with the team, and they went and arrested all these people.
oh wow.
Yeah, they did, bro. And so I'll send the link in the group chat afterwards. It was so fucking sad. And they were like, "Oh, it's a how you call that it's almost like a lottery pick type thing. It's a raffle, and you go in there, and
Right,
man,
that
it was a
was
fucking trap. And they caught so many of them. I'm like, how stupid can you be, man?
Imagine if somebody does that to you with a Milan ticket.
Bro, you know how skeptical I am? If I know, first of all, if I have any type of like criminal and I did a lot of like stupid shit, dude, my footprint is gonna be really minimal. And out of all places, you think I'm gonna go in public to some stadium? I'm not putting my name down or nothing. Like you gotta be.
Yeah, you think if you are hiding for some.
The only way you can bait me is if you say, "Yo, Maldini meet and greet," I get to go meet him or some shit. And
Not even that. That is too big. You will not believe that.
Huh? No, but I can
believe
believe it. If you convince me well enough, they're like, "Yo, we're gonna go meet Maldini on Maldini's face," or let's say Maldini FaceTimes me. Somebody call me and look who I'm next to. If Maldini's talking to me, and then without know I'm just dropping my location where I can meet him, that's how I feel like I can get caught. But if you gave me random Milan tickets, I don't know, man. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be really hard. But yeah, man, it's what you mean it's so big to be true? You didn't see Maldini when you were at the stadium?
Yeah, man, I saw Maldini.
Dude, if I see him, I'll probably pass out, bro.
Giroud is keep calling us Milan AC or AC Milan.
I say Milan. That's how you say it in French. That's how I assume he'll say it. Giroud's too
To be fair,
professional.
since I started speaking English, I've been having this bad habit to call it AC Milan as well. I never call it AC Milan in my entire life, but
it was Milan. It was Milan AC. You said it. That's how you say it in Italian, right? Or
I said Milan.
Yeah. In French, we usually say l'AC Milan. That's how we call it. L'AC Milan. That's how we call it.
Outside Italy, most of the people call it AC Milan. But
I think the most disgusting one, the one you'll probably hate the most, is how Americans say it.
When they call it AC.
The way Americans say Milan it'll piss you off, man. Oh, is that Milan? Is that Milan? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Is that me? Yeah, that's Milan. Like, they say in a certain way that it's just like, oh my god. And I don't like what they're doing. So yesterday they were showing Kim Kardashian with her son, at the game.
Yeah.
At these games she's doing a tour, and I'm like, bro, they're gonna start turning football into a trend. Not saying it's not already trending, but like a trend in a wrong fucking way. Where if you thought there wasn't enough casuals, all of them gonna start hopping, and it's gonna dilute the fucking thing. And you're gonna be really pissed off.
To be fair, the casuals it's hard to be casual with football because you have to go on in San Siro winter time. It's fucking cold, man. You're not gonna be casual on Instagram. So I know that for sure. And Kim Kardashian is doing it on the best seats, but all those Instagram models that are broke, and they will not be able to do it.
But they piss me off because I see them, they're not there for the good. I'm seeing Kim Kardashian. I'm like, what the fuck do you know in fucking soccer, bro?
Sponsors,
it's a PR.
She got paid millions to show up, so they can
show up. And then you FaceTiming Saka like your son know who he is. And you know that I know that's not true because I know these people. I know that's not fucking true.
It's all PR, man. No,
But I don't
yeah.
like how the players they buy into and they're like, oh look, Saka was FaceTiming Kanye West's son. I'm like, that's the new PR now we're doing. It's so weird, man. You know, I don't understand if Dua Lipa FaceTimes Messias. It'll make more sense to me because they're both in Europe and they both watch football compared to Kim Kardashian out of all people FaceTiming, like, you know, Saka. Like, what?
Clint, you know Dua Lipa is a Liverpool fan, yeah?
I know. Which is not bad, you know. I know. It's not bad.
No, it's bad.
Why?
And it's really bad.
Blame your dad, man.
Because she's from Kosovo, so people from Kosovo, they are not Serie A fans, at least the
And Kosovo within, right? Because I know it became an independent nation. What is it on? Is it in north of Albania? Is on the west or east part? That part
It's
of the
east of
East?
Albania.
Of Albania, okay.
Because west of Albania is sea.
See, yeah, okay, yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out now. In English, should be east, yeah.
Yep.
East of
So
Albania. Northeast, let's say.
yeah, my professor was from my professor, he's from Azerbaijan, which is a little bit far. That's really far. Baku is far as fuck. I heard teams don't like even going playing there, bro. That's almost by fucking Armenia. But no, it's but I'm gonna go to Tirana, man. Shit, I gotta go see what's good. Go find me another Dua Lipa over there, man. Stop
Dude,
playing.
go to Pristina.
Pristina?
Yeah, go there, man, if you want to find another Dua Lipa.
You should go find yourself this one over there too. I bet you in Europe, you go over there, I bet you they go crazy. Because you're coming from England, you come with that money, man.
No, really, man. People from Kosovo, they've been traveling the world before Albania because they've been under Serbia, so they've been kind of more free to travel around since the early age. And they've been, and by the way, I guess every person from Kosovo have someone that lives in England or they live in England. So
makes sense. Wow.
But yeah, it will be fun to go. I want to go to Pristina, actually. It's on my list to go for a holiday.
Of course.
To visit Kosovo. It's just
maybe take CDK over there, man. They get turned into a man.
Fucking hell. CDK is gonna be a wild beast coming back from there.
He's gonna be like these fucking like these fucking Vikings, like back in the day when they get to fucking new land.
Yeah, be an animal.
And they go crazy, bro. He's gonna be at the primitive level, man.
It's gonna be like, I can't wait this game to finish.
Oh man, go fucking crazy, dog. That's so bad. You can actually fuck up players, man. You set them up to ruin their career. That's what they did with Ronaldinho and all these guys. I feel like they've been set up. I swear to you, man. Like,
dude,
if he didn't have woman problem, he would have been good.
I don't know, man. The fact that he likes women so much makes him play football in that way.
Yeah, but he got his brother was his worst influence on his life, man. I feel like he was as good. He looked up to his brother, but his brother also made him do a lot of stupid shit. And you end up, how you a millionaire? You having fake passports trying to go through Paraguay, a country you can drive in.
To be fair, the thing is that Ronaldo and Messi completely changed the way football players are behaving now. It's a cultural change. Ronaldo and Messi.
That's true.
Because before, majority of football players, they behave like Ronaldinho, Ronaldo. Even Kaká played 5 years at its peak, you know. Everyone.
That's why I see people give Neymar shit. But my boy, Neymar has longevity in the game, man. Compared to the Robinho and all these guys, Neymar stayed in the game a little bit longer than most Brazilian players do.
Yeah.
From 2011, 2010, when you look at really when he hit,
because he was the victim of this Ronaldo Messi situation that everyone is expecting football players to be like Ronaldo Messi.
Yeah, he played long, and I think also with your injuries don't last as long. Because I feel like if Kaká and them had came or Ronaldo, Dalim, they would have came in this era, they wouldn't be as injured as much. But the medicine is way too advanced. Like the
Yeah,
recovery
and
periods
the
are
food
better.
as well. Food knowledge is insane, man. Like I probably think when Messi, sorry, when Ronaldo, Kaká, Robinho, all these people were playing football, I think alcohol was allowed. Ketchup, mayonnaise, and all these things were fine.
Why catch your mayonnaise, man? Why you gotta go catch your mayonnaise first, bro?
Dude, there is a majority of clubs they don't allow you to consume ketchup or mayonnaise.
Conte doesn't.
Everyone, man, even Pioli doesn't allow that. It's not in Milanello.
Yeah, so if it was allowed, then Leao's output would have been times
The body
minus.
fat now is so controlled. I think football players are around 12%, between 10 and 15% body fat, which is insane.
Damn, bro. I wish I can get there. I got a 45% fucking body fat.
I'm
just
I
playing.
wish I had 45.
Hell no, I'm not, bro. I'm not. I should be like, I don't know. So I'm in the Marine Corps. When I was in the military, I was at 7%. But now I'm probably, I don't know, 15, 18. I don't know. I'm fit, but it's just I work now, bro. I'm a grown man. It's after a while when you've done it, there's real life stuff too, bro. I want to live. Like I don't have time to be just sitting there and try to calculate, I work out 4 or 5 times a week still, but I don't know, bro. I want to eat the good stuff, man. I want to drink.
There is this obsession in the United States now of not bodybuilder, but the physique obsession.
Oh no, it is. It's because of pussy, bro. Straight up, that's what it is. People will lie to you.
You just need to look good, man, and that's it. You don't need to.
That's all. No, but people will say, because some people that sometimes you're not conventionally attractive. If you get fit and all that, like you're gonna get the girls. But the thing with America is Americans don't know how to put a limit to things, right? We go extreme with everything. So you got a lot of people start injecting steroids now, and now you're looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger, and that shit is not attractive now as a female. And you're like, oh, but I thought you would have liked me like this. No, we don't. Nobody told you to go look like fucking like a superhero character. And so it's like you gotta pick and choose. It's we don't know. And I never compared myself to people in the gym, especially here, because I knew they were never natural. Like half of these guys were never natural to begin with. Because nobody in their right mind is walking around with your veins just already popped out when you haven't even started working out yet, and it kills you. And
yeah. By the way, all the pills and all the products they get, I'm not even talking about steroids, but all those things that.
But steroids is the main. They don't like speaking about it or do want to be. There's this guy. What's his name?
Why they get steroids, by the way?
Yeah. Huh?
Why they get steroids?
Why they get steroids? Because steroids does are hormone growth. To build muscle, if you're not genetically like, if it's not in your genetics, like, dude, it takes time to build muscle because your muscle will hit a cap. And it takes time to really build it. And when you go, you want to get the pump, and the people that use it, they might go on be able to explain to you more. Because, I'm coming from a place, a little bit of ignorance, even though I watch. I mean, I'm a fitness guy. Like, I work out. Like, I know what I do when I work out. I'm part of that world. I just don't consume that bullshit. You feel me? And they know more about the drugs they inject in their body, and they'll be able to explain to you what it does. They'll rationalize it to you in a way where it makes sense and justify what the fuck they're doing, which sometimes is fair. I know some people with age as well, testosterone's level drops sometimes. You're not having that much energy. Some people are using, whatever, TRT, hormone replacement, muscle growth, because, you grow older, man. You become frail. How do you replicate that, right? You're getting stuff to enter your body, and it's all this science. These dudes turn into fucking scientific guys, man. They'll be able to sit there and tell you what it does to their blood and whatever, but all I know is it affects your testosterone, and you're thinking being bigger. And some people do it for sexual reasons sometimes, right? And you don't perform in bed now because, you don't have, you're all pumped up. All your shit went through your blood veins. somebody they make fun of is The Rock. A lot of people make fun of him, right? They said The Rock has like, which I don't like those jokes, but it's kind of funny. They're like The Rock. They swear The Rock has like 5 more years to live or 10 more years to live, because they say he fucking inject himself too much with the fucking shit, you know. So
Jesus Christ.
it
I'll
is,
be-
yeah. It's
I
crazy.
don't know, man. I'm like,
I don't know if you heard about the Liver King. I don't know if you saw him online.
yeah, that he got
He
exposed.
got caught, but they used to call him out. He kept lying that no, I don't do it. He's like, it's natural. But then they found out he was doing PDs, like, you know.
He was
and
spending
that's-
like 10K a month on substances.
Yeah, that's what they have to do. That they have to do, because when you also stop, bro, it fucks your body up. It fucks your, because people, like, when you think about people like Arnold Schwarzenegger and all that, you can't get like that. You understand me? Like, you can't, like that, man. Like, a lot of people that won Mr. Olympia and all that stuff, you know, when you ask somebody like a Ronnie Coleman, there's a lot of reasons why a lot of like these like bodybuilders went broke. It's because half of their money of competition they spending on fucking the drugs to go back and compete, which is contradictive. So all your money is going into that in between the hospital trips.
And by the way, when they say natural or not natural, those bodies are not natural.
Natty or not.
You cannot naturally pump those muscles in that way. It's not, it's our body as a human being cannot achieve those results.
Unless, I mean, some people can, right? I think about,
But at their peak, you know what I mean?
yeah, at their
28,
peak.
29 years old,
But
you
I
know?
only think about people like people from Scandinavia, like people from like Iceland and all these places, which sometimes they're just really fucking massive. They get
Yeah,
upset.
when you are already, your bones, your structure is
Yeah,
already.
your bone structure, like those guys, and then people in sub-Saharan Africa. But sub-Saharan Africa, I gotta be more precise. People from West Africa can reach those peaks. An Eastern African can't really get that peak. Somebody from South Africa or down there can't really get that because they're not built like that. An Ethiopian or a Somalian, it's not gonna be able to get fucking crazy big. That's more people that from Ghana, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Cameroon, you know,
Yeah.
Gambia, Senegal. They can become tall and the biggest fuck naturally. And when they, you know, focus on try to, you know, become bodybuilding type, they'll hit peak.
Yeah, they can hit
But it takes
highest
though,
level.
it takes years. Like for me, for even my straps to develop, it took me over 5 years to get bigger straps. Now some people can be like, you weren't working out right, and that's the thing about workout. You learn. I was in the military. Granted, it's really intense as a Marine, but when you start this whole going to the gym fitness journey, there's a lot of stuff you get wrong, and all of that's part of the development. Nobody hits in there and knows what they do right away, and all of that requires like, how do you eat? How do you see for the muscle to grow? And yeah, there is a plateau unless you start implementing substances in your body and you try to cheat the system. Because I see guys.
Naturally speaking, to reach the highest level, you need to start when you're really young, like 18, 19.
Yeah, which, you know, I was fortunate. I think I started, okay. I mean, I started running at 13. I was running for really young. Even in the military, I was a runner. But when I was 22, that's when the gym stuff became serious. I was consistent all the way up. And that's all the way until now. I mean, I'm about to be 31. Actually, tomorrow, I'm going to be 31. Maybe in England right now. March 20th is my birthday. So,
Oh shit, man.
yeah.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, thank you.
In England, it's happy birthday for you, man.
Yeah, so thank you. So that's, yeah, and it's I look at guys and I'm like, dude, but you're doing all that steroids. You should have put a little bit in your fucking legs, man. How you out here looking like Johnny Bravo, skinny fucking legs, a big fucking torso like you're a swimmer. And these guys at the gym will always wear like tight pants so you don't see the actual legs. I'm like, look at this fucking clown. But yeah, it's but as a football player though, I'm looking at certain football. I don't think it benefits a lot of football players getting too massive. Because I feel like they're slow.
It's not. And when people say some players needs to bulk up or things like that, I think football players needs to learn how to use their body.
Their body,
to learn how to get the foul, how to go shoulder to shoulder. It's a different type of strength. It's not like getting bigger.
Nope.
It's more like getting stronger. I think Messi never got bigger, man. Messi just learned how to go shoulder to shoulder, how to go strong.
And Messi is not somebody you can come and just snatch the ball from him just because you want to.
I mean, Messi, I've seen people going shoulder to shoulder, don't move against Messi because, and Messi's not big. It just knows how to, the moment of the impact, how to move all that energy to the right point.
I was watching the Bayern coach, the Bayern fitness coach. He's a person. He's not part of the Bayern staff. He owns a gym where Bayern players go and work out, and he was breaking it down because German guy, and he was breaking down people's physique. They're like how somebody like Goretzka get big, somebody like Alfonso Davis gets big, and But he said all these are intentional. They look at Goretzka based on the position he plays. They're like, okay, if he gets bigger, like as an advanced midfielder, he was already technical, but they feel like if he got physical, he would have been a good two-way, defender, and his muscle allowed him to do that. So they brought into Mueller, right? They're like, Mueller is somebody already. Like we all agree. We looked at him, his posture from genetic. He's not gonna grow muscle. But how can he use his body? And everybody that went against Milan knows they can't get the ball from him. He might be skinny, but he knows how to use it, and he has that strength. So he's just not no smear skinny guy. So they said his trainings are more different. It's agility and some flexibility portion. They train him a different way, so he can master it and how to use that strength, and that really matters, anyways. Because I know also players that are really big and they just fucking fall on the ground.
Yeah, exactly. It's about how to move your. It's weird how to move your. How you
Your
call it?
body, because somebody like when I look at somebody like Insigne, like he was small, but dude, I feel like physically he was good. I feel like he wasn't weak. Leao, I don't know, man.
Leao is tall. He's really tall. So being tall, it doesn't
He's
help
tall,
you.
but I feel like he needs to master how to balance well, man. Falls too much.
Leao is not concentrated, man.
That's
90% of the time he's not even concentrated on what he's doing.
Thinking about pussy, man.
I don't know how's it called that
ADHD.
Yeah, I think Leao has that, man, and a lot of his generation has that.
Yeah,
that is a real thing.
I have the ADHD, but that can develop your creativeness, though. But you gotta focus on that. I don't think that's an excuse. Only.
Yeah, you can work on that. I don't think Leao has that because there is different levels of ADHD. You don't, and not everyone has at the same level. There is extremes. I think Leao and a lot of people, the lack of attention. Because
Theo, you feel Theo Hernandez?
No, Theo is more like his personality. Sometimes he wants to make it too difficult sometimes for himself.
Sometimes I feel like Theo is dumb. He does a lot of stupid shit sometimes.
Yeah, he's not the smartest kid in town for sure. It does.
Oh, my bad. They will come back and visit. You gonna try to get an interview with them in the future, and like he's gonna play that to you. He's gonna be like, "Remember when you said this?"
Like, I will tell him.
You gonna be like,
what you were doing at that time?
No, but when people want to simp, they're gonna be like, "Oh, Theo, come on, I didn't really mean it, man. You're the best." Like, no. Keep the same energy, like.
No, I will tell him, man. You did some dumb shit at that time. That's why I say that.
Oh man.
He's not the smartest kid because Theo is another one that has insane abilities if you think about it.
Yeah.
The guy is white but runs faster than any black dude I've seen in my life.
Yeah, he's
insane.
He's fast.
His genetic is like an African.
No, but if you find out he was born in the south of Spain,
yeah.
I mean the south of France, and his dad is Spanish, right? So it's gonna be there, right? He might have some Arabic blood if you look long enough, because Arabs, one thing about them too, they're fast, right? They can be really frail people, but they have acceleration. They can, and that's part of like some of their genes. Yeah, and I feel it. Yeah. Theo is definitely a fast.
He's a train. He is literally a train. And you know what is weird about Theo? That it does not look fast, but when you see on a 1v1 on speed, no one can catch him.
That is true. Yeah, when
It doesn't give you that impression like Alfonso Davies or other pacey player or Leao, for example, gives you. But at the end, when he fucking runs, you cannot catch him.
that's facts. That's fucking facts. He's
It's
fast
insane.
though.
Even Leao sometimes I see run close with Theo, and you see Theo just boom.
For me, Leao has quick acceleration. He can accelerate. He has quick bursts, but Theo's just like a sprinter.
I feel like Theo is more stubborn as a runner.
Mm-hmm.
So he just put his head down and he just with stubbornness he just runs a bit faster.
Because if you look at Leao and Theo, with Theo is like, Theo, it starts with small increments. It's not like he's just gone. It starts with small increments, and you think the thing with him is that you think people are gonna take the ball away from him, and it's small increment. The next thing you know, he's just gone. With Leao is like a quick burst. Like Leao he gets the ball and he like one strike, and it's a burst. But with Theo, because sometimes when Theo has the ball, my damn, it looks like they're gonna catch up, and he just starts going and he's just gone. I don't know. He throws me off. Now when I look at Mbappe, that kid is all over the fucking place, man. He's a fucking tank. God, man, Mbappe is so fucking dangerous.
Mbappe, for example, is super fast.
Yeah.
But I still think if he does a run with Theo will go faster, in my opinion. Because players like Mbappe and Leao, or you name it, these attacking players, they have pace. I feel like they never go 100% when they sprint.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They never put themselves in a situation that I'm gonna run 100%. They go on a 80% capacity. Theo always, when he sprints, it just reaches that 100%, 110%.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because maybe he's a defender and that's what he does most of the time when he has to recover position and get back. Sometimes he does that. So
because I can't even think about players that were fast. I remember what's his name was really fast.
Henry was really fast, but Henry was another guy that I never thought he reached 100% of his pace. I think he was at 80%. He was fine. He was going ahead, everyone.
Yeah, I agree.
You know who was really fast, like super pacey? Obafemi Martins. You remember?
Yeah, Martins for sure.
He was a bullet, man. He was a bullet.
He's fucking, but he's also short. So you knew he was going. Him, somebody like a Gervinho. Gervinho had acceleration. I feel like but yeah, there's people that are fast with the ball, and there's people that are just fast, right? Martins had lower gravity to the ground, bro. You knew like him going. He was going. What play I can think of that was just like insane.
Prime Brazilian Ronaldo was super fast.
He had everything, bro. Yeah. Prime
Even
Brazilian
the ball
Ronaldo
was fast.
He had Prime Brazilian Ronaldo had what the assets you can think of. I mean, the guy was fucking crazy. I think about also Aaron Lennon from Tottenham at the time.
Aaron Lennon was insane. Super pacey.
God,
even Theo Walker.
Theo Walker, but Lennon was like, yo, what the fuck? But players like that, after a while, you gotta sell them quick.
Yeah.
You gotta sell them quick. That's why they sold Henry. Like once they reach their second contract, don't let that reach 29. Get rid of them, and they don't have long careers. That's the sad part, and that's why I said for Leao, he really got to change his game, because if that's how he's gonna play, he's not gonna go anywhere.
It's sad because if you have that pace, you can still. Even if the pace lacks, you still have a decent pace, but you just rely too much on it.
On your pace, you're gonna get stopped. Because then you're wondering, people like, Pato was insanely talented, but then it was his pace. You start getting injured, it slows you up, man. I think as a forward, if you're a 9, you need to innovate how you want to do this stuff. Because I feel like the older you get, you might want to put your role in a Benzema role, and I know that might come with the physicality, right? But when I think about a Benzema and a Harry Kane,
Yeah.
I might think about the Lewandowski. Yeah, they're not. They probably have their own prototype, but I think as a player, if you're fast, you want to start imitating the way these guys play, and you have longevity in the game.
Oh
Or even
yeah.
like Ibra, right? So you're not relying just, I'm gonna burst past these guys
Or
because I can.
Cavani. Cavani was a guy as well. There's a
And then,
lot of them.
and then injury started fucking with him, and then here he is.
You know
Right.
what? I'll be honest with you. At least I remember. I remember all of three. The one you mentioned, Benzema, Harry Kane, and Lewandowski, when they were young. Like we're
Mhm.
talking about. Benzema probably was 19 before 21, 20, before moving Real Madrid.
Yep.
Benzema was a pacey player.
Yeah, he was.
He was, I don't think at the level of Mbappe, but he was fast. And he was
Mhm.
not a number 9, was a second
Second
striker,
striker. Yep.
number 10.
What's
And
his name?
he
Used to
loved
play in
to
front of
keep
him.
the ball. So
Lisandro Lopez from Porto. After a while, they had him close to him at Lyon. He used to, yeah. Benzema was a second striker. He played a certain way, a certain style, which allowed them to. Because and the reason why I say pace can be a problem, if you develop your instincts with the pace, when you become older, those instincts are still going to be there. And your way to take one-on-one players is try to go burst past them. Now you're
Yeah.
limited. Now they're closing. That's why I feel like people like Henry, when he reached hit 30, he started going down the slump. Because that's what a lot of his game was based on, right? But then I can look at a Drogba. When he was young, Drogba had the physicality. He can run with you too, but he was based more on holding the ball. So these holding ball players, and they can return and they can score, you stand the game long enough. You stand the game long enough. That's why I feel like even the Giroud, they're able to do that because it's the same, because of those things, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like, yeah, Leao needs to be careful. Like, if that's what he's going to base his game off of, it's going to be a problem. Because I look at Ibra, younger Ibra, fucking, he'll take you, he'll speed with you. He's physical. I look at Adriano, man. Those are like one of my biggest. I know he's an Interista, but sometimes I wonder like what player this dude would have turned out to be.
Yeah.
Fuck me, bro. Shoo, man. Adriano.
Too good, man. Adriano was too good. If Adriano had the brain of Erling Haaland, there would not be Messi or Ronaldo, probably.
Even when I think about Adrian Mutu, like Mutu too, that's another talented fucking cat, bro. That's a good player, man.
Yeah, there was a lot of talent at that time. But going back to Benzema, I think his game was a lot about pace when he was at Lyon. But when he moved to Real Madrid, he was basically forced to play as a number 9 because Ronaldo was on the left and Kaká was behind,
And I think when he moved there, what's his name was still there too. Raul was still there.
Yeah, Raul, I think, was still there.
He stayed there for a season before he moved up. He moved along.
So I think the fact that he was forced to if he wanted to be part of that team, he had to learn the number 9 position. You know what I mean? Because he would have get sold. So he kind of had to do it to survive and be part of that group of players of Real Madrid. And it turns out a great player, great number 9. Lewandowski at Borussia Dortmund, he was classic tall striker, but he has a decent pace. When you are young, you have it,
Yep.
So I will compare Lewandowski at that time similar to Benjamin Sesko, this guy that is
at Salzburg right now.
Yeah, so this guy looks really pacey, but for his his body, his physique, tall dude, striker, number 9. But Lewandowski as well, when he went to Bayern, when his football was around, understanding what other people are doing, so not running but actually making the right moves. He evolved his game. And Harry Kane, I saw him the first time when he was 21. He scored like a 2 goals against Chelsea. It was an insane game. He had a pace as well. He had a lot of pace.
Even I look at
not like it was not his main thing, like you saying, Clint. It was not his main thing, so he had to grow a different part of his game.
Because even I look at somebody like Robin, like I Robin, like when he was younger, he'll speed up, go through. But at Bayern, like he kind of switched his game a little bit. I mean, he was playing close to goal. He wasn't trying to take the ball and run with you. It's one of the things that he's trying to kick, but he even had to modify his game because he also stayed in the game for a long time.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at these guys that were really pacey guys, but they're like, yo, let me switch up a little bit because it's you know, it has a lot to do in the long run. And you as a player, how long would you stay if you're just based on, oh, let me go past players, but you're gonna run out of breath, you're gonna get older, and you can't do that shit, and you're done.
I want to close this live, Clint.
Yep.
But before we close it, this was a good talk because now I'm realizing that Leao is understanding that his pace is not working anymore.
Yeah, he has understand. Yeah, for sure.
He's understanding that now Serie A has learned the fact that he is super fast, and they're blocking every moment that he tries to run with the ball.
Because we can even think about two players that have pace right now, and they're not really even basing themselves on that. Osimhen, and Kvara.
Yeah,
those are trying faster players, but they're not basing their game off of that, and that's why they've been so successful so far. Osimhen's not trying to take players and run with them. The way he's putting himself in a position where he's just a direct threat to the goal.
Yeah,
and I think Leao can learn from that. Even when you look at Kvara, he's not taking the ball and trying to dribble past people. He's putting himself in a position.
He's dribbling with technique, not with pace.
Right, and that's what Leao
faking a shot, faking a movement is. Is breaking ankles, basically.
Yep, and Leao can do the same thing, and I think, but he's a smart player. I think they'll figure that out in training, as Pioli said. They're always training over there. I hope they figure that out. Oh, I see it in training. You know, hopefully they see that.
He needs to figure that out, and as soon as possible. Maybe figure out before the game against Napoli, and we have something.
Fair.
Anyway, have a good night.
All right, you too, man.
Forza Milan. Oh, Reid, I see Reid on the chat, man. Sorry, man. We're gonna close, but next time, man.
Okay. So when we coming back, I know it's international break. Maybe we'll figure out in the chat then.
Well, maybe on Friday, Thursday. Let's see.
Over. Yeah. If there's any crazy news. All right, man.
Yeah.
All right.
See you, man.
Yeah. Bye.